Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's Monday, May 5th. It's one of the days I don't have to look at my phone to decide what day it is because I know that it is Monday, May 5th because it is Dr. B's birthday. Thank you all for the well wishes. I can't wait till he gets to see them all. But we are in day 9,000 of the retrial of Karen Read, and we are resuming with the Commonwealth's witness on the stand. They finished Jen McCabe's testimony on Friday. That was something. And we are back with the laboratory technician or the laboratory supervisor who is talking about blood alcohol and blood alcohol conversions. This is the process of taking the blood alcohol serum test that was done at the hospital for medical purposes for Karen Read. Later, those results were taken to the state crime lab and they take the results, like the paper with the results, take the paper with the results, and then run it through a number of conversions to come up with a blood alcohol conversion at the time the blood was taken at 9 o'clock, a little after in the morning on January 29th, and then a retrograde extrapolation, which gives you a range at the time of driving. The Commonwealth, when they originally asked the crime lab to do this, pinned that time of driving at 12:45. Now that we have seen this on the heels of Jen McCabe's testimony, I think that they were basing that on Jen McCabe saying, yes, I saw Karen Read's SUV while I was texting, and the last time I went out there and texted was 12:45 and the SUV was still there, so the driving must have been after. We know that that timeline is going to have to shift by about 10 minutes or so, which, for the start of stream is, zoom room for this case is incredibly significant because minutes and the timeline in this case are going to matter very much when you look at all the cell phone data, but we are only at the tip of all of the cell phone data. We haven't gotten into the rest of it yet, so we will see all the rest of that data as it comes in. Here are my curiosities for the week. Are we going to get to law enforcement witnesses this week? Not crime lab, not people piecing together the tail light, not the scientific law enforcement witnesses, but like law enforcement that went out to the crime scene? Or are we going to see the accident reconstructionist first? Are we going to see more of the newer experts and the injuries to John O'Keefe before we even get to law enforcement? Are we going to get to other civilians? Those that were inside the house at 34 Fairview? Is the government even going to call everyone that was inside the house at 34 Fairview or not? Are we going to hear from Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, and the rest of it? And when are we going to get there? The order that they are going in is so much different. Last trial, it was like 4 witnesses, and it's like, oh, we're just going straight in chronological order. The government is doing a much different timeline in that I think they are bringing in what they consider to be their strongest evidence first. So when we get to the more difficult evidence for them, that the strongest evidence has already come in. We'll see what they decide to do. But today we're starting with scientific testimony, and then, well, I guess we'll see where we go. But I am now waiting for 2 things. 3 things. The state or the Commonwealth's accident reconstructionist, the Commonwealth's new medical expert, and when are they going to Trooper Proctor? Why are the words hard? When are they going to actually call former Trooper Proctor, and how are they going to explain all of that? I just want to, how are you going to do that? I just want to see them try to do it. How do you work your way around the fact that he was terminated in part because of his actions in this case? How do you do that? Y'all are going to be in the chat and you're going to be like, hey, how do you do that? I don't know. You don't try the case, but they're trying the case. So away we go, I guess. But those are the 3 witnesses I'm waiting to see. And I think Josie in the chat said they're going to blame him for everything. I think that's probably right. The direction that may go in is bring up Trooper Proctor and throw him under the bus, and everything that's bad with this case, just shove it onto him. We'll see. We should just go to court because there's hearings to be had, and we just need to. It's Monday. We got a long week. We got a long week of trial. So I hope you are caffeinated, hydrated. I got a glorious cappuccino that I just made, some breakfast. We're going to just sit here together and listen to the scientific evidence and then see where we go after that. Are you all ready? Get comfy. For the replay crew, love you all the time. Timestamps will be down below so you can skip to the parts you want to see most. And if you are in the app, you know that if you step away, we're going to let you know. We're going to let you know when the witnesses you want to see take the stand. And if you're like, can you just let me know when we get to cross-examination? Yeah. We will. We'll let you know. Let's start with the intro and then let's get all the way into trial today because, well, it's week 3. Does it even feel like we're in week 3? Like it doesn't, you know? Let's go. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. I mean, sometimes we're here for the fuckery. Sometimes it's needed. Sometimes we just need to chat about it. But, you know, at least we call it fuckery. Thank you, everybody, for all of your very kind chats today. We have another birthday friend with us today. Christina, happy birthday. Happy 30th. I hope it is a great dirty 30, and I hope it's a lot of fun. 30 is great because, like, the tangent between giving a fuck, it starts getting smaller. It's the like, no, it's my life. I do what I want. It's a lot of fun. And then by the time you get to 40, you're just like, it's my life. I do what I want. Then by the time you get to 50, you're like, not only is it my life and I do what I want, but hopefully I have the money to make some of that stuff fun because there's stuff I definitely wanted to do when I was younger. And I was like, well, young and not. And now my teen is, you know, headbanging with me to Limp Bizkit while we are waiting for Metallica to open. By the way, we'll go at 1.25 speed. Limp Bizkit, by the way, I think I saw Limp Bizkit in the late 90s, and then like 2000 was maybe the last time I saw Limp Bizkit live. Oh my God, it was so much fun. Oh my God, it was so much fun. Do I still hurt? I do. If you see me moving weird, yes, worth it. Advil. It was so much fun. We had so much fun. Fred Durst not only puts on an incredible show. At one point, he just like hopped into the pit because it's a round stage for Metallica, and he just went like whoop, and then security was just like flying off the stage, and my kid's like, do you think that was planned? I'm like, do you see the panic of security leaping into the center pit? No, that wasn't planned. That was an ask forgiveness, not permission. But also he's like straight up dad vibes. He's like, what up, y'all? I live down the road in Franklin. And I'm like, no fucking way. What up, Fred Durst? Cheers. Hopefully we see you at the Frothy Monkey. Do we go to the same Starbucks? I have questions. But it was just absolutely 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Such a fun show. The audience was just like, and everybody, the red hats. There was a woman sitting near us that had like the low rise, like 2000 low rise khaki pants, a crop top that said Nookie, and the backwards red hat. And I'm like, look, the outfit is just, it's a 10 out of 10. It's a 10 out of 10. I'm loving it so much. She goes, Fred Durst signed my hat. I'm like, that's incredible. She goes, well, I wanted him to sign the tits. And I'm like, can you please? And he's like, no, I'll sign the hat. And I'm like, tell me it's 2025 without telling me it's 2025. She's like, I tried. And he signed the hat. I'm like, this is the best. Metallica Night 2 was incredible. Absolutely loved it. Did it rain? Yes. Did we get rain delayed? Yes. Did, Nissan Stadium, because lawyers ruin everything, like make everybody take cover because they're like, you're not actually riding the lightning. What we don't need is like a wet stadium and a lightning strike. So all of you need to get under cover. Yes. Were the people that were on the floor and in the pit fucking pissed? Yes. Because a lot of them got there at 3:00 in the afternoon to get the place they wanted to stand. And then they evacuate the stadium and it's like, good luck getting back in. It's like the fucking running of the bulls. So it was a lot, but yes, we got rain delayed. We got evacuated for lightning. It was pretty brief. The show started late It was an incredible show. It's just, they put on an incredible show. I didn't realize that the basis for Metallica's Son is now the basis for Suicidal Tendencies. Incredible. And for those of you asking, did we watch Ice Nine Kills? Yes. I have never seen Ice Nine Kills perform live. It's a whole thing. We'll talk about that later. I was just like, what in the there was like a whole Sweeney Todd segment. I don't know. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. All right. Let's go to court. No, Shammy, now we're going to delay it. No, we're going to talk about Fred Durst more now, I think is what we need to do. But it was great. It was just great. So I love seeing all of you guys in the chat. Yes, Ice Nine Kills, Limp Bizkit, and Metallica for Saturday night. It was Suicidal Tendencies, Pantera, and Metallica on Thursday night. Had a great time. Had a great time. Had a great time. I've got video of Fred Durst like jumping into the pit, and by jumping into the pit, I mean people like reached up and he like stepped into the pit. He didn't like leap into the pit, but people were crowd surfing, which at our age just takes courage on another level to crowd surf because like I don't trust anybody. Like I don't trust anybody. So I'm going to have to see where else Metallica is playing this summer. It was so much fun. All right, y'all. Shall we? I know the days of leaping into the pit are definitely over. It needed to happen. All right, y'all. Let's go to court. We'll zoom. We're going to probably 1.25 until we get to cross-examination. I got to be honest, because we understand what the BAC is. Like, we get it. I know, Pantera too.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard.
Wait!
God save the
Sir, what happened to the ye shall be heard? We now know this thing by heart. You shall be heard, not ye shall be heard. Riots. Riots.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Riots.
This court is in session. Please be seated.
Right.
Draw near, give your attention, and ye shall be heard.
Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. Those same three questions.
I have to ask you those same three
At
questions.
1.25 speed, yes, you do.
Follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone.
Great.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Everyone said no.
Everyone said no.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Wait, what?
I understood that the defense informed they were still on cross-examination.
I'm sorry. Okay. I thought that we were...
We hadn't even started cross-examination. Your next witness, Lally, was still doing direct examination.
done with that witness.
I had said to cut me off so we could end early.
Oh, that's right. They had just started cross-examination with Yannetti, and he said, just cut me off so we can end.
Okay, I didn't know that. I'm glad Mr. Brennan did that. All right, come back in, Ms. Knowles, please.
That's right. Yannetti had started. He only got like 5 minutes across, and he was like, being accurate's important, right? It was the most basic of basic.
You're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had forgotten we were on cross. Ooh, I love the
All right,
blouse,
Mr. Yannetti.
Like, the court outfit's a vibe. All right. Accuracy is important. You're a forensic lab. Oh, that's right. We had ended with like garbage in, garbage out. Like, you can't account for what the hospital did because you're not at the hospital and they're accredited differently. Right.
Good morning.
Right.
Ma'am, on Friday, you testified to this jury about the fact that the Mass State Police Crime Lab is accredited as a forensic lab, correct?
All right,
Yes, I did.
And you discussed the fact that as a forensic chemist 4, you help to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements, and making sure that you're complying with accreditation standards, correct?
Danger.
Yes, that's one of my job duties and responsibilities.
You also acknowledge that in contrast to the accreditation standards of your forensic lab, the standards of a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Yep.
I have no direct knowledge of what the standards at a hospital are, and so I can't say whether they're the same or if they're different. I'm just unfamiliar with them.
And you're unfamiliar with the standards at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of their accreditation status or requirements or body.
And you know that they were the
Yannetti.
ones to do the blood draw in this case, correct?
Points have been made.
That's consistent with the medical records I had available for review prior to preparing my report.
And you cannot vouch for that ethanol testing, correct?
Not
Correct. I have
theirs,
no
just
direct
hers.
knowledge of the accuracy or reliability. My calculations are solely based on the results of the Good Samaritan lab.
For instance, you don't know how the arm was prepared when the blood was drawn?
Does anyone think that Karen Reed was not drinking and was not under the influence when driving? No? Great. We can just, that's the least problem in this case. There was drinking and driving. Okay. Susie from San Francisco, EDB, was she called last trial? No, she's the supervisor and Reed did the test. The person who did the test and testified last trial was unavailable, but because she's doing extrapolations from a result, not from a live sample, they were able to swap somebody in. So
Correct. I was not
just is
present
what it
and I
is.
have no knowledge of the policies and procedures of blood draw at Good Samaritan Hospital,
can't-
or this case specifically.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Excuse me. You can't vouch for the tubes and vials that Good Samaritan uses?
Correct. I cannot.
Are you aware that there was a recall on certain
Ma'am, what are your thoughts on solo cups?
tubes and vials because there was a contamination determined by the manufacturer?
Sustained.
You can't vouch for how Good Samaritan stores, preserves, and assures the integrity of its equipment, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of those topics.
Now, excuse me, at your lab, you do both a screening test and a confirmatory test, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
The confirmatory test is a second and separate test. You rerun the same sample again, correct?
You can't vouch for what you didn't do.
Depending
Great.
on the type of samples that are submitted and the facts of the case, we will either use the same sample that screened positive or that sample as well as another to run duplicate analysis and compare them. It depends on the materials available and the nature of the case.
Understood. So you do that to ensure that there's no error in the testing, correct?
It's part of many of the steps involved to ensure accuracy and reliability of the results that are reported.
And you realize that when you're doing this testing, because you're a forensic lab, you may ultimately be testifying in court, and you want to make sure you get it right, correct?
Yes.
Right.
And the confirmatory test acts as a fail-safe against false positives, for example.
Correct. The screening and the confirmatory test are typically using different methodologies or different techniques to ensure that a false positive under one technique would not have similar issues with the other, the confirmatory technique.
Okay. In this case, your lab did not do any confirmatory testing, correct?
My lab did not have samples submitted for this individual to perform testing on.
Right.
You know of no confirmatory testing that was done by Good Samaritan, correct?
I don't know what their policies and procedures are and if the results on the report were the results of confirmatory testing or otherwise.
You just had to assume the accuracy of the testing that they did do, correct?
I used the results that were reported on the medical records provided to perform calculations.
And you cannot testify that the testing done at Good Samaritan meets your accreditation standards, correct?
Correct.
Now,
Asked and answered at this point. Yes.
your lab does whole blood testing, does it not?
If whole blood is submitted for a case, then we will test whole blood. If serum or plasma is the only available sample appropriate for testing, then we will proceed with testing on serum or plasma.
Which is like,
Whole
we can do
blood
whatever.
testing leads to more accurate readings of the percentage
I
of
don't think that's
alcohol
what
in
the other
somebody's
doctor
blood,
said.
correct?
Correct. If you would like to know the percentage of alcohol in someone's blood, the best sample to test would be their blood.
And you've learned through your training and experience that many hospitals, including Good Samaritan, use a different method of testing than whole blood testing, correct?
Yes.
Good Samaritan uses serum or
I
plasma
appreciate that she
testing
was
as
just like-
opposed to whole blood testing.
There's a full question there.
I'm not familiar with their specific technique or methodology. I haven't undergone training for their methods, but it is my understanding that the type of sample used for their method is serum or plasma.
Now, whole blood includes plasma, but it also
And that makes
includes
sense.
white blood cells, platelets, and red blood cells, correct?
Correct. Typically, we describe serum or plasma as the liquid portion of blood, and the other cellular components that you described typically are removed or separated before testing.
Plasma has a higher water content than red blood cells, white blood cells, or platelets, right?
Yes, it is.
Alcohol is highly soluble in water, is it not?
Yes.
So alcohol has a better affinity with water. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That means that alcohol prefers
My alcohol does not
to
like
distribute
water. It
into the more
prefers
watery components
ginger
of blood,
or
correct?
soda.
Yes, that's
But not-
accurate.
And that also means that alcohol is found in higher concentrations in serum and plasma testing than in whole blood testing, correct?
That's correct. That difference in water content is the basis of the serum conversion that I described on Friday.
Okay. So a lab like Good Samaritans, that in this case did serum or plasma testing,
Magnolia,
will
this
therefore
is fair.
provide
We also do
results
like the
of blood
frozen form of
alcohol
water.
concentration that are
Large.
higher than what the true blood alcohol concentrations are, correct?
The serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentrations that they report on their medical records would be higher than the core.
Lynn, I don't disagree, but count 2 has an under the influence portion or a BAC portion. It's an either or. And they have multiple clips of Karen Reed admitting to drinking and driving. So I don't think it's a huge issue in this case. There are other huge issues in this case, but drinking and driving, I don't think is the big issue in this case. I mean, for them to prove to the jury, it is an issue in many other ways.
Corresponding blood alcohol concentration. That's correct.
So to translate the Good Samaritan results into a more accurate reading of blood alcohol
The poster's so
content,
fast.
you need to convert the serum and plasma results to what those results would be in whole blood testing, correct?
Yes.
I'll allow it. Can you answer it as stated?
Yes. The accuracy of the value isn't changed by the reading. It's a different value. It's a serum or plasma alcohol concentration versus an estimated blood alcohol
It's a
concentration.
conversion.
So, if it is helpful or relevant to know what the whole blood analysis would have been if the testing had been performed on whole blood, then that conversion, starting with the serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentration, is helpful to do.
But to calculate a precise conversion rate, you'd first need to know precisely the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
The range of serum factors or serum conversion factors that are used in the preparation of my report and the calculations that I performed accounts for total body water variation from individual to individual. The reason I use between 13 and 19% and not just one single value is because I don't know the specific conversion factor that would be appropriate for an individual when I have medical records to review.
I think that was a long way of saying yes to my question, right? My question was to calculate a precise conversion rate for somebody, you'd first need to.
Rosie, nobody else was tested in this case. The only reason they have blood from Karen Reed is because of the Section 12. They would not have had blood from Karen Reed otherwise. No one was pulled over for drunk driving that night. No one else was really questioned about drunk driving. I mean, witnesses weren't questioned independently the next morning either way. So no, this did not begin as a DUI or DWI investigation. And again, the only reason they had Karen Reed's blood is because of the Section 12. They took it for medical purposes. It was later sent to the crime lab after the investigation developed, and then it was converted and extrapolated at time of driving. But it was not taken pursuant to a DUI investigation. There was not a DUI investigation ongoing, and Karen Reed was originally charged only with that count 2 that was the under the influence causing injury or death, and then the other charges were added later. I think after they got her phone extracted and the voicemails from John O'Keefe's phone and what have you.
Precisely
Hopefully
know
that
the
helps.
amount of water in
But
that
no one else was
person's blood,
tested.
correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Unity.
Is it scientifically possible to predict with accuracy
It was
a
Karen Reed's dad that
precise
called for the
conversion
hold.
rate for one individual person?
Yes.
Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
There is a normal variation between
Does-
individuals.
I'm sorry, I'm going to do my best to ask yes or no questions, and then if there's an explanation, Mr. Lally can stand up afterward and have you explain, but
So,
this will go
no-
more quickly.
No comments. Just go ahead and ask a question. Mr.
Sure.
Unity.
But, Your Honor, you're not going to rein it in. So I think it's fair if he's trying to say, look, it's just yes or no questions. You can explain later.
Everybody has a different amount of water
think
in
that's
his or her blood, correct?
Fair to allow him
Yes.
to do that.
And there are a number of factors that influence
she
the
won't do
amount
it.
of water in somebody's blood, correct?
Yes.
What is hematocrit?
Well, that's not yes or no.
I don't know.
Hematocrit is the percentage of red blood cells in whole blood cells. Do you know that?
Sustained.
Are you aware that individual hematocrit can vary and that it affects the water content in blood?
There's the reason she's looking is because when there are objections in court, Brennan stands up. So it's going to definitely draw your attention as Brennan goes standing up right there.
Would somebody's age be a factor in determining the amount of water in their blood?
I don't know.
Could somebody's gender affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes.
Could when somebody had eaten and what somebody had eaten before the blood was drawn affect the amount of water in their blood?
Relative hydration. Did he ask about hydration already? Did I blank?
It's possible, but I'm not aware of those factors being considered when performing total body water calculations.
Would how frequently a person uses the restroom affect the amount of water in their blood?
As it would relate to their state of hydration, it's possible, but again, I'm not familiar with performing precise calculations on individuals. It's not a routine part of my job, and it's not in the scope of my expertise.
Would medications, some medications, potentially affect the amount of water in somebody's blood?
It's possible, yes.
And conversion factors
a lot of
vary
things would
significantly between
impact that.
individuals, but they can also vary within the same individual over time, can they not?
I believe so, yes.
And all of the factors that we've discussed that you've adopted can impact the conversion factor that is used, correct?
Yes.
And there is no one universally agreed upon conversion factor, correct?
Correct. There is a range that
Right.
is agreed upon, but not a singular conversion factor.
Right, and the range that you used was 1.13 to 1.19, correct?
Yes.
You recognize, however, that with all the factors affecting the amount of water in somebody's blood from person to person, and even within one person over time, some people can fall outside the range that you used, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize that some studies have shown a conversion rate from serum to whole blood can be higher than 1.19, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of a study by Rainey, R-A-I-N-E-Y, reporting conversion rates as high as 1.59?
Yes.
And if the conversion rate is higher, that would mean that the actual blood alcohol concentration would be lower, correct?
Yes.
So if you're using a range of conversion factors that does not capture what the conversion
there's
factor
a
should be for the
reason that
individual,
they pick the
that you're
conversion
testing,
factors that they
you
pick.
can't have confidence in the result, correct?
Correct. The range that is utilized is looking at studies of large groups of people to try to capture as accurately as possible most individuals in the
Ranges.
population, but it would not cover 100% of scenarios with all the factors that you've described.
Okay, and you'd agree that your conversion of serum to whole blood here is imprecise, correct?
The conversion was performed within the policies and procedures of the laboratory and the best practice.
She's like, no. We performed the conversion correctly, but the equation for the conversion leaves room for it to be imprecise, if that makes sense. Like the equation itself leaves room, but the way that they applied the equation doesn't.
Recommendations for my field.
But it is imprecise.
Can you repeat the question?
He said it is imprecise.
The conversion from
But
serum to whole
she's
blood
not going to agree to that.
did not end the calculations that you needed to do in order to testify here today, correct?
Correct.
The conversion from serum to whole blood only translated what Ms. Reed's blood alcohol supposedly would have been, or was, I'm sorry, at the hospital at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked to try to find out what her blood alcohol level would have been
that was odd, sorry.
7 or 8 hours earlier, closer to midnight or sometime between midnight.
I also think part of the reason that they will try to undermine this is because it just sounds bad. You know, driving with a range between 0.14 and 0.28 just sounds bad. It sounds bad to the jury. So telling the jury, hey, it's not that bad helps. But the jury has already seen Karen Reed saying she was drinking and driving, and she saw that she was driving carefully, and that's what she does when she drinks and drive. They're going to hear that everybody else was drinking and driving. But the range sounds bad. So this is kind of undermining that, because on count 2, there is both the option for under the influence period and then above a 0.08. But then again, I have seen, I think the highest DUI case I had, the person was over a 0.4, and I was stunned that they were able to get a key into the ignition and close the car door while still sitting upright. And that was, it was like 7:45, 8 a.m. in the morning. It was wild. But anyway, the it sounds bad is a part of it. And unless Karen Reed testifies, they're not going to have a lot of information about how much she drinks and relative absorbency of alcohol and other medical factors and things like that. So we will continue on.
And 1 a.m., correct?
The time utilized for my calculations was 12:45 a.m.
So you started with the results that you obtained from your serum to whole blood conversion, right?
Yes.
Which was an imprecise calculation?
Which was intending to cover the majority of population.
But was it
and
imprecise?
It followed the policies and procedures of my laboratory.
What was the precise number then?
Really high.
Was there a precise number or was it imprecise?
The range.
I'm not talking about a.
No, I think the jury will still care about it because she's the one on trial. I think they'll probably be appalled that everybody else was also drinking and driving. But when everybody else says, oh, nobody's seen that intoxicated, I think the jury's going to be like, all right, well, nobody seemed intoxicated because y'all were fucking intoxicated. Like everybody was intoxicated. So your perception of things, alcohol explains some of the things going on in this case. But no, I don't think they'll be like, well, everybody else was drinking, so it's fine that she was drinking. She's the one on trial. So the behavior of others might explain what they remember and what they don't, but it's not going to downplay that she was drinking and driving.
Range, I know that you'd like to say that. Was there a precise number, ma'am?
The results of my report was not a single number. It is a range of numbers.
Let's move on, Ms. Giannetti.
Yes. Then once you get that range, you have to do an extrapolation on top of that to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been at 12:45, 7 or 8 hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
But in order, in order to do that extrapolation, you need to make assumptions about things that you do not know, correct?
Yes.
In terms of processing alcohol, there is an absorption phase, a plateau, and an elimination phase, correct?
Yes, that's accurate and consistent with my understanding.
And during the absorption phase, blood alcohol concentration can be rising, correct?
Yes.
And to determine whether somebody is in the absorption phase or the elimination phase, you need to know when their last drink was, correct?
Yes. The answer is yes.
If you're performing that type of calculation,
The answer is yes.
or if you're trying to determine if they've reached their maximum, that would be helpful information to have.
The longer the time between the last
Real
drink
helpful
and
to
the
know.
test, the more variability and potential for error there is in the extrapolation, correct?
Can you ask the question again, please?
In this case, you assumed that Ms. Reed's last drink was at 12:45 a.m., correct?
It's only because I'm eating breakfast.
No. The calculation assumed for the maximum calculation that no alcohol had been consumed between 1.5 and 2 hours prior to that
Right.
time
They made
interval start at
assumptions in
12:45
there.
a.m.
Okay. And the test wasn't until 9:08 a.m.?
Yes.
The range that you came up with was 0.14 to 0.28%, correct?
Yes, 0.14 to 0.28 grams percent.
And that was a very wide range, was it not?
It certainly is.
0.28 is double 0.14?
Yep.
And that range is so wide because there are a lot of unknowns about the way each person individually processes alcohol, correct?
Yep.
There's a lot of interpersonal differences. That's correct.
There are a lot of different factors that would impact somebody's blood alcohol content, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
What somebody had to eat can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
Ma'am, is it accurate that the greasier the better for that?
Contents
or
of their
is
stomach
that
or what
just
they'd had eaten
me?
recently does not impact the rates of elimination that I use for my calculation, but it can factor into
The absorption?
part of the curve
Right.
and can impact that maximum amount that's reached.
Okay.
Right.
Their body weight can impact their blood alcohol concentration.
CJ Elliott, we
correct?
don't have the information from the victim's
Correct.
BAC
Again,
yet. We
it
will later
would
in
not
trial.
necessarily,
And I don't
or it
remember
could
from
be
last trial, but we'll have
included
it
in the rate of elimination
later.
range that I use for my calculations. The person's body weight has more to do with, again, the absorption, the maximum concentration, the first parts of the curve, and not the elimination portion that we're discussing when we're doing retrograde extrapolation.
And the first word of your answer was correct, right?
Yes.
A person's metabolic rate can impact their blood alcohol concentration because different people metabolize alcohol at different rates, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
In addition, regarding the timing of the last drink, you were not with Ms. Reed on the late evening of January 28th or
Nope.
the early morning of January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct. I was not.
You have no personal knowledge of when Ms. Reed had her
Nope.
last drink, correct?
Correct.
Were you informed that Ms. Reed was upset after 12:45 a.m. when you were doing these calculations?
I don't believe so.
Did you know, were you informed that she went to John O'Keefe's house in Canton and was the only adult in the house at that time after 12:45?
Assisting.
Are you aware of what type of alcohol John O'Keefe had available in his house at that time?
Assisting.
Were you aware that she was waiting for John?
These are all questions for someone else. He is trying to make the point, but these are not questions for this witness because obviously the lab tech, like it's just a point for argument. The lab tech is like, no, I wasn't with her that night. So no, I don't know. So no, I don't know. Damn it, Janet asked EDB, what is the drink drive limit over there? 0.08. But in Massachusetts, like most jurisdictions in the US, there is also a count for under the influence. So you can have counts where there is no BAC known or where someone is under a 0.08, but they are impaired based on their own biology and or they are impaired on something other than alcohol. So there is also an impaired driving vis-a-vis a driving with a blood alcohol over 0.08. And in the count 2, which is not just a straight DUI, but there are those elements to that and to all the lesser includeds, as we've talked about, there is both in the count two, both a under the influence and a 0.08. So if the jury's like, we don't know what her BAC was, but we know she was under the influence and driving based on her own statements, then they can find that count. There's other things they have to find to get there, but that's how they can decide there. So
John O'Keefe to come home, but he never did.
I mean, she doesn't know any of this. It's all
Do you have
argument.
any personal knowledge of whether Ms.
She's the lab.
Reed poured herself a drink during
Check.
the hours of 12:45 a.m. and 6 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
No, I do not.
And do you know whether
She's
she
the
had
lab
more
tech.
than one drink during those hours?
All argument.
No, I do not.
Assume that Ms. Reed did have something alcoholic to drink after 12:45 a.m. Would that affect your assumptions about whether she was in the absorption or the elimination phase?
Yes, it would.
And if she did have something to drink after 12:45 a.m., what would that do to your calculations?
The foundation of my calculations would be incorrect. I would need to perform different calculations or factor in the information as it would become available and issue a different report.
Okay. So if your assumption of when she had her last drink was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with a over 8 hour time span between the time of interest and the time that the blood sample was collected, that adjustment in the calculation intending to avoid overshooting the blood alcohol concentration may or may not be enough to address that. And if new, more accurate information was available, then I would need to incorporate that in the discussion and calculations.
Right. So in answer to my question, if your assumption about when the last drink was consumed was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions are accurate today.
Correct.
I'll allow it.
Now, were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you ever asked?
There's the questions for the chat. And I appreciate that he's getting into it. I saw a number of questions in the chat and I was just about to grab them and then they have run away. Oh, Daisy Song and others in the chat asked, did anyone ask Karen when her last drink was? Yes, law enforcement did. We haven't seen those witnesses yet. It's not before the jury yet, but we will get into that information later. So I appreciate that he's actually going through these questions. He did not ask, to the best of my memory, in the last trial, like, did you test all these other people that are drinking and driving? And the jury doesn't know that yet. They can assume based on what they've heard, but they don't know that yet.
To determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Higgins?
Sustained.
Were you asked to determine the blood alcohol level of anyone except for Karen Reed in this case?
I'll allow that.
Yeah, that's a fair question. No.
To the best of my knowledge, my only involvement with this case in my unit was the request to perform these calculations on this individual.
Thank you.
And she answered for her whole unit, not just the test she's doing. Our entire unit was only asked for this one.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Lally, what? She's lovely. Can you ask what she uses on her curls? Lally. Chat wants to know. Because literally this time of year when I try to wear my hair curly, it's just a frizz ball. Can we get the curl routine? Lally, very important questions. Because she did the mathematical calculations. Can we... Curl routine. Oh, and where her blouse is from. And the glasses. Lally, we
Morning,
love
Miss Knowles.
we love the
morning.
vibe. We love the vibe, Lally.
Now, again, how many serum conversions have you performed over your years at the lab?
Lots, I'm sure.
It's hard to know an exact number, but at least over 100.
And the ethanol reading or the alcohol reading within Ms. Reed's medical records that you testified to previously last week, what was that reading again?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
And that reading in milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you would see alcohol recorded in hospital records?
Yes, it is.
and specifically hospital records that you would then be asked to perform a serum conversion on.
Yes.
Now, with respect to your calculations in this case, did you perform these calculations consistent with how you have done in each and every prior instance within your work at the lab?
Yes, the serum conversion factors have been adjusted since I first started doing these, but the same type of math was performed, and I'd used the approved conversion factors that are published in our protocols with each one that I did.
Yeah, we have ways that we
What is the
math,
difference
Lally.
between whole blood and serum?
We already did this, Lally.
Whole blood is blood as we think of it, with both the liquid and the cellular components as it exists in our bodies. Serum is the liquid portion of blood after those cellular components have been removed.
And how does the difference between them impact your testing or your calculations?
Because of the different water content in whole blood versus serum, that means that if we would like to compare a serum alcohol concentration and a whole blood alcohol concentration, that we have to apply a conversion factor to be able to compare those two. The serum alcohol concentration is always higher than the whole blood alcohol concentration.
And that difference, is that accounted for within the calculations or the conversion factors that you utilize?
That's a good
Yes.
question.
And how so?
That's a much better question.
The conversion factors, by dividing by 1.13 and 1.19, can adjust for the difference between the water content and therefore the serum and whole blood ratio that's observed in studies.
And that change in conversion factors, does that benefit the defendant in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's argumentative.
Ask it
You're,
differently, Mr. Chair.
The change in conversion
did you hear the judge? I'll allow it. Change your question. Okay, so you're not allowing it because it's argumentative. Ugh. I'll allow it. Wait, no, just change the question.
factors
Boy.
recently implemented in your lab and your protocols, who does that benefit?
Benefit's a loaded word. And you're asking a scientist
The
to make a
question of
judgment.
benefit depends on the context. Speaking
Right.
to the math, dividing by a larger number means the resulting number would be smaller. So the whole blood alcohol concentration numbers would be smaller when using the current between 13 and 19% factors, as opposed to the previously used between 12 and 18% factors.
Now, these conversion factors, where again do they come from?
The conversion factors come from published studies involving individuals that consumed alcohol, had samples collected from them, and their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations were compared.
Right.
Those
testing.
conversion factors are present in the protocols in use in the laboratory where I work, and they're also consistent with best practice recommendations or consensus body documents in the field that I work.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about a number of different factors. Are those factors incorporated within the conversion factors in the published scientific literature supporting those conversion factors?
By basing it on studies with like a large number of people, that's the intention, is to capture the interpersonal differences and different factors within that range that's used.
Now, if you know, how much in the elimination phase, as far as bladders are concerned, how much loss of alcohol is concerned in the elimination phase with reference to bladder loss?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I don't think I understood the
Poor question. Let me
phrase.
rephrase. So you were asked some questions
Right.
on cross-examination
It's like,
about how
what?
frequently someone uses the restroom in the elimination phase, correct?
I believe I was, yes.
Right. And do you have any idea from your
Lally.
training and experience as far as how much alcohol is typically lost by an individual during the elimination phase through the bladder?
Objection.
Do you know that?
Unity. Objection. Your Honor. What? It's just not a great question.
I do.
Okay, you can answer it.
Less than less than 5%. The vast majority of alcohol is eliminated from the body by an enzyme that breaks it down from alcohol into carbon dioxide and water. I can't remember exactly how much is generally eliminated, but I believe it's less than 5% of the total blood alcohol concentration.
Now, you were asked about whether or not the defendant
right,
had a drink
less
after
than 5%.
12:45 a.m. Do you have any evidence that the defendant did in fact have any alcohol to drink after 12:45 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
If there was a drink at approximately 1 a.m., what kind of impact would that have on your calculations?
It would depend on how much had been consumed.
Coco, that's what I was thinking too.
If any alcohol had been consumed, then it would adjust the calculations depending on that information.
And what I'm asking, Ms. Knowles, is if there is a slight differential in the time of incident or last drink, how much impact would that have on the range that you're able to calculate?
Wait, wouldn't it depend?
I'm not sure.
Now, you testified as far as the range being on the retrograde analysis being between a 0.14 and a 0.28.
That's why
correct?
there's a range.
Yes,
like
I
the
did.
range
Are
takes
you aware
that
of what the
into
legal
account.
limit is in Massachusetts?
Objection.
Oi, Lally, we're asking for legal conclusions now, my guy. The jury knows what the.
I'm going to sustain that, actually.
Of course, you're going to sustain that. It's
Why
an
is there
improper
such
question.
a varying range?
Because there's such variation between individuals with their rates of elimination, the calculation used both
you
a
didn't say
sort
what,
of
if any,
extreme low
limit
and
is
extreme
there.
high rate of elimination, and because we don't know the individual's rate of elimination, that range is intentionally wide to ensure that the actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between it. It's intending to account for a lot of the factors that we've been discussing.
Okay.
It's intentionally a wide range because there are so many unknown factors, and it was so much time that had elapsed between the time of interest and the time of collection.
For our
And
international
based on your
crew,
calculations,
the legal limit is 0.08, which is why they did a retrograde extrapolation to their suspected time of driving at 12:45, and their retrograde extrapolation on the low end and the high end is both over 0.08. However, the count also accommodates for driving under the influence or driving while intoxicated without a 0.08. So the jury could say, okay, well, we can ignore the BAC and still find different parts of count two, but it's only one part of count two. So if the jury is like, okay, well, we don't really know what the BAC was, that doesn't get rid of the driving under the influence portion of count two.
as far as
Hopefully
the
that makes
93
sense.
milligrams per deciliter, what does that convert
But
to
Lally
as far
hasn't
as the
said
blood
what, if
alcohol
any.
concentration
Not even
for
once.
the defendant at 9:08 a.m.
So-
on January 29th?
There is that.
93 milligrams
His
per
questions are way
deciliter in serum alcohol concentration would convert to between
Asked and answered.
0.078 and 0.082 grams percent.
And from your calculations in your retrograde analysis, what was the range that you were able to calculate for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th?
I was asked and answered.
Between 0.14 and 0.28 grams percent.
And 0.14, 0.28, and every number in between is higher than 0.08. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Knowles, you're all set. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, Commonwealth's next witness,
Next
please.
witness.
Or
Witness 14.
Commonwealth calls Ryan Nagel.
Oh, that's going to get interesting. All right. Witness number, 14 to the stand? Ryan Nagel, who drove 234 Fairview to pick up Julie Nagel. You've probably heard the names a bit. So for those of you new to the trial, hi and welcome. We will try to reduce the spoilers. But this witness will be about his observations of cars where they were parked and the rest of it at 34 Fairview.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence given in court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you for this thing.
All right. Good morning. I like the sweater.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Is it? Yeah. I like the half zips. I like the sweater.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ryan Nagel.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What area of the city or the state do you live in?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
32 years, my whole life.
You still live in Canton?
Yes, I do.
Do you work in the area?
I work in the city.
It feels like I sped this up. I did not. It's just the pacing of Brennan versus Lally. And Lally's questions were much better than the last trial, which I appreciate. But it's not, I didn't speed it up. It's just them. And we're gonna Boston accent all over the Boston accent. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy. We're gonna
What do you do
Boston for a
generally?
minute.
I do HVAC.
Do you have any sisters?
I do. I have one.
What's her name?
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. That evening on the 28th, leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Okay. Before you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
I was
What's
in
CF
my
McCarthy's?
car.
It is a local restaurant / pub in the
Who-
center of Canton.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister at the time, and then my friend Ricky and my ex-girlfriend Heather.
What were you doing at CF McCarthy's?
Just enjoying a night, having a few drinks.
When you said have a few drinks, did you have a few drinks?
I did, yes.
Do you remember how many drinks you had?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you remember whether the drinks you had, the alcohol drinks that you had, it affected your ability at all? Were you impaired in any way?
I wouldn't say impaired, but I only drank beer.
Okay. Do you feel like you had any type of effect
Beer is still alcohol. Just
from the alcohol?
I may have.
Were you driving?
No, I was not, sir.
Do you remember the
Which is
times
fair.
that you were at McCarthy?
CF McCarthy's.
Probably 8, 9 o'clock.
What time did you leave?
Probably right before midnight.
When you left McCarthy's right before midnight, did you have a plan that you were going to do something?
No, I did not.
Tell us, after you leave McCarthy's, where do you go?
I was going to go home, but my sister Julie texted me to be picked up.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave McCarthy's, what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's.
Oh,
Ford
that's
pickup
right.
truck.
Ricky
Who was
was
driving?
driving.
Ricky.
It was Ricky's truck. I forgot about the Ricky's truck of it all. That's right. It was Ricky's truck. I'd forgotten. Apologies, Ryan Nagel. I forgot that Ricky was driving. We appreciate having a sober driver planned for the evening.
Was anybody else with you too?
My ex-girlfriend Heather.
Heather. You know Heather's last name?
Maxom.
Was she in the front or the back of the truck?
How many times is he going to say my ex? It's fine. We were with Heather. We don't need you to explain anymore. Ladies, it's his ex. He's going to make it clear. It was not a play date. It is most definitely the ex.
She was in the back seat.
So you three were in the truck and Ricky was driving?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start to head towards your home?
Mr. Brennan, slow down a little bit.
Oh.
Please.
Pardon me. You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start heading towards?
The court reporter has flagged in for help, and the court has said, Mr. Brennan, I need you to not speak at 1.5 speed naturally, because the court reporter literally can't.
your house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got the text from your sister?
Around midnight. I can't remember that.
When did she
You
leave?
don't have
CF
a firm
McCarthy's?
memory of it?
No, I do not, sir.
After you received the text from your sister, did your plan change?
Wait, if you were all together.
And what was the plan after you received the text from your sister?
To go pick her up.
Did you know where she was?
Yes, I did.
Where was she?
She was at her friend Brian's house.
When did
Did
she
you know the
leave
address?
McCarthy's?
Not off the top of my head, but I knew the street.
Did you know the house?
Yes.
Did you know her friend Brian?
Yes, I did.
What is his last name?
Albert?
Is he a senior or a junior?
He's a junior.
About how old is he?
I thought he was the
27,
third.
28 years old.
Were you friends with Brian?
Wait a second. I thought Brian Albert, the homeowner dad, was junior, that there was a senior, and that Brian Albert, who had a birthday, was like the third. So confused.
And Albert Jr.?
Just through my sister.
Had you ever been to that house before inside the house?
No, I have not, sir.
Do you have any other purpose of going to that address other than to pick up your sister?
No, sir.
How long
Was
did
it John
take you
O'Keefe that was the
after you
third?
left,
Thank you, Chad.
to redirect and get to that
Appreciate it.
address?
Probably roughly 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you know what time specifically you arrived at that address?
Right, a little before 12:30.
Is that a general guess?
Yes.
Did you look at your watch and note the time, or is this an
No.
estimate?
Just an estimate, sir.
The estimate is you arrived around 12:30?
Correct.
When you approach the house, before you approach the house, is there a road that intersects Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the name of that road?
Can't even actually. Give me a second.
I mean, me.
I can't think of the name.
Okay.
Off the top of my head right now.
Are you familiar with any roads in that area?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the road Cedar Crest?
This would be an appropriate time to refresh someone's recollection. If you want to know what someone's recollection being refreshed would look like, it would be if I showed you a map, would that refresh your recollection to the name of the street? And then you could look at the street at one side of Fairview and the other side of Fairview and go, oh, I was thinking of this one. That could work. Instead, he's just going to say it, but that could work.
Yes, sir.
Had you driven on Cedar Crest before?
Yes, I have.
If you're driving
'Cause
on
he's
Cedar Crest,
truly like
can
a-
you loop around like a
just
circle on
blanked
that
on
road?
it.
Yes.
At some point, do the two parts of that circle intersect with another
He
road?
said Julie was at McCarthy's with them earlier in the night.
So?
Is Fairview, from your knowledge, attached to Cedar Crest Road?
Yes.
As you were traveling, did you travel on Cedar Crest before you got to Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you some questions about right before you turn on, or Ricky turns on to Fairview. As you're driving down Cedar Crest, before you turn on to Fairview, did you see anything?
I saw a vehicle coming at us. Not directly at us, but obviously traveling on the other side of the road.
And where was that vehicle traveling towards?
Us, and then they put their blinker on to take a right. For
And
them to take a right.
that vehicle was going to take a right onto Fairview?
Correct, sir.
And your vehicle is coming in the opposite direction?
Correct.
Where was your vehicle going?
Taking a left onto Fairview.
Did you both meet at that intersection?
Yes, roughly around the same time.
Who turned onto Fairview first?
The other vehicle.
How did that happen?
I believe Ricky flashed his lights to let them go.
Did you see the other vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
That was a black SUV.
When that car turned right onto Fairview, how long after did Ricky turn left onto Fairview?
Seconds.
When you came to that intersection and met that car, when Ricky blinked his lights, could you see inside that SUV?
Say that again?
When you came to the intersection at Fairview, and you said that the driver of your truck, Ricky, blinked his lights, could you see anything inside the SUV?
I wasn't really looking.
Okay. After that SUV turned right onto Fairview and Ricky turned left onto Fairview, who was in front of who?
The other vehicle was in front of us.
Was the other vehicle in front of you the entire time you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Did Ricky ever drive and park in front of that vehicle?
No, we were behind them.
Always behind it?
Always.
When Ricky pulled up to Fairview, where did he stop?
Right in front of the driveway of the Albert's house.
You were in the front passenger side of the truck?
Correct, sir.
If you looked directly outside that window, what would you have seen?
The driveway and the house.
The other vehicle, did it stop at the driveway?
No, it was probably like a car length in front of us.
So it was in front of you?
Correct, sir.
Did you
Was there
ever
a
see
car in
that car
between?
stop at the driveway?
At the driveway, I don't recall.
Did you wait before you got to Fairview, or did Ricky drive directly to Fairview after he took the left?
Well, he turned the left onto Fairview.
Okay. Did he wait, or did he drive directly to Fairview?
He drove directly there.
That was on
The
Fairview.
car in front of you, did you ever see it move behind you in front of the driveway?
They turned onto Fairview.
No, it was in front of me the whole time.
And so I'll ask the question again, did you ever see that SUV stop at the foot of the driveway?
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights were on, they released them and then stopped again. So probably moved another car length up.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
After you stopped at the foot of the driveway, did you keep your attention on that SUV?
Not really, no. I was more concerned about my sister.
So you
Right.
weren't studying it?
No.
Were you making any notes or trying to mark its direction of travel?
No.
He's like, Julie, we're here.
But you do know, or
Where
do you have
are
any
you?
doubt that it was in front of you the entire time?
Yes, it was.
We want to go home.
When you pulled to the driveway, did you go in to see your sister?
No.
What did you do?
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me and Rick and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in? For a drink or whatever." And I looked at him, looked in the back seat, asked Heather. We said, "No, we're all set. We're going to go home." And so she decided to stay.
So the idea was to give her a ride home. You did not give her a ride home?
Correct, we did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
Roughly 2 minutes.
In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Closer to 5 minutes, sir.
Is that an estimate?
Yes, I'm just guessing from what I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
You're just roughly trying to remember.
I would literally be
When
the
you
worst
looked up
at
at the
this.
house, did
How
you
long was the car there?
see there were
I don't know.
more than
How long
one
were you
door?
there? A bit?
Yes,
How
sir.
long's a bit? I don't know.
Do you remember what door your sister came out of?
She came out of the side door, which is to the left of the garage.
Did you watch her?
Yes.
Where did she walk? From where to where?
She walked out of that door down the driveway towards us.
When she reached you, how did you have a conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger door.
As you were speaking with her, were you watching anything else, or was your attention directed to your sister?
Nope, just on my sister.
At some point after your sister turned to go inside,
Seth G in the chat said this is very relatable with what he remembers. Yeah, it's not exaggerated. I remember this. I don't remember that. I was paying attention to this. I wasn't paying attention to that. It just is. We went to pick up my sister. I saw what I saw. That's it. I saw what I saw. That's it. I saw what I saw. I know what I know. I remember what I remember. Moving on. It's just neutral to me.
did you wait for her, or did you leave right away? Or did Ricky leave right away?
And his testimony's been
We
consistent
waited for her to get back into the house.
this trial and last trial.
At any point before your sister went back in the house, did you see any lights, like dome lighting, come on inside that SUV?
Yes, I did, sir.
Before or after your sister went in the house?
Roughly like as she was getting in the door.
Before you ended your conversation with her, did you see the dome light go on in that SUV?
Say that again, sorry.
Before your sister left the driveway, did you see any dome light on in the SUV?
No, I wasn't looking.
Your sister began to walk back to the house. What was your direction? What was your attention focused on?
Mainly on her. We were pulling away from the driveway and kind of just glancing back over at Julie to make sure she got in.
When your sister went back up the driveway
I
to
don't
go in
remember
the
that.
house,
I thought that was the other
when
group.
was the next point you had any chance to see the SUV?
It'll come up on cross. I thought that was the other
when we
group
were
that went
passing it.
over.
When you were passing the SUV, where was it located in relation to the house, flagpole?
Directly in front of the house.
Was it anywhere near the flagpole as you drove by?
Probably like a car length from that.
A car length from the flagpole?
Yes, give or take.
Is that the middle, right, or left side of the house?
That would be towards the left side of the house.
As you drove by that SUV, what was your primary focus?
My sister, sir.
Just
Like watching her get in.
You were being attentive to her getting in?
Correct, sir.
As you watched her get in, did you glance or see anything else in your vision as you were watching your sister go into the
I
house?
saw that there was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
Did you get a good enough look that you would remember who that person was, or was it too brief to
It
identify
was
the person?
too brief, sir.
You saw the person in the SUV with their hands on the wheel. How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you had the glance or the glimpse of the woman in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
A wheel, not whale, wheel, holding the wheel. I swear Brennan has gotten more Boston since the weekend.
Just like a clock, just the hands on the clock, like 10 and 2.
If I may.
We're just letting the
I
sirens
was just
pass.
waiting for the siren. Your Honor.
Of course. I just wait. I
If
imagine the
could
judge is
show
looking at him
Exhibit
like,
3 to Mr. Nagel.
questions. Ask them. Continue.
Sir, do you recognize that address?
Yes, sir.
And what is that address?
I mean, maybe
Just
Brennan's
34
accent
Road,
just gets more
Fairview
Boston
Road.
when he's tired.
Do you recognize the
He
flagpole?
wasn't Metallica
Yes, I
this
do, sir.
weekend.
Thank you.
Maybe he
When
was.
you drove by and you said you saw a woman sitting in the front and the dome light was on, did you see anybody else in the car?
No, sir.
Were you looking for anybody?
No, sir.
Could there have been somebody else in the vehicle at that time?
It could have been, yes.
Could there have been someone standing outside the door?
Yes, it could have been.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time did you have to take a glimpse of that person?
5-10 seconds, maybe.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about the entire time you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point that you left Fairview. From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody enter that side door other than your sister?
No, I did not, sir.
As you were parked at the driveway the entire time, that
Though they're
generally
direct question, those aren't leading. They don't assume the answer. It could be yes, it could be no. You can ask yes, no questions. It would be leading if he said you didn't see anyone walk across the lawn, because that supposes the answer did not. Direct yes, no questions are not leading. Those are direct yes, no questions because they don't assume the answer. So you can ask those direct yes, no. There are times that Brendan leads all over the place. These are direct yes, no, because Ryan could answer yes or no. It doesn't assume the answer or give the answer within the question. So those aren't proper. They're just.
Did you ever see anybody
direct.
get out of the SUV and walk down the street
Those
towards the
aren't
driveway?
improper.
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you
That
ever
one.
see anybody walk past your truck?
Now we're going to get, as we backed up, that last one was a bit more leading.
And up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Well, at least that was quick. All right, getting into cross. It sounds like it's Yannetti that's going to be doing cross. Yeah, those weren't all leading, and there is sometimes a very fine line between direct yes, no and leading questions.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You testified about having
Oh,
seen
Shalene, good to
a
see you in the
black
chat,
SUV
lady. The conference looked awesome.
before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection. That's not facts and evidence.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what.
I'm going to back up to hear what he said's not in evidence. Also, I really appreciated that he gave the grounds. He's not supposed to, but I'm going to back up and hear what he said because I was saying hi to Shalene.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than you?
Damn it, I went too far. It was Uniti's first question that got the objection.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Also, his demeanor at this point did not change at all when we got into cross. Did not change at all. Did not change a bit. Sometimes you can see the shift when the defense walks up. You can see the demeanor shift. Nothing with this witness, which I appreciate.
You testified about having seen a black SUV before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection. That's not facts and evidence.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what matters. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward your vehicle.
Yikes. I'm going to turn this down a little just for the sirens. But the question was tagging the prior testimony to the timing, and the court allowed it and was like, the witness's answer it remains.
When
Which
you
actually
were on
surprises me.
Cedar Crest, correct? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the
Let
sirens.
me repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antonio was driving at that time?
D'Antano, sorry.
D'Antonio?
Yes.
It's Ricky D'Antano, damn it, not D'Antono. I love it so much.
He was driving at the time?
much.
Correct, sir.
Mr. Unity, thank you.
Yes.
Oh my God.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
They were
Ricky
like
doesn't
inside
drink, correct?
the firehouse.
He does.
He wasn't drinking that night.
He may have had one or two.
But he appeared to be driving safely.
Yes, sir.
And you also had a chance to observe the black SUV at that time as it was facing you, correct?
Yes.
When you saw it on Cedar Crest, you didn't know who was driving it at that time, correct?
No, I couldn't see.
But your observations of the black SUV at that time were that whoever was driving it, that person appeared to be driving safely as well, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
One of the first things you noticed about the
That
black
goes to count
SUV
too.
was that it was in front of you on Cedar Crest,
safe
and
driving.
both Ricky's F-150 and the black SUV were basically converging on Fairview at about the same time.
Yes, sir.
150?
The black SUV appeared to be going at a safe speed.
Yes.
It appeared to be properly staying within its lane.
Yes, I would say, yeah.
I
And
really
when it was
like
time
using.
for Ricky to take a
I
left,
like using this witness for these questions because the reckless driving component of count 2 is there, and this is just a neutral state's witness saying, "Yeah, the car looked like it was driving fine. Seemed like it was fine." I think it's a smart use of this witness. No need to flame this witness on what they've said if they're not inconsistent. I don't think he's been inconsistent. Just so the other car looked like it was driving fine too. Great.
onto Fairview, he actually
Easy.
put on his left blinker, or not left blinker, but both his blinker, flashed his lights to signal that it was okay for the black SUV to cut in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
And he
y'all-
actually did have his left.
Chad, I need your answers. Then we're just going to let them get through the rest of cross-examination. Do you do that where you live? This is a massive difference I've noticed since moving to Tennessee. The flashing the lights to let somebody go ahead. Like, oh no, you've got it. And you flash your lights to let them go, like flash the high beams. Do you do that where you live? Because California is like, do not flash your brights at me. Tennessee's like, no, we got you. Let's go. California is just like zoom, zoom, move, bitch, get out the way. But not everywhere. So thank you for letting me know. You guys are like yeppers. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But I appreciate it so much. It just makes things so much easier. So thank you, chat, for answering the questions. Let's
blinker
continue.
on at that time, correct? Prior
Yes,
to
sir.
doing that?
I feel like
And
this
the
is like a
black
West
SUV
Coast,
had its right
Midwest,
directional on,
Southeast,
correct?
East Coast
Yes, sir.
variants.
And when both cars have their directionals on, indicating they're going down the same street, the black SUV did not suddenly cut in front of Ricky's vehicle until the flashing of the lights, correct?
Correct, sir.
Both cars appeared to be operating safely, correct?
Correct, sir.
And
Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on outside
Once
of the
the lights
courthouse? Can you
were-
all just chill? Sirens today.
flashed, there was nothing about the operation of that black SUV that told you that the driver appeared to be confused about what the flashing meant, correct?
Correct, sir.
The black SUV didn't hesitate at that time. It just proceeded onto Fairview in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And it did so in a safe manner.
Correct, sir.
And the black SUV, in that sense, got ahead of Ricky's vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once you got to the Albert home, you noticed that the black SUV was parked outside the Albert home, correct?
I think it's a good use of
correct,
this
sir.
cross.
And at that
Established the
time,
SUV was driving safely.
the snow had not yet
Period.
started sticking to the pavement, correct?
Correct, sir.
You could see the pavement in both the driveway and the street.
Correct, sir.
You could also see the grass on the lawn.
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
The snow was only just starting to accumulate on the grass, correct?
Correct, sir.
And with that little snow on the ground, you saw no tire marks behind the SUV, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you saw no tire marks in the street at all.
Correct, sir.
May I
Where's the
have
other car then?
the map displayed, please?
Is it in evidence already, Ms. Giannetti?
May we approach?
Okay.
I'm going to zoom while they approach. Again, good use of this testimony. It's neutral. Ricky has no beef with anybody in this to our knowledge or to my knowledge. To the jury, he's just sitting there answering questions. I don't know why we've gone to the fan when they approach. But the SUV was driving safely. This is what you saw. This is what you didn't see. But we just had, and these testimonies are coming in closer in time for the jury this trial, and we just had Jen McCabe's testimony about where the Jeep was.
Okay.
Did I say Ricky? I didn't
Can you
mean
enlarge
Ricky.
that, please?
Ricky's the driver. Ryan's on the stand. If I said Ricky, I'm still Metallica. So, didn't mean it.
Yeah,
This
actually,
is Ryan.
Yeah, you know what? If we could enlarge it.
Ryan, Ricky, and
so
them.
You don't have to show Chapman.
We're all out.
Just show Cedar Crest and Fairview and maybe pull it in
That's
a
what I
little bit to
meant.
the right now, the other way. See if that works. Okay, that's much better. I don't know how your eyes are, sir, but are you able to read the street names on?
To be honest, no, I can't see that far.
Okay, if I suggested to you that the top street horizontal
Me.
Going down from right to left was Cedar Crest, and that the street
He's like,
where
"No, I
the
can't see that
red
far."
arrow is Fairview Road, would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say that before you actually were coming down Cedar Crest Road as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Fairview,
Correct, sir.
Carriage,
And in
Cedar
that
Crest.
sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
If you showed me this and asked if I was heading west, south, northeast, I would be like, that way?
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview,
Like,
correct?
I don't know. We were
Correct,
going
sir.
down the street
And that
this
means
way.
that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, so to my right, yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west?
Correct, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I would
to
offer
the
that
left.
into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter.
Sure.
To mock.
All right, we will take care of that, thank you.
Right, so-
And you can put the lights back on and you can take that down.
I'd be like, passenger side was facing the house. I was looking out the
We'll
passenger
look
side
at
of my best friend's ride.
49, thank you.
Trying to
All right.
holler at me.
And sir, it took a couple of minutes for Julie to come out after Ricky parked the F-150.
Yes.
When she did come out, you opened the door and you had a conversation with her while she stood between the door and the passenger compartment of the
To
F-150.
mock. To mark.
Repeat
The
that,
exhibit
please.
number.
Sure. When she did come out, she approached the F-150, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the passenger's compartment, right?
Correct, sir.
You opened up the passenger's door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she sort of, you stayed in the vehicle, right?
Correct, I never left.
And she came sort of into like the crook of the door.
Oh, I didn't miss the
and
judge being
passenger's-
sassy. The judge is like, you have to have a physical copy so we can mark it for the court reporter. And she was like, if you're going to use a map, you have to have a printout of the map. It just
Yes.
is what
All
it
right.
is.
You had a chance. How close did she get to you?
I could have popped her on her nose if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up, correct?
Correct, sir.
You spoke to her for maybe about 5 minutes was your best estimate?
I wouldn't say 5, I'd probably say 2 or 3.
Okay. But in any case, you did have a chance to observe her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks, correct?
I mean, yeah, it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
But no. I don't care what
And-
time it was. Was she tired or was she lit? That's what he's asking.
She called you for a ride, right?
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Right. And when you arrived there, there was a discussion about whether she'd actually take the ride, right?
Correct, sir.
If she was just going to come out and take the ride, there would have been no need for the conversation, correct?
Correct.
But do you recall previously testifying that you were out talking to Julie for over 5 minutes?
I would not say over 5 minutes, no.
Do you deny that it was about 5 minutes?
Objection?
I'll allow it. Do you deny it was about 5 minutes?
Could have been.
Okay.
I'm not.
Fair enough. And you talked with her about whether she wanted to go in the truck and leave with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
You also talked about whether instead you, Heather, and Ricky would go into the house to join the gathering there.
Correct, sir.
Chad, I'm
There
trying
was
not
a
to
back
say
and
Ricky,
forth
don't lose that.
that
No, I'm trying
you
really
really thought
hard.
was unnecessary, correct?
I wouldn't say it would be unnecessary. It's just a common question if you want to come in and have a drink.
You have testified in the past that Julie
And then they said, what are y'all drinking? And then she said, White Claws. And then he said, no, we're all going the fuck home. We're not coming in to have claws. Bye. That's just my supposition.
can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, also,
Back and forth that you really thought was unnecessary, correct?
I wouldn't say it would be unnecessary. It's just a common question if you want to come in and have a drink.
You have testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, all siblings can be, yeah.
In any case,
Yannetti, are you just starting shit? Are you just starting shit? You testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass. Yannetti, are you just trying to cause problems? Why are you starting shit between Ryan and Julie? He said, as all siblings can be. Sir, Yannetti, how many siblings do you have, guy? I got questions. Do not go dox Yannetti and find out how many siblings he has. I am being pedantic. I am
if
teasing.
Julie decides to go back inside and you decide to leave, correct?
Correct, sir.
Yannetti
Ricky
just
did
wants to
not
get into the
speed up the
drama.
street at that time.
No.
He just gradually pulled out.
Correct, sir.
His direction of travel took him right past the black SUV that was now in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
He passed the black SUV on the left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the front passenger seat at that time still, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you were closest to the black SUV of the people that were in your vehicle as you passed it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And you were closest to the driver's side of the black SUV, correct?
Correct, sir.
Not
You
the
noticed
passenger
that the
side.
interior dome light was on, correct?
That is correct, sir.
That lit up the whole front compartment of the SUV.
What was
did it
more
not?
lit, your sister or
Yes, it
the
lit up the
compartment
driver's
of
seat
the
and the
SUV?
passenger seat, correct?
All I could see was the driver at the time, sir.
Understood. But the light wasn't just shining just on the driver. It wasn't pointed at the driver.
I would say they were both lights that go down at both seats, correct? They were on.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So you could see both seats in the front driver's
I
compartment.
couldn't
correct?
see past the woman.
Well, you only saw
I only saw a woman.
Rainbow
Sorry to interrupt you.
910.
Yes.
No
10 out of
problem.
10 in the chat.
It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw one person inside the car at that time.
Correct, sir.
It was a woman with long hair.
Rainbow 910 in the chat said, Emily, Yannetti's housewife tagline would be, call me the spoon because I stir the pot. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 right now. He totally is. And they're talking about whether or not Karen Reed was the one driving. That's why he's asking these questions. Was Karen Reed the one driving? And it's important how long he was there, because did you see John O'Keefe get out of the car? Not out of the car. If John O'Keefe was standing outside of the SUV, would you have seen him? If John O'Keefe is not in the SUV and you only see Karen Reed and you don't see him walking across the lawn, then where is he if he's not in the car? That's why the timing of this matters to Yannetti.
In the driver's seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
You
That's
didn't
why
see
that
anybody
matters.
else in the SUV.
No, I did not, sir.
You certainly didn't see a 6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
Which is a very good fact for the defense. You saw the passenger seat was empty. And
The
also,
woman in the passenger seat,
the jury can assess that Karen Reed is not 6'2", and using their own common sense, the fact that they are in a large Lexus SUV and he is in Ricky's Ford F-150 means they're going to be window-wise able to see clearly into the driver's side. Karen Reed is not she's not going to block all of the view of who's in the passenger seat. So let's back that up real quick. But he did not see anyone in the passenger seat. Other witnesses, I think, have different memories of that, but this is why he's not flaming this witness. This is a good cross-examination for the defense.
correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
You didn't see anybody else in the SUV.
No, I did not, sir.
You certainly didn't see a 6'1" man
I thought he
in
was
the
6'2",
SUV
but
in the
okay.
passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
He's like, not seeing a person in it and empty are synonymous.
The woman in the passenger seat
Nope.
was staring straight ahead, correct?
Driver's seat.
Not in the passenger seat. She
I'm
was
sorry,
in the
in
driver's seat.
thank you for catching that. The woman in the driver's seat was staring straight ahead.
That is correct, sir.
You didn't see her lips moving as if she were talking, correct?
I wasn't looking for that.
But
Just
you
happened to
did-
see a woman figure with her hands like this.
Okay. Facing straight.
Correct, sir.
You had no music on in Ricky's truck at that time, correct?
No, sir.
Ricky had turned the music down when Julie came out so that you could actually speak to her, correct?
That is correct, sir.
What were you listening to?
And when you got
Questions
close
I
to
wanna know
that
the answer
SUV
to.
while you were passing it, you didn't hear any arguing there, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear any yelling, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't
a
hear
good
any
questions.
screaming?
No, I did not.
You heard no noises within that SUV at all?
No, I did not, sir.
Good questions. Those are really
I
good
have no further
questions.
questions, thank you.
All right.
It's a good cross. It's a good cross. It gets the information in the defense needs to get in. It's not combative. It's just, what did you see? What did you hear? What did you notice? That's it. Move on.
Sir, you mentioned you were at that
Or
address
not.
around 12:30,
That is
Redirect.
correct, sir.
and you offered us that you were there for about 5 minutes.
Yes?
Did you know the exact time you left?
No. Not off the top of my head right now, no.
Was it around that time?
Yes, sir.
If he texted his sister, Brennan, just grab the text. Don't you have it? You have the text message when he texted his sister. Here, just grab the fucking text. Just, what are we doing?
Would it be fair to say you don't have certainty whether it was 12:35, 12:32, 12 o'clock?
It's probably before 12:35, roughly between 12:30 and 12:35.
You could still see the ground, given
Yes.
the weather.
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to fall?
Just starting?
Had you been outside?
These are difficult facts for the Commonwealth as I see it, and here's why. Because you have Jen McCabe's testimony of looking out of Fairview and seeing what I think were like 3-point turn tire marks around 12:45 a.m. It seems that the Commonwealth is going to be getting to the fact that John O'Keefe was hit around 12:32. This is right at that time. We're right in that time range of 12:32 when John O'Keefe's phone stops having movement. You can still see grass. Snow is just sticking. And when Jen McCabe looks out somewhere around 12:45, she sees nothing on the grass and sees tire marks on the street. So when was John O'Keefe hit? Because he's saying this is around 12:30, 12:35. So when did that happen then? So this timeline gets real difficult for the Commonwealth and for Jen McCabe.
Earlier that night,
Yes, sir.
in the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was?
Say that again?
The ground.
Ground, yes.
Do you know if it was soft or hard?
Like the road?
Brennan, what are you doing? What the fuck is this question? You know how you know what the fuck is this question? Because this witness is sitting there going, what the fuck is this question? Do you know how hard the ground was? He's like, what are you even asking me right now? Just what? The witness's face tells you how ridiculous this question is. I backed
Given
it
the
up
weather?
because
Yes,
it was
sir.
Was there
10 out
snow
of 10.
starting to fall?
Just starting?
Had you been outside earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
In the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was?
Say that again?
The ground.
Ground, yes.
Do you know if it was soft or hard?
Like the road?
The ground, the grass, the lawn.
Oh. I don't know. I mean, it was a cold night, so I mean, I assume it's hard.
It was a
Around
cold,
that
dark
time,
night.
around 12:30 when you left, was there inches of snow?
No, there was
On the
not
ground?
inches of snow, no. I could still see the grass coming through the snow. I mean, it's just like a coating.
You could still see the bare ground.
Correct, sir.
When you saw
Yeah,
that
Brennan.
SUV in front of you for the time that you were there, that 5 minutes, did you ever, and you said that you saw brake lights at times, did you ever see at that point
this
missing
witness's
parts
facial
of its
expressions.
taillights?
No, sir, I wasn't observing
out
the
of
vehicle
10.
like that.
When the
10
taillights
out of
were
10,
on,
like-
when the brakes were on, what color was the glow?
Red, sir.
Did you ever see a missing piece where it was white
That's
instead
a good
of red?
question.
No, sir.
Over near the flagpole where you saw this SUV,
Hey, Brennan, stick to the good questions and not the stupid ones. That's a great question. What did the taillight look like? This is what I remember. Helpful.
did you see any human being, any person lying on the ground near the flagpole?
No, sir.
I don't know how that helps your timeline, though, Brennan.
When you drove by the SUV, you said you couldn't
it
see
doesn't.
past the woman. Could you see inside the SUV when you drove past?
Yep.
Repeat yourself.
When you drove past the SUV, you saw a woman in the driver's seat.
Yes, that is correct.
You didn't see anybody else.
No.
Do you know if anybody else was in that SUV?
Could have been.
I'll allow it.
It could have been.
From when you were driving by the SUV and you could see inside the driver's seat and saw the woman, could you see on the other side of the SUV if there was anybody standing on the other side of the SUV?
No, sir.
Was there anything obstructing your view as you drove by and saw the woman to prevent you from seeing on the other side of the SUV?
The woman and the vehicle itself.
You mentioned that there was a dome light on in the SUV.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver's side door open
No,
when you
sir.
drove by?
No, sir. It was closed.
Could I have Exhibit 16, please? Did you ever see this man at any point
No, sir. I've never
Walking?
seen- Oh, sorry.
walking across the yard, going to a door, or entering the house the entire time you were there?
Objection.
Assisting.
No, sir.
Does this line of questioning help the prosecution?
I've never
That
seen it.
means you don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Could you take that down, please?
I appreciate this witness.
And after you left,
He's just like, sorry, ma'am.
You
I
never
don't-
went back that
I don't know
night,
what I'm
did you?
doing.
No,
Just-
sir.
I'm just trying to answer what
Thank
you're
you.
asking me.
Just briefly. On those issues, sir, you just testified on cross-examination before Mr. Brennan stood up again that you saw that the passenger's seat was empty. Do you remember that?
Yes. I
All right.
said-
You're not changing that testimony?
No, I'm not changing that. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I saw what I saw.
All right, you are all set, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you very much.
He did not change demeanor at all from cross to direct, which is something I look for.
Your
He
next witness, Mr. Brennan.
tried
Thank
to
you, Your
answer
Honor.
everyone's
Commonwealth
questions
calls Heather Mason.
to the best of his ability. He saw what he saw. He remembers what he remembers. We are now on to witness 15. The ex, Heather, he made it very clear that that is his ex. I don't know if that was his ex at the time or if that's his ex now. The thing that was so helpful about being the DA is when you get to, sit down and do witness interviews, you can ask things like, okay, so when did y'all break up? Was it before or after? What were y'all doing that night? What were you drinking? What music were you listening? You get to ask all the nosy questions.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now hearing for the truth, the whole
And I
truth,
think
nothing
the
but truth, so
defense
help you God.
asked very helpful questions to them on cross-examination, and using the other side's witnesses to your advantage is helpful.
Whenever you're ready.
Because it's like, look,
Thank you, Your Honor.
these aren't our witnesses. We didn't call them, but look, it's consistent with what we're saying happened. I think it can be a very powerful cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Heather Maxon, Maxon.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you live in the area?
I do.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
That's my ex.
I dated him a few years back.
I want to have you take us back a few years to January 28th, January 29th,
I'm so
2022.
nosy.
Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28th, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house. Just hanging out.
Whose parents?
Ryan's.
Right. Were you with anybody else besides Ryan and his parents?
Eventually, we met up with friends
Where?
at local restaurants.
Which one?
Did you end up at one restaurant or bar in particular at the end of the night?
Were you at
We were
CF
first at
McCarthy's?
CF McCarthy's, and then we went over to the hillside.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many drinks you had?
No.
Did the alcohol affect your perception or your memory at all?
Most likely, yes.
Do you feel like you were impaired in any way?
I believe so, yes.
After you left
Look
the
at that. Just direct answers. Hey, we were drinking. We had a driver. We went out drinking. I was drinking. Were you impaired? Probably, because I was out drinking. And we had a ride. Just is what it is. That's it.
establishments
This is
after
what
they
it is.
closed, did you go somewhere?
We went to pick Ryan's sister up, Julie, from a friend's house. She needed a ride.
Before you went to pick Ryan's sister up, did you have other plans before that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Before the decision was made to go pick up Ryan's sister, was there other plans that you were?
No.
Okay, that was just the plan to
Yeah.
go get her?
Yeah,
Do you
get her.
remember
We were
generally
leaving.
or specifically what time that was?
Late, midnight?
Do you remember the time exactly?
No.
Is there any marker in your mind that would help you remember exactly what time it was?
Not necessarily, no.
So is that a generalization or a guess?
Yes.
Oh my God.
When you went to pick up Ryan's sister, do you know where you were going?
No,
Were you driving?
I was not.
Who was driving?
Our friend Ricky,
Where were you sitting?
in the back seat.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It was a truck.
Are you familiar with the area?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you remember at some point taking a turn onto the road?
Yes.
That had the house where you were going to arrive?
Yes.
How do you remember that?
Because we turned.
Just a visual bystander, and I'm aware of my surroundings, I'd say.
Did anything happen that made you remember the turn before you got onto that road?
There was another vehicle also on the road coming from the opposite direction, and we had let that other vehicle turn onto the road before us.
Describe in a little detail what happened at that intersection.
So I don't recall the name of the street that we were on before we took the left onto the street that the house was located, but the car coming from the opposite direction was taking a right onto the same street, so we had somewhat yielded to the car coming from the opposite direction to have let them take a turn onto the street before us.
Did you see if the driver of either vehicle gave any indication to the other vehicle who should go first?
I don't necessarily recall, but I'm assuming maybe
I don't want you to assume. That's okay if you don't recall.
Sure.
Who turned first onto the road, Ricky or the other car?
The other vehicle.
The other vehicle, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
It was a big, like an SUV, a bigger car.
The SUV turned before you?
Yes.
Before or when the SUV turned, did you get to see inside the vehicle?
I did see inside the vehicle, yes.
Could you describe for the jury what you remember seeing?
I saw a male and a female inside the car.
Where was the female?
The female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Was the male in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Were you able to recognize either the female driving or the male in the front passenger seat?
Recognize?
Yes.
Do you know
I'm
them?
not sure if I understand the
Did
question.
you know who they were?
Do you know them?
No.
Strangers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
When
them.
they
Right.
turned and then Ricky turned after them, how far ahead of Ricky were they?
Maybe 100 feet.
Could you see them the entire time?
No.
When you drove to Fairview, how long did it take after the turn?
A couple minutes.
It took a couple minutes to get from Cedar Crest to Fairview?
Oh,
That's
maybe.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. When you arrived at Fairview,
She's like, I don't know what street it is. I don't know where we're going. Ryan's sister wanted a ride. I've been drinking. There's a car.
where
Okay.
did Ricky stop?
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No.
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
It was in front of us.
When it was in front of you, did you notice anything about the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anything about its lights?
No.
Did you see whether the interior light, the dome light, was on or off?
I did as we were leaving.
Before you left,
No.
did you ever see that dome light come on?
No.
Did you notice anything about the brake lights?
No.
Did you notice anything about the vehicle's tail lights, whether they were intact or broken?
Nope.
When you arrived at that address, do you know the street address?
Is what
I
it
do
is.
not.
Okay. When you arrived at that address, what happened next?
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
From the time you first arrived at that address and until the time you left, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV
She's
that
like,
was
I've been
in front
drinking.
of the truck?
I
I
don't
did
want to go
not.
inside.
Did you ever
I
see
don't know these
anybody
people. I just want to go
travel
the fuck
across
home.
the front yard
Yep.
to the doorway from that SUV?
Nope.
Did anybody ever walk by on the street, walk by the truck in front of you or behind your truck and walk on the driveway?
No. Well,
No.
besides Julie, sorry.
So Julie is the only person that you saw in the driveway that night,
Yes.
and then you left?
Yes,
When you left, did you drive by the SUV?
we did.
When you drove by, what were you looking at?
Yes, this witness was
My
like,
surroundings.
time to
What
go.
did you see?
I saw the female that I saw beforehand, also still in the car,
Where did you see her?
in the driver's side.
Was there, at that point, any lights on inside the car?
There was, yes.
Which
The
light?
dome lights,
Was the driver's side door open?
not to my knowledge.
Did you see anybody else inside the SUV?
I did not.
Was there anybody else inside the SUV?
She said she didn't see anyone.
Besides the driver, no.
Next question.
Do you know whether there was anybody else inside the SUV at that time other than the driver?
She just
No.
answered.
Did you look in and study the interior of the SUV?
No.
How long did you look inside the SUV for?
I'm
when you
sure the prosecution's going to argue that at this point, that is when John O'Keefe got out of the SUV, and that's why the dome light went on, and that because of the height of the SUV, they did not see him because the SUV was blocking where he was. But if that's the case, then wouldn't Jen McCabe, who's looking out the window consistently, have seen him? It is a problem and a continual problem for the prosecution.
asked?
It was
no
just
one sees
passing,
John.
so I don't know, a couple seconds.
Did you see if there was anybody or a man standing outside the door of the SUV?
I did not.
Outside the door?
No.
She just said I did not.
Did you see anybody lying on the front lawn?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
And all of you are saying, or would Julie have seen somebody get out of the car? Because Julie was walking back and forth from the SUV to the
morning, ma'am.
house.
Good morning.
Before Ricky turned onto Fairview Road, you saw the SUV in front of Ricky's truck, facing it, taking a right-hand turn in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had an unobstructed, good look at the driver and the front passenger, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time.
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct? And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw that
Julie
that
did testify
SUV
last
was
time.
in front of that house.
I'm sure
parked
we'll see Julie testify
now
again.
further down ahead of you, correct?
Correct.
And it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out of the house?
I'd say so, yeah.
Do you recall whether there was any conversation at that time between you, Ricky, and Ryan?
Possibly. I don't recall or remember what, but most likely, yes.
And you don't remember whether you were participating in a conversation or what was discussed?
Not necessarily, no.
It was
had
a
your
night
cell
out
phone
in
with you that night?
2022.
I did.
Like many of us, is your cell phone something that you tend to check when you're bored or there's a break in a conversation or you're not actively engaged in a discussion?
For sure.
And while you were waiting
Yannetti,
for
that's
Julie
a
to come out of the house,
bad
do you
habit.
recall whether you were checking out any web page or Instagram or text message or app on your cell phone?
I don't recall.
Do you have her cell phone records?
Can you testify with
I don't think you
certainty
do.
that you were not checking your cell phone during that period of time?
Not with certainty, no.
And so you can't say for sure how long, if you did check your cell phone, you would have been looking at it while waiting for Julie, correct?
Correct.
And no one's asked you for your phone so that they can analyze what you were doing during that period of time outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, you testified that you didn't see anybody get out of the SUV or approach the house, correct?
Correct.
You obviously don't know what did or didn't
Overall,
happen
I don't think it
before.
matters if she's on the phone or not on the phone. I think the text messages between Ryan and Julie are going to be important because of the timing. I think the defense wants that timing to be a bit later. I think the text message is a bit before 12:30 to the best of my memory. They didn't grab any of their phones. I think these witnesses are incredibly neutral. They saw what they saw. They weren't paying attention. They're not trying to over-explain. They're not trying to make something, make fetch happen. They're just, we were going to pick up Julie. Julie didn't want to go. She said, y'all want to come in? And we're like, fuck, we're out of here. No, we don't want to come in. We want to go home. We have been out drinking. That's it. The end.
You, Ricky, and Ryan arrived there, correct?
It's just,
Correct.
it is what it is.
While you were parked near the driveway, you weren't thinking that you had to watch the SUV every second in case you were later asked to describe
Why
what was
would
going
you?
on with that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that SUV was the same vehicle that you recognize as previously having a female driving and a male in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, you didn't know either of them at that time?
No.
Fair to say that what they were doing was their business and you weren't particularly interested in what they were doing, correct?
Correct.
You were there to pick up your boyfriend's sister, correct?
Yes.
It was late and you were tired.
Very much so, yes.
You'd had a good amount to drink.
Mm-hmm.
You did not want to continue to drink and socialize, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you were looking forward to ending the night at that point?
Yes.
And so you were more focused on hopefully getting Julie in the car so you could leave than anything that was going on in the SUV, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Then Julie came out, and it wasn't as simple as her just jumping in the vehicle and leaving, correct?
Correct.
There had to be a discussion,
Right.
right? And she came out to speak to the three of you for about 5 minutes or so,
I'd say.
like a back and forth about who's going where.
Yeah.
And when Ricky was pulling away, you looked over to the SUV and you saw that the interior light was lighting up the front compartment, correct?
Correct.
And it was then that you looked over and you saw a female in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
You did not see any person in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So Julie has
And
not
you certainly
testified
did
yet
not
this case,
see
or this
a
trial.
6-foot-tall off-duty police officer in the SUV at any point on Fairview Road.
Compound.
Correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
No.
When Ricky was speaking to Julie and you were in the back cabin of the
Wishful
truck,
thinking.
what direction were you facing?
I don't recall.
Towards
Were you
the
paying
house.
attention to the conversation with Julie?
I was probably in and out of the conversation, yes.
Were you facing the direction of the house in the SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
When you were in the cabin of the
All
car,
right,
and
were
Ricky
you
was having
looking
a conversation
away?
with
So
Julie,
could you have missed it? Were
did
you
ever
looking
see
towards
anybody
Julie?
other than Julie come in or out of the house?
However, Brennan, it's my memory that Julie's going to say she also didn't see anyone get out of the car. So this line of questioning doesn't really help.
No.
I'll allow it.
No further questions.
I
Thank you.
don't think it helps. Oh, I stepped on that. I'm going to back up. I want to see why he wants to approach over that question.
SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
I backed it up because I
When
want to
you were
see
in
why.
the cabin of the car and Ricky was having a conversation with Julie, did you ever see anybody other than Julie come in or out of the house?
No.
I'll allow it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Yeah, seeing anyone come in and out of the house is a fair question. Curious why he wants to approach, but
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
they have let this witness go.
Mr. Brennan, your next witness.
Next witness.
Commonwealth calls Katie McLaughlin.
Sorry, Kristen.
And the Commonwealth has said they're calling Katie McLaughlin. Okay. I'm going to zoom. Where'd the court go?
Why don't we take our morning recess, James?
That's where the court went.
All rise, please.
I don't know why they
Close
don't
your
call.
notebooks and
I
follow
don't.
me.
I don't know why they're not calling Julie next. Court said 20-minute recess. We're gonna zoom right past the 20-minute recess and get to the next witness on the stand. Why didn't a lot of you are asking? Why didn't they ask about the Jeep? I don't
You
know.
have your next witness.
I do. The Commonwealth's going to call Sarah Levinson.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so the Commonwealth is calling Sarah Levinson, not Katie McLaughlin. Okay. I don't know why they didn't call Ricky next. They will call Ricky at some point. but they are calling Sarah instead, which makes sense because wasn't Sarah with Julie, to the best of my memory? I think they, I don't know why they changed witnesses, but it can be scheduling. It can be a lot of things. I don't think there's drama with that, but I think she was with Julie and it makes sense. It could have been as simple as this witness wasn't here when it was time to call the next witness because they went faster. And so they were using a witness to fill in. And then this witness got here over the morning break. It can be as simple as that. So this witness makes the most sense next in order. And it might've been that they were going to call Katie McLaughlin later in the day. And then we're waiting for this witness and filled it in. It happens. So over the 20-minute break, they are calling Sarah Levinson to the stand. This is witness number 16.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
I like this witness. She was at 34 Fairview. She's friends with the rest of them. I liked this witness last time. We'll see what happens this time.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sarah Levinson.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
So it's Sarah with an H and then Levinson.
Ms. Levinson, do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
Do you work?
Happy
Yes.
birthday.
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been a nurse for?
About 4 years.
Thank you for the work you
Before
do, Sarah.
you became
We
a
need more
nurse, did
nurses.
you go to school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your educational background, please.
I got my bachelor's at Regis College.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan
She's like,
Nagel?
what else do you want me to say?
How do you know him?
He's one of my good friend Julie's older brothers.
You mentioned Julie. What's Julie's name?
Juliana Nagel.
Are you friends with Julie Nagel
Yes.
to this day?
Yes.
My good friend Julie's older brother.
Were you with Miss Nagel back on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
I want you to take us back to that day, the earlier evening hours of January 28, 2022, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Did you have a plan that day?
Yes, we as in myself and Julie, were going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house to celebrate his birthday, which was the next day.
I don't know. When it comes to nurses
Who is
testifying
Brian
now,
Albert?
I'm not judging their relative exhaustion because they all work way too much. And she might have had to work overnights to have the time off to go testify. A lot of medical, especially nurses, when we would call them, would work most of the night and go directly to court. So I have no judgment for that because it sucks.
Or junior to you at that time?
One of my good friends.
How long had you known Brian Albert Jr. for?
At that point, probably 8 or 9 years, I would say.
Did you attend school with him?
Yes, high school.
Is that when you met Brian Albert Jr. in high school?
Yes.
Who was going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house with you?
Just myself and Julie.
Did you have a general plan for that evening other than to visit your friend and celebrate his birthday?
It was kind of up in the air if we were going to stay there or go somewhere, but we were definitely going and celebrating with him.
Do you know the address where Brian Albert Jr. lived?
Yes.
Can you share that with us?
34 Fairview.
I mean, the jury at
Road,
this point
I
knows
believe, Road.
where
Had you
he
been
lives.
to 34 Fairview Road before?
Yes.
Did you know Brian Albert Jr.'s family?
Yes.
Had you met them in the past?
Yes.
How often had you met with them before?
Well, I was friends with him for, like I said, about 8 years. So I knew his older sister, Caitlin, pretty well. We went to high school together, but the younger siblings, I don't believe we overlapped in school. And then his mother, I had met, a good amount of times. And then his father, too, I would say.
It's a house where
How
they
many
hung out
times
at.
would you estimate you had been over 34 Fairview prior to the night of January 28, 2022?
Over the years, maybe like 20. I don't know.
Do you remember what time you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on that evening?
It was between 7 and 8 o'clock at night.
Who did you go with?
Myself and Julie Nagel.
Could you tell us how both you and Julie Nagel got from where you were living, your home,
How'd you get
to
there?
34 Fairview?
Yes, Julie's dad drove us.
When you first get to 34 Fairview Road, before you walk in the front door, what's the weather like outside?
It was cold, but it wasn't raining or snowing or anything.
No snow on the ground?
No,
When you walked in the door, did you go in the side door or the front door?
the side door.
Take us through walking into the house. What do you see?
So
Okay.
we walked through the side door, and then it's their like family room, they call it, with like the TV and everything. And then at the back of the family room is like a sliding glass door out into their porch. And then if you turn left, it's like the kitchen / dining room. And then there's a back door. There's like a small bathroom over like near the back door. And then if you walk straight through, it's the front door, the stairs, the door to the basement. And then they called it like the library is like their formal living room.
She's giving a
If
fair
you walked in the front door, would the
breakdown of
stairs
house,
leading to the next floor upstairs
which
be right in front of you?
we didn't get as well.
Yes.
If you were going to go downstairs, would you walk around that staircase to the back side of it?
I don't believe the back, but the side.
Okay. You mentioned you walked in the side door near the garage. When you walk in the side door, you're in a living room, did you say?
Yeah, their family room, they call
All
it.
of this
yeah.
is
Can
miserable
you
for
walk
me.
into the
'cause
garage from the
I
family room? Or do
I need a chart because I have absolutely no visual memory, but no mind's eye at all. But a diagram would be helpful, but hopefully the jury can visualize where the different rooms are because it does
you
matter.
need to go back outside to get into the garage?
No, you would have to go back outside.
But a floor
So there's
plan
no
would
door
be
in that family room that leads directly to the
Nice.
garage?
No.
After you walked into the family room, did you stay there or did you go somewhere?
We stayed there for a little bit, like 10, 15 minutes probably.
Tell me who's in the house when you get there.
It's Brian Jr., his mother, Nicole, his sister, Caitlin, and then his aunt, Julie.
okay.
What do you do?
I think we were just sitting on the couch, hanging out, waiting to see what the plan was, to see like when other people were going to show up.
Did other people arrive or did people leave before other people arrived?
I will say all the
Brian's
20-year-olds arranged for
mom,
rides.
sister, and
Love
aunt
that.
left before anyone else arrived.
Do you know generally around what time his aunt and mother and sister left?
We got there, like I said, between 7 and 8, and they probably left within 20 minutes of us getting there.
Okay.
So I can't say for sure.
When his sister and mother and aunt left, was it just a time when it was you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr. alone?
Yes.
Were you doing anything other than watching TV? Were you eating, drinking?
I don't think we were eating yet because we ordered later on
Okay.
food, but we might have been drinking.
Tell us what happens over the course of the next couple hours.
So at some point, probably
out.
between like 8 and 9, 4 other girls showed up. So Courtney Alba came by herself, and then Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Are those friends of Brian Jr.'s?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
Yes.
Were you friendly with them?
Some of them, yes. We were all friendly, but not friends. That makes sense.
So what's the atmosphere
Girl, that makes sense to us. It might not make sense to Brennan, but I feel that 100%. She's like, we are, they are also friends with Brian. So. We know exactly what you mean.
like when the visitors come?
We know exactly what you mean.
Celebratory, light, joyful. It was fine.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Okay, and at some point, did you order food?
Yes.
And did anybody else come at that point? Any other friends or family?
No.
Did one of Brian Jr.'s cousins come at some point?
Yes.
Is that later?
Yes.
Oh,
over
we're
the
going to get
next-
to the cousins.
course of the next couple hours, eating and drinking, anything significant happen?
No.
Any arguments, any tension, any problems?
No.
She said no.
Was it a positive night?
Yes.
We're celebrating a
point, did
birthday.
anybody else come to
Nobody's
the house?
starting drama.
Later on, yes.
Okay, about what time?
Around midnight.
So before midnight, it's a group of young people having a party?
Yes.
Any trouble?
No.
Did the friends of Brian Albert Jr., the four women, did they leave before midnight?
Yes.
What time did they leave?
Between, I would say, 11 and 11:30.
Did they arrive and leave as a group, or did they arrive and leave separately?
She already
the three
said how
girls-
they arrived.
That I mentioned that came together, Catherine, Emily, and Mary all left together. And then Courtney left, I believe, before them separately.
I want you to tell us generally where were you spending most of your time that night? The eating and the drinking and the party.
In the kitchen/dining room area.
Is there a table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Were you sitting at a seat at that table?
At that point, we were more around the island, but later on, yes, I had a seat at the kitchen table.
If you're in the kitchen seated at the table, can you see outside?
Not really. If I looked through the windows above the sink
Were
of the
they near
kitchen,
the walls?
I guess
The
I could if
windows?
it was light out. And then the windows to the front of the house had a little
To the walls?
half curtain, I don't know what it's called, thing on it. So I could see above that, but not.
If you were to walk to the windows in the living room area, what area was it, did you say, the half window?
The dining room.
If you were to walk to those windows, could you see outside?
Yes.
Would you be able to see the driveway,
Yes.
flagpole,
Yes.
street?
Yes.
The door, do you remember the front door, if it was solid or glass?
They have a storm door that's glass and then a solid regular door.
If you opened up the solid door and looked, could you see through the glass door to the front yard?
Yes.
At any point, did you have a chance to look outside that night?
No.
If you're in the living room, the kitchen, can you see where the basement access is?
Yes.
Can you see the backyard door?
Yes.
You mentioned that the visitors, the young woman that came to see Brian Jr. left.
She didn't say visitors.
They left, did somebody else?
The vibe said interlopers. The vibe did not say visitors.
Come to or arrive at Fairview?
That was not the vibe.
After they left, yes.
And who was that?
It was Brian's father. His name is also Brian. Mr. Higgins. Brian's mother came back. His sister Caitlin. And then his aunt Jennifer and his uncle Matt.
If I can just step back just a little time before the adult group showed up.
Yes.
Did any other of Brian Jr.'s cousins come to Fairview?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin, but he showed up before the girls left.
He showed up before the group of young women left.
Yes.
How long did you see him stay for?
Probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yes.
Did the mood change at all in the house?
No.
When the adults,
Yeah. Why is there a minor here while we're having a birthday party? Tell your cousin there's no clause for him and a GFO. Just out. This is the adult kid table, not the kid table.
came to the house, do you
But
know
she
about
said
what
no.
time that was?
Around midnight.
You mentioned that you saw Brian Albert. Is that Brian Albert Jr.'s father?
Correct.
And his mother's name?
Nicole.
You also mentioned a person by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know him from before that night?
No.
Did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Are you now familiar with who he is and what he looks like from that night?
Yes.
There was somebody else you said, Brian Jr.'s aunt and uncle?
Yes, and then his sister,
His aunt and uncle, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Did you know Mrs. McCabe from before that night?
Somewhat.
Had you ever socialized with her?
I don't believe so. I knew who she was. I don't know if she knew my name, but I think she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Because she's in everybody's business. Of course the teens know who she is. She's coaching everything. She's at everything. She's got 4 kids. They know exactly who she is. I forget her kids' names, but it's like, oh, that's so-and-so's mom. Because she's always around. They know exactly who she is. You know at this age exactly who the parents are that are around in everybody's business. You know.
Yes.
They know.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yes, I believe so.
And
Had
it's
you
his
ever
aunt.
seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know
No.
who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before, no.
I'm going to start singing
Anybody
Roll
else?
Out in a
Any other
second.
adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who got back to who came into Fairview first as far as the adult group?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Albert, Brian's dad, and Mr. Higgins.
And who came next?
Next, I think they all kind of walked in together, Caitlin, Nicole, Jennifer, and Matt.
Other than you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr., had the young group left at that point?
Yes.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday. So
it's
again, we
after
were
midnight.
celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers. And we were all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table, talking, socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Brennan, stay out of the chat. Stay out of the chat. Brennan, you are now in the chat. You are now in the chat. Roll out. Did we get to Boots with the Fur? Because it's not really a party until we get to Apple Bottom Jeans and Boots with the Fur. He's going to ask about It's Raining Men. But this is the important stuff. This is the important stuff. No, because I'm nosy. It's going to get to the It's Raining Men video. And the reason that actually is relevant is because of when certain Google searches happened on Jen's phone and kind of time stamping them back. But I'm just nosy. Like, we need the playlist.
70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overdate it, but
Were you drinking?
70s, 80s type
I don't
of
believe
music.
I was anymore at that point, no.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the
70s,
night grew
80s
on,
type
was there
of
any
music. Fair enough.
problems
She's like,
in the house?
I don't want to
No.
insult the old.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
I mean, that's
Did you have a plan
compound.
that you were going to leave with Julie?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when he was done wherever he was.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview, did you see your sister leave the house? Did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, were talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up. And we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends
left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet, because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside, because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
You weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard this secondhand from Julie.
Yeah.
So from what you saw, Julie
You did a
went
good
in
job
and
of
out
just moving
Yes.
past the
for
hearsay.
about 5 minutes.
Yes.
Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the night continue
It was
after
Brian's birthday.
Julie
It was
came
past
back in and spoke
midnight.
to her brother?
Whoop, whoop.
Yes.
Was the mood any different than it had been the entire night?
No.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happen inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did
Chad, now you're
anybody
just being
else
rude. It's just.
come inside the house other than everybody who was already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No.
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
No.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
So I was joking about Chad being rude. It was, for those of you listening in the background, it was just a comment pointing out that 1980 was 45 years ago. Hurts more than my neck after Metallica. That's all. I realize lots listen in the background and they'll be like, wait, what happened? No, just, I was joking.
What time do you think you left generally?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30, because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Had they changed? The wind or temperature?
Yes. Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the
That's
front
fair.
door or the side door?
The front.
You remember that?
Yes.
Was
It
there
was
any type
sticking.
of hazard or difficulty with you walking?
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs. And I remember we were arm in arm. I
As
was
one
wearing
does.
shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet, so I didn't slip. And
Who's been there?
Other than that,
I'll tell you what, though. There's been plenty of times I've been looking at my feet and still falling on my ass. I don't know. The looking at my feet doesn't always help me. I'm not made for ice. I knew. But it's totally fair. Last trial, and I don't know if we'll get to it, but last trial, when asked about her shoes, she's like, my mom said, don't go out in those shoes. It's going to snow and you're going to slip and fall. And she had talked about the fact that her mom told her, those are not the shoes to go out in. It was pretty funny, and very sweet, but we'll see if we get there. She's like, no, I was wearing dumb shoes for the weather. And so, I was looking at my feet, which I get because you just look at your feet. But I grew up in California and then parachuted into Massachusetts, and I was not prepared.
no real hazard,
Just-
I wouldn't say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
That's the little step,
Jennifer
the
and
little
Max.
steps.
Did you get in?
Yes.
Which seat did you get in?
The back seat behind the passenger.
And where did Julie Nagel sit?
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabe's get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then I believe myself and or Julie turned around just kind of looking, and we saw a lone loaf of bread in the third row. So one of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread, and which she had gotten because of the storm. And I believe Jen was turned around looking at us and said something along the lines of, "Does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly?" Joking around.
Do you remember that moment?
I would have
having
said
the conversation
yes.
about the bread?
What about y'all?
Yes.
I would have said
It
yes.
stands out.
1 a.m.
Yes.
Been drinking?
As you
Fuck yes.
drove out of
Throw me a
Fairview,
sandwich.
you were in the McCabe vehicle was in the driveway.
Yes.
Did it back out or go out forward?
No, backed out.
When it backed out and began to drive away, what side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes. Was it the? I'm sorry. Was it the passenger side?
Luna 3120 said, "Gotta get milk, bread, eggs." Apparently, it is the only appropriate snowstorm food is to have French toast because it is immediately what sells out in Middle Tennessee. If this is different, like Florida for hurricanes, do y'all run out? Is it milk, bread, eggs, or is it like water, toilet paper? But Middle Tennessee, snow is coming, milk, bread, eggs. I mean, at my house, it's snow snackies. I need sweets, pretzels, chips, whatever. But milk, bread, eggs are the first thing to sell out. The first thing to sell out. I don't know why, but milk, bread, eggs are what snow is coming, milk, bread, eggs. Nobody's told me why. I just do what I'm told. It's just, this is the way. I love that you guys are telling me what you get depending on where you are. It's different because California, you just have to have provisions for, earthquakes. You never know what's coming and you need like MREs. Florida, you get a heads up with the storms. And then, the South, you get a heads up with the storms. And I think Michigan is just like, those aren't storms. What are you talking about?
Of the McCabe vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The passenger.
I will say that depending, sometimes the alcohol is also gone. The wine gets very thin at the store.
When you drove, did you drive towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole, was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area or in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not.
She didn't say what Julie said because it's hearsay because it would generally be offered for the truth of the matter asserted, not just to say what Julie said, and Julie will be called to testify. She was probably also told, testify what you heard, what you saw, what you did. Do not tell us what other people said. And he has cut her off once as she was explaining another conversation and kind of redirected away from the hearsay. So that's why I think she was mindful of saying, and then Julie said something.
Like at the front yard, but
we'll
a little
see.
ways up the street. Yes.
Next to 34 Fairview up the street is 32 Fairview.
So she looked out the window up the street.
I believe so, yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, what were you facing in relation to 32, 34 Fairview? What could you see?
There's like a little bit of woods in between the two houses, so it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
No.
Ultimately, did you get home that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
And to cross.
Good morning, Ms. Levinson.
Good morning.
And Jackson is doing cross.
You've been longtime friends, as you've described, with Brian Albert Jr., going all the way back to high school.
Yes.
And that high school friendship has percolated into a friendship into adulthood.
Yes.
You obviously know much of the entire immediate family, Brian Albert Sr., his wife Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
You know his uncle Chris Albert.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Obviously, Brian Albert and
Big family.
His cousins. By the way, which cousins are they? Last names.
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and the McCabes.
Okay. You indicated that You've been to the Albert home probably, at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years. And you've known Brian Albert for, well, since high school. I mean, in the last 8, 10,
I mean,
12
they
years.
probably knew each other
You've been to the house to and from.
before that.
Yes.
But
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
all right, chat. All of you have been asking, who's going to ask about the dog? There we go. You've never met the dog. This is a good line of questioning about the dog.
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never
I
met
backed
their
it
dog,
up.
had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good with strangers?
Objection.
It calls for speculation.
Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
No.
Just wasn't out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there.
Yes.
Just let me know in the chat if y'all have friends from high school with pets. Do you know your high school friends' pets? That is my question. I know from my experience, I did. I knew my friends' dogs and cats, and generally saw them around the house. Sometimes it's like, oh, I'm going to put the dog outside while we're all hanging out. But you know your friends' pets, except if there are working animals in the home. Working animals, you generally don't engage with. They have not established that Chloe is a working animal. They have not talked about the fact that whether or not Chloe was a working animal, but it's a really good line of questioning. So you're really good friends with Brian Albert. You go hang out at his house. You guys are besties. You know his family. You know his cousins. You know his aunts. You know his uncles. You don't know the family pet? Okay.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under questioning by him.
Good questions.
When you left 34 Fairview to join
I think
Jim
it
McCabe at her invitation to take you home,
It establishes
you left
the
through
point
front
really
door,
well.
correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door, it's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Chad, I appreciate the number of you that said, I love my friends, but I love their pets more. Like, I know everyone. Like, bring me over, introduce me to your pets. I get it. I think it's a really good line of questioning.
Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready habit and practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway. You could see to the right, over toward the flagpole. Nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
There was a light dusting of snow at that time when you left just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30,
1:30.
1:45. Yeah.
Got it. So you leave at 1:30. There's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground?
Yes.
The yard is flat?
Yes.
You could see all the way out to the flagpole?
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked out toward the flagpole walking out of that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You were looking in that direction. When you walk out of the door, obviously
She was looking at her feet.
Standing, walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct. But as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
Okay. Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You have to turn left to go to the driveway.
Nope, that's why you hold on to your friend.
Yes.
Okay, then you walk over and walk parallel to the yard again.
It's 100% why you hold on to your friend, so you do not have to look up.
To walk over to the car. Correct?
Yes.
And as soon as you walked out of the stoop, you had to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes.
But you're still looking up, like normal, correct?
No.
At some point.
Most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard? The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out on Miss Levinson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house?
Yes.
Good question. That's a good question too. The outside was lit by the house lights on the outside and then coming through the
You
windows.
indicated that you did,
into the
in
yard.
fact, get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Was it Jen?
She said that.
Yes.
And she also mentioned it, did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well?
About the ride home?
About the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He was at the car, at least.
Yes.
So he had exited, by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door, as you did, to go out to the car the first time?
Yes.
And then he got to the car, then realized he forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door?
Correct, yes.
You saw that?
Yes.
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door, down the stoop, looking out over the lawn, and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably. I don't want to say yes for
Got
sure
into
because
the
I
car.
wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Okay.
I think those are good questions. I don't know if there's much more they need from this witness other than Matt McCabe went out to the car and then back to the house to get his jacket and then back out. Those are questions for Matt McCabe. This witness was looking at her feet and holding on to her friend as they got to the, scooted to the car. But I think the best questions in this cross-examination were A, the outside was lit up enough from the house lights on the outside and the house lights from the inside going out through the windows. And you're good friends with Brian Albert. Like, this is your buddy. You have been friends for a while and you've never met the family dog. So during this time, the entire night that they're hanging out with Brian Albert, where is the dog? It's a good question.
You were contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes.
That was not until October of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
That's a good question, too.
A couple of quick questions about that.
The jury has not heard much about this investigation yet. And I think saying, hey, this happened in January, nobody even asked you a question about it until October. 10 months later before they ask you. That raises an eyebrow for me. It did the first time I heard it. It does this time. It raises an eyebrow for me. You were in the house that night. You left past the yard and no one asked you shit for 10 months. Okay. And that's not on her. That's not her fault. That's on law enforcement. It's a really long time.
Nobody contacted you on January 30th, the day after the incident that you left
10
the house,
months.
correct?
No.
And when I say nobody, I mean from law enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week,
No.
the next month.
From law enforcement.
No.
It was
Jen
9
McCabe
months
call
later.
you up?
Yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
State Trooper Michael Proctor.
Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you why he waited 9 months to contact you? Objection.
It's hearsay, but I want the answer.
Let me ask you a different question. Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted? Objection. May we approach?
Okay.
I'm going to zoom. That white noise is what the jury hears when they go to sidebar, so they can't overhear the sidebar. All right. Kind of long sidebar. I saw a lot of good questions today, and I will get to them as we get to lunch, but Veronique asked, did you prepare based on your closings? Yes, I did. And she said, AJ checklist. I used bullet points and I prepared all of my cases from the closing backwards. Literally, you start with the close because the closing is where you have to explain the elements of the crime and what happened. And if you're not focused on the elements of the crime and how you're going to tell a jury that the defendant meets all those elements, you're not, I don't know how you prepare a trial a different way, because that's what made the most sense to my brain. And I don't think that's unique. Maybe it is, but also the other prosecutors I worked with did it the same way. So you kind of start at the beginning and work back. Most of us used bullet points, not written out questions, because you have to be flexible on your feet. You need the information you need in, but you have to be able to ask questions on your feet, not going question by question, because then if the witness answers something outside of your order of questions, it can throw you off. So that never made sense to me.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were finally
Nene,
interviewed,
investigations like this wouldn't have gotten filed by my office. So no, you don't look at a terrible investigation and go, we're going to file that case anyway. That's just, nope. There has to be a lot of independent evidence if there are issues with the investigation, like a lot, if there are issues with the investigation. I've not seen this many issues with an investigation in a trial. It's not just one.
let me ask you a different question. When you were ultimately interviewed in October of 2022, was that telephonically or was that in person?
In person.
Were you alone or was there anybody else with you?
I was alone. You mean like besides the troopers?
Besides the troopers?
Yeah, I was alone.
And had you prepared for that interview with any person or persons before that interview?
No.
Had you spoken to anybody, Julie or anybody else, about the potential for being interviewed?
I believe Julie called me to tell me.
If I may, don't tell me what was said. Okay. Did you speak with Julie before the interview?
I think there's a hearsay exception for that because I think it's going to be effect on the listener. I don't think it's being offered for the truth of whatever Julie said, which was probably, hey, the cops want to talk to you, but I don't know. I don't know if AJ pushes a lot with this judge. I don't know if that's the thing to push.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And one more question. Without telling me any of the words that were used, was the subject matter the interview? In other words, I'm not asking if you talked to Julie about going and getting the dry cleaning picked up or something like that. Did you talk about the subject of the interview with Julie before you were interviewed?
Somewhat.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
Briefly, Your
I think he could have gotten into it if he wanted to.
Honor. Exhibit 3, please.
I just think it would, I think it's
Do you
effect
see
on
the
hearing.
windows on that house?
Yes.
Do you recognize that house as 34 Fairview?
Yes.
You were asked whether there was light coming out of the house illuminating. Do you remember that?
When I was asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
Was the lights inside the house, from your memory, illuminating the ground near the flagpole and that fire hydrant?
No.
Should be out with that.
When you came out of the house and went to the car,
Nope.
were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that
She
area?
was looking at her feet.
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Levinson.
Great.
All set. Thank you.
These witnesses have gone much
And next
faster.
witness, please, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Katie McLaughlin.
Oh, now they're calling Katie McLaughlin. This will be what? Witness 17? This is the female EMT firefighter. I don't know if she's a paramedic. Chat, just a reminder. I'm curious too. We have lots of new law nerds that have not seen this trial before. So the reveals that may or may not be coming, we are going to just do our best to no spoilers. We are going to just do our best for no spoilers, and let's see how it comes out. But this witness testimony has come in much more smoothly than it did during the first trial for me. I know no spoilers is hard. I know it. It's hard for me too.
You solemnly swear to execute the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Harder than getting through the merch line at Metallica this weekend, because damn it, the merch lines were dumbtastic.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Katie McLaughlin. I'm 29 years old. I work for the town of Canton as a firefighter paramedic.
It's like you knew he was going to ask your age.
Did you study to become a paramedic firefighter?
Yes.
Why did you
So
become
paramedic
interested in
firefighter.
becoming a paramedic firefighter?
Objection.
I appreciate that Jackson's like, do we need to know their life goals? Like, what is your full astrology and human design? Like, I agree with Jackson. No, we don't need it.
Enjoy helping people. I have some family members who work in the healthcare field, and I just always thought it was interesting, and I wanted to do something meaningful with my life.
Did you have to have any special training or education to become a firefighter and paramedic?
Yes, you do about 2 years of schooling. It's divided in between a didactic portion and then a clinical portion in the hospital and ambulance. So it takes about 2 years to finish.
You completed that?
Yes.
Did you become a firefighter at the same time you became a paramedic, or were those separate educations?
They're separate. I became a paramedic first before I became a firefighter.
Did you work as a paramedic before you became a firefighter actively in the field?
Yes, for a few years.
Do you remember about when you first started working as a paramedic?
2016 or 17.
And when did you first become a firefighter?
2017.
Do you remember when you first began working for the Canton Fire Department?
I believe it was May of 2017.
Are you still employed by the Canton Fire Department?
She already said
Yes.
that. She said that.
In your paramedic training, did you learn how to provide care for people who are in need?
Yes.
One
Had
would
you,
hope.
before 2022, responded to different events or people's homes or public locations to help people?
Yes.
About how many calls? Could you estimate how many different calls you had been on as a paramedic or firefighter leading into the beginning of 2022?
Probably hundreds.
I want to ask you some background as a paramedic firefighter, your role as you see it. As a paramedic firefighter, are you part of law
Background, training, and
enforcement?
experience.
No.
Do you investigate crimes?
No one's part of law enforcement. I'm sorry. I'm just being picky because Brennan is just.
No.
It's
Do you
faster
write
than Lally.
police reports?
No.
When you're going to a scene and using your skills to help somebody, are you interested in whether or not somebody was
The
involved or
tired is catching
responsible
up
for
with
an
me.
event?
I am exasperated. I'm tired.
What is
It
your
makes me
focus when you
crankier.
go to a scene to help somebody? What's your priority?
To help the patient, to save someone's life.
Do you have a
do
chance
my
to try to
job.
assess the patient, speak to them if they can speak to you?
If we can, yep.
Is there times when the person can't speak?
Yes.
If a person can't speak to you, is there a role that you take to try to get information to help assist the person?
Yes, you would go to a bystander and you try to gather as much information as you can to help the patient. More information for us helps the patient in their treatment, and it helps the hospital when we bring them there.
Is that responsibility or role separate and apart from police work?
Yes.
As a paramedic firefighter, are you involved in police work at all?
No.
Sometimes when you go to a scene and you try to help somebody, you write a report.
In some, if you're in a particular role, you would write the report.
So when you go and arrive at a
Right.
scene,
Somebody has to write a
is it fair to
report.
say you don't always write a report?
Correct.
And the purpose of the report, is that to try to help law enforcement?
No.
What's the purpose of when someone would write a report as a firefighter paramedic?
Depending on the call, there would be a report written by the officer on the call. That's just for logistics and dispatch information, what we responded to, and that's kind of simple. But the other report would be a medical report that the lead paramedic would write.
Were you working on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Was that an assigned shift for you?
Yes.
Did you volunteer or ask to work specially that night, or was that already assigned?
Ask it differently.
I think it's a fair question. I think the way that it's phrased is wrong, but he's trying to get to, you're not inserting yourself into this case. Like, you're not parachuting into it saying, oh, I know that location, I want to go. In fact, I wonder if he'll ask medical professionals, like, if you recognize the house a call is to, wouldn't you opt out? So we'll see if he gets to that.
Was that assignment already set before that night?
Yes.
When you get a shift assigned to you, is it night by night, week by week, month by month?
It's just we rotate through. If you're on a group and you rotate through a schedule, it's set that you work 124, you have 1 day off, you work another 24, you have 5 off.
They are
and then
hired
the
as
rotation begins again.
firefighter
So
paramedics. So
it's just a set
Canton
schedule essentially, but it rotates through the
rotates
weeks.
them. So Canton rotates whether they are on paramedic duty or fire duty, and the paramedics at Canton do both. The paramedics are not just full-time assigned to a rig, they interchange, and everyone in Canton Fire is also a paramedic, so their rotations swap out, which is what we've heard from some of the other witnesses, if that helps.
Was January 29th,
Different than bigger departments.
2022 part of your set schedule?
Yes.
When you have a set schedule, are you assigned a specific role in the department that might change from shift to shift?
Yes.
What was your specific role on January 29th, 2022?
For that shift, I was on the engine. I was the back step. So there's an engine driver, there's an engine lieutenant, and then there's one person in the back who's just a firefighter status, and we call that the back step.
As the back step that night, did you have any specific or general responsibilities if there was a call?
Generally, if it's a fire-related call, you deal with that. If it's a medical call, you're there to assist the paramedics that are on the ambulance, and you take directive from them, whatever they ask you to do or need you to do. You're just there to assist them so that they can best focus on the patient.
When you arrive at a scene and you're on the back step, are you basically at the directive of the leader of the group?
Yes.
That morning, around a little after 6 in the morning on January 29, 2022, do you remember a call or a tone coming in?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was for?
It was for a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow.
Do you remember leaving the fire department that night?
I do.
Tell us as you're leaving what's happening.
So I'm in the engine, the command car with the captain who runs the shift started to 34 Fairview Road first. The ambulance was in front of us, and then we were behind the ambulance.
Did you know the address you were going to was 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
When you left the police station, the fire station, when you got on the back of the truck, did you know at that time who lived at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Tell us a little bit about the conditions outside as you rode to 34 Fairview Road.
It was raining. I'm sorry, not raining. It was snowing pretty heavily. There was definitely snow on the ground at that point. It was windy. It was very cold.
Was there a storm?
Yes.
How long do you think it took to get from the fire station to Fairview Road?
Probably within 5 or 6 minutes.
Brennan has not asked, was it
When
snowing
you first
nearly
started
as much
pulling up towards Fairview
as
Road, did
Lally
you see
did?
anything?
But
Police cruisers and a civilian vehicle.
it's still important
And then,
to them to explain later.
we pulled up
Canton
all
PD's
kind of in
response.
front of that.
How many police cruisers did you see as you pulled up to Fairview Road?
I remember seeing one.
There was an ambulance in front of you?
Yes.
Did the police cruiser have their lights on?
Yes.
Not just their headlights, did they have the lights that are often referred to as blue lights or overhead lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
How about the ambulance? Did the ambulance have emergency lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
The fire truck, does the fire truck have emergency lights?
Yes.
Do you remember if those were activated?
Yep.
Does the fire engine have a siren?
Yes.
Was the siren activated?
No.
Why not?
We only use the sirens to kind of clear cars out of the road. So there's no need to use a siren when there's no cars on the road. So we're not just doing it in the middle of the morning to wake everybody up. It's just unnecessary.
When you first arrived at Fairview Road and you saw the emergency vehicles, did you see any people?
He's done a good job of
Yes.
asking about sirens.
While you were still in the fire truck or after you got out of the fire truck?
Probably after I got out.
After you got out of the fire truck, where do you go?
So I knew that they were working on a patient. So I knew they're going to need the stretcher. So myself and Firefighter Walsh went right to the ambulance and retrieved the stretcher and brought it as close to the patient as we could.
At some point, did you see the patient?
Yes.
Was it he or she?
It was a man.
Where was he when you first saw him?
He was lying supine on the side of the road, off the curb, like into a lawn.
How close to him were you when you first saw him?
Well, I only made it to the curb where I brought the stretcher. He was maybe from here to that table, maybe.
When you stood on the
How
curb and you
far
saw
is
that
that?
man lying,
Brennan, sir, you are supposed to mark for the record the distance. And generally courtrooms have them measured. The courtrooms I worked in had measured the points between like the witness stand in the bar and the witness stand in the back of the courtroom, so that if the witness estimated a distance, you can say, for the record, the witness has estimated to defense counsel table, which is approximately XYZ feet. You just mark it for the record. She did not do.
Speak closest to you,
So
his head or his side?
His head would be closer to me.
Did you lift the man from the ground?
No.
Did some of you?
back that up one more time.
That table, maybe.
She didn't indicate which table.
When you stood on the curb and you saw that man lying, was his feet closest to you, his head or his side?
His head would be closer to me.
So head closer to the curb.
Did you lift the man from the ground?
No.
Did some of your colleagues?
Yes.
After you brought the stretcher or the bed to the side of the road, did you remain there on the side of the road?
They lifted him on the backboard, they put him on the stretcher, and then they pretty much immediately started moving to bring him in the back of the ambulance.
Around the area where you first saw this man lying supine on the ground.
That's what she
were
said. She
there-
said his head
there
was
anything
pointing
other
towards
than
her. She
ground?
was at the curb.
Were there any objects in that
I'm
area?
sorry?
Was there any objects near him?
Which is
I
not how
remember
others.
seeing a fire hydrant.
It's not how others have described him. Others have described him with his head pointing towards the house and his feet towards the road. So,
and that's all I can really remember.
When you mentioned that he was lying about as close to that table as you, would 8 to 10 feet be a fair estimate?
oh, now we did it.
I don't know that I could say.
Okay. At some point, did you receive further directions from anybody on the team asking you to do something?
Yes. Firefighter Flamati I was at the head of the stretcher with Firefighter Flamati, and he asked me to try to gather more information and kind of see what happened and what's going on.
Did you have someone that you wanted to gather information from?
Yes. There was a, sorry?
Who?
There was a woman who seemed to be really concerned and involved.
Distressed,
with the
maybe?
patient's status. And so I just kind of assumed that this would be the person that I could try to get more information from.
Did you take a guess?
Yeah,
The person that you try to get more information from, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point that person out and describe an article of clothing
Black
they're
suit.
wearing?
Black suit.
Just let him finish.
And
Yikes,
do you
okay.
see where that person's sitting in between?
She pointed.
I do. Her attorneys.
Did you approach that person?
I did.
Now, you mentioned you're not a police officer or a criminal investigator. What type of information are you hoping to get generally in these circumstances?
Some basic demographic info. You can answer a lot of questions by just asking a few very simple ones. So obviously you're trying to get his name and his date of birth. And then you ask questions if the patient has a medical history, if the patient takes daily medications, if the patient has any allergies. And that's all things that can help to sort of maybe explain why this person is in the position that he's in. For example, if someone says, reported that he had a heart condition or a seizure disorder or he was a diabetic, that would help us sort of, that's relevant information for us for his treatment and to pass on to the hospital.
Did you have a chance to speak with the person that you had pointed out?
I did.
When you spoke to that person, did you get a chance to ask any of those questions you would typically ask?
I did.
When you spoke to the person, what did they tell you?
She gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you, in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him. And a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her
now?
personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him, Ms. McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
That calls for speculation.
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was.
Sustained.
That was a late objection. It should be stricken.
Disregard that comment.
It was
Did
stricken.
Ms. McCabe interject verbally?
It
Yes.
completely calls for speculation of what was she trying to do.
After Ms. McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by "I hit him"?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons.
Which are?
I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that, and it was also really not my place at that point, and I feel like that was something that the police were, that's more their role.
But aren't you trying to treat him?
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by "I hit him," would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
Right.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Or Mr. Brown.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said "I hit him"?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient. So
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Did you have any other further role at the scene as far as helping the man or doing anything else?
No, other than I drove the ambulance to the hospital.
With the gentleman in the ambulance?
Yes.
Did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
Did you know at the time who it was?
No.
When you got to 34 Fairview, did you recognize the home when you got there?
No.
Did you later learn who lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know somebody who had lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know that person lived there prior to that night?
I learned that she lived there.
Okay. And that person that you knew lived there, what is their name?
Caitlin Albert.
How did you know Caitlin Albert?
We went to high school together. We're in the same grade. We have mutual friends, and growing up, we had different friend groups, but those groups would often get together in bigger groups and hang out. I see her in group settings. I socialize with her occasionally. I don't have a personal relationship with her. I wouldn't consider her to be a friend of mine, but I do see her occasionally because of social events. I don't have a one-on-one. I don't have a close personal relationship with her.
Was she a friend on social media back at the time?
Yeah.
Since this event, have you been on any outings or trips with friends of hers, or in a group setting where she was present?
I don't remember ever seeing her since then.
Had you ever talked to her about your role that night?
Never.
Did the fact that somebody you knew lived in that house did it have anything to do with your treatment and care that morning?
Not at all.
When you saw the man in the back of the ambulance, did you make note whether he was missing any clothing items?
He was missing a shoe, a sneaker.
I'd like, with the court's permission, to play
For
Exhibit
those of
4.
you catching this
Carter?
trial for the first time, her relationship with Caitlin Albert came out on cross
Ms. Gilman, if you can start at
after some argument last
6:13:45.
time. So we are getting to not body cam There is no body cam. Wouldn't it be nice if there was body cam? We're getting to dash cam video that we've seen before. But yes, this is been asked by Hank because he's aware. I truly don't think Lally knew last trial till it came up on cross. They're aware now. They did a whole, that's right.
Stop,
they did a
please.
whole voir dire
Do you recognize whether or not you're in that video?
about it.
ma'am?
There was much
Yes.
argument about
What
it before it came
color
in.
jacket are you wearing?
I'm in the red and yellow jacket.
Okay, continue, please.
For those of you asking why no body cam, I don't think Canton PD had body cams at this time. I don't know if they do now.
Stop, please. There are two yellow jackets, one on the left, one in the middle of the screen. Do you know which one is you?
I'm now in the middle of the screen.
Continue, please.
Terry Wells in the chat asked,
Stop,
why am I
please.
stalled?
Do you
We
know
have
who
the
that
chat
is on
on
the
slow
left of the
mode
screen of the
because there's over
flagpole?
40,000 people in chat. It's not you, it's all of chat is in slow mode,
Which one?
except for members.
To the left. If you could play a few more seconds, Ms. Gilman.
It's 2 officers and a civilian woman.
Okay. How about on the left? Do you know who that is?
Oh, no.
She's like, yeah, I don't know.
12. If you could continue, please.
No, 6:15:12. Yeah.
Stop, please. Is that you, ma'am, in the yellow?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please.
Looks like Carrie is brushing off the snow on the back of her SUV while Karen and Jen and McLaughlin are speaking with also
Stop, please.
law enforcement.
Do you see yourself
Kind
on
of
that
there.
screen?
Yes.
What color jacket?
The red and yellow.
And
I
who's
mean,
to
if
your
Karen
left?
is sitting there saying, I hit him, and law enforcement is just like trucking, like not seeming bothered at all.
Left.
Miss Reed.
Across from you, with the blue or black jacket with the hood. Do you know who that is at this time?
Miss McCabe.
And you didn't know her at the time?
No.
You see the officer that's turned away from you?
Yes.
Do you know who he's speaking to?
No.
Do you know the exact moment that
It's just like,
the defendant told you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I think it was just prior to that.
Okay. Continue.
it was just prior to that. You know what law enforcement's not doing? Looking concerned at all. You know what law enforcement does after this that is in evidence? Because there's a lot that's not in evidence. What is in evidence is that they let Karen Reed leave the scene. So I'm going with actions. So even if she said, I hit him and not, did I hit him? No one took it seriously because they let her leave the scene. That's uncontroverted because they called her back. Kathleen asked, what does her documentation say? I bet we'll get there. I'm going to try not to spoil her. I bet we'll
Stop,
get there.
Okay, thank you.
She's
I
writing
have no
notes
further
now.
questions.
I have no further questions. She is writing notes. You can see that she is writing notes. No further questions. Bold strategy, Brennan. He's going to just leave all of it for Cross. Okay.
Stop, please. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mrs. Jackson?
You also didn't see in that body cam law enforcement wave anyone over or perk up and go, what'd you say now? We have questions. Nope, none of that. So, again, whether Karen Reed said, I hit him, or did I hit him, could I have hit him? To me, the actions of law enforcement, paramedics, and everyone else speak pretty loudly. Everyone let her leave the scene.
Good
Cross
morning,
is going to
Mr.
be
McLaughlin.
interesting.
Good morning.
You indicated that one of the things that is paramount
Can we see this witness,
to
please?
the life-saving effort or the medical
Witness.
assistance that you and your colleagues provide
Can I get a
to
witness?
determine
A
the
witness.
causes of the injury, correct?
I want to see the witness.
To determine, just to gather as much information as we can about his history and like recent events that could have precipitated how we found the patient.
What you said on direct examination was, quote, what happened and what's going on, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So, for instance, the what happened, you want to find out and differentiate what happened. Is it a gunshot?
They didn't. This is a great question in the chat from Dantas. I am not going to pronounce that well. Danny D. Anyway, wouldn't the psych hold let her leave the scene though? No, she was not on a hold yet. She leaves the scene, and I think it's easier for me to conceptualize this trial because I know this from the last trial, because it at this point has come in bits and pieces. She leaves the scene with Carrie and Jen and is called to come back to the scene. So the second rig shows up later after this rig is already gone, taking John O'Keefe to the hospital. They come back. So she is leaving the scene with Carrie, and Carrie testified to getting a ways, not just down Fairview, but towards taking Karen back to where her car was, and is called and told to come back to 34 Fairview. So no, they left.
Sure. When you're asking what happened or trying to determine what happened, for instance, one of the things you're trying to do is differentiate between a gunshot and a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Or poison,
That's not
or
controversial.
ingestion of a poisonous substance, or a heart attack.
Yeah, in this particular,
I'm
this
not asking about
scenario,
this
it's,
instance.
Next question.
Thank you. I'm asking about in general, when you're taking on information, trying to download information at a scene, you're trying to determine, as you said, quote, what happened, correct?
yeah,
That's important to determine, correct?
yeah.
You want to get the person's age. You want
It is always yes, never yeah when you are testifying. Especially when you are there as a professional witness, fire, paramedics, police, scientists, professional witnesses.
You want to get the person's date of birth. You want to get the person's allergies, for instance.
Yep.
But you also, paramount among those, you want to find out what happened. Why are we here? Correct?
Yes.
Did a person fall out of a tree? Or
Right.
stumble down a stair step? Correct?
Right.
She is anticipating. Don't anticipate. Like when you're getting tattoos, piercings, whatever, don't anticipate. If you anticipate it's going to get worse, don't anticipate. she is anticipating, which the jury doesn't know yet that she has testified at a prior proceeding. I mean, I guess they can figure it out. The jury does not know why she is anticipating, so it just reads or can read just off, but she is anticipating. And it might read differently to me than how it will read to the jury, because we know that she was cross-examined at a prior trial and we have more information, but she is anticipating what is coming from him, and they don't necessarily know that. So it is not going to go well if she is
In doing
anticipating
so,
his
it's important
questions.
to relay that information to others as well. You would agree with that, correct?
Yes.
That's the whole point, Ms. McLaughlin. You want to gather the information and then let others know exactly what happened.
Tone also lets her
document that
know
as
where this
best
is
you
going.
possibly can, so that the life-saving efforts or the medical assistance can continue for the patient, correct?
Yeah, you have to share the information that you got with the people who are providing care.
And one of the ways you do that is by
Share information that you got. I'm going to just make a note.
writing it down, correct?
No.
He said
Can I
one
ask
of the
you,
ways.
who did you speak with before your testimony today, in anticipation of your testimony today?
I met with the DA's office a few times.
Who at the DA's office?
Mr. Brennan, a witness advocate, and there were different troopers there at different meetings.
What did you and Mr. Brennan discuss at these? Well, let me ask you, first of all, foundationally, how many meetings were there?
3.
3. When were they?
One in maybe January was just a meeting. One a few weeks ago, we reviewed the testimony from the last proceeding. And then
And that-
yesterday, briefly to say that I'm getting called and I'm going today, and if I had any questions.
Let's talk about the one a couple of weeks ago. Where was that meeting held?
At the DA's office.
And you said you reviewed testimony with whom?
They were told to call it a prior proceeding.
I watched the testimony from the first trial. It was Mr. Brennan, myself, a witness advocate, and perhaps Trooper Tully
And
at
you
that
and Mr.
point.
Brennan went over your testimony at the last proceeding, correct?
We just watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There obviously were questions about that testimony once you finished watching it, I'm guessing, correct?
I guess so.
Discussed certain aspects of the testimony, is that right?
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan told you that, for instance, he was going to bring out on direct examination, his examination, your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
He said, I will ask you about the relationship.
And that was in anticipation of me asking about that relationship.
Well,
correct?
yes, we knew you were going to.
Did Mr. Brennan tell you that he wanted to make sure that he brought out that information so that it wasn't brought out on cross-examination by me?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did Mr. Brennan say about the reason he wanted to bring out the relationship with Caitlin Albert on the examination?
There was no reason that he gave.
But he did tell you that he wanted to make sure that y'all covered that on direct examination during his examination.
No, he didn't.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he say something like that?
No.
Did you say something like that? I would like this information brought out so it's not brought out on cross-examination?
No.
At the last hearing when you testified.
Well, they know about it now.
That wasn't brought out on direct examination, was it?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
I think that's all he can do at this point, and try to ask the court what is happening here. I imagine what the court is going to say is this is improper impeachment because she did mention it and she hasn't testified differently. I'm sure that Jackson is going to say, well, there are other reasons I'm bringing it up. Let's zoom past this break, but I imagine the objection.
Yes.
I imagine the objection is improper impeachment. There's nothing to impeach at this point because she testified to it similarly, but she wasn't asked about it on direct last trial. So it's not as if she was evasive about it, to the best of my memory. So we'll see what's going to happen.
May I
Because I
continue, Your Honor?
don't know if
Thank
she
you.
was asked about Caitlin specifically.
Ms. McLaughlin, we were
last
talking
time.
about very briefly your testimony about a year ago. In your testimony a year ago, you did not disclose in your initial conversation the fact of your relationship with Ms. Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
So the objection sustained. Next question.
Who was it that asked the question?
What did Brennan say?
The fact of your relationship with Ms.
I backed up.
Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
So the objection sustained. Next.
I couldn't hear what he said. I heard I object and instruction. I don't.
Question.
Who was it that asked the question about Ms. Albert a year ago?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell
Oh, he
Anyone.
moved for an instruction. I don't know why he wants an instruction at this point. And now I don't know what the court said at sidebar. Jackson should be allowed to get into some of this. I'm going to have to watch this back later and think about it because I think they're going for improper impeachment. But I do not remember the testimony well enough because there are some of these questions he should be allowed to get into.
Trooper Proctor, any investigator, anybody from the DA's office last year about your relationship with Caitlin Albert?
Objection.
Yeah.
Allow that.
No, only when there started to be a lot of harassment and things that insinuations
boy.
and stuff that started.
I don't think that's responsive to the question. I'm going to back that up because I don't think that answers his question at all. We had to doodly doot on back. Because I don't think that's what he asked.
In your initial conversation, the fact of your relationship with Ms. Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
Oh, he did
So
say I
the
moved for an
objection
instruction.
sustained. Next question.
Who was it that asked the question about Ms. Albert a year ago?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell anyone, Trooper Proctor, any investigator, anybody from the DA's office last year about your relationship with Caitlin Albert?
Objection.
Allow that.
No, only when there started to be a lot of
So the answer was no.
harassment and things that insinuations and stuff that started coming out online. I had said maybe once to them that I was concerned I was being harassed.
My question, Ms. McLaughlin, was before the information was disclosed, which was during the first proceeding.
Objection.
Let's hear the question.
Before that information was disclosed during the first proceeding, in any of your interviews with Michael Proctor or anybody else from the DA's office, did you disclose, I'm sorry, from the Massachusetts State Police or anybody from the DA's office, did you disclose, did you volunteer that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert before the first proceeding?
Yeah, I'm saying I told the DA.
There was a lot of question from Jackson as he walked away from the mic that summarized with, did you ever tell anyone that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert?
About the harassment and the
And she's
insinuation.
saying, I told the DA's office. But when? It was probably after you were called as a witness, right?
Before the first proceeding.
Before the first proceeding.
Yeah, I'm saying I told the DA about the harassment and the insinuations. That was before the first trial when I met with them.
How was there harassment?
FFS.
Insinuations.
So he asked before the first proceeding. She said before the first trial. I mean, she's not the first witness to do it, but she's saying, I told them about the harassment before the first proceeding. Okay.
It hadn't been disclosed at the first proceeding.
Because it's out there everywhere on the internet and has been.
Before the first proceeding, Ms. McLaughlin,
It's-
before you ever testified. That's my question. Do you understand my question?
It's been going on since before the first proceeding.
If you hadn't testified at the first proceeding, at which point it was revealed, how could you have ever suffered any harassment for it? It wasn't disclosed yet, Ms. McLaughlin. Do you understand?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Who did you tell at the DA's office?
The relationship that I
think he understands. Okay, I'm confused with the timing here.
had with Caitlin Albert had been out there.
So we will see. Oh, okay. But if the DA did know, it opens a fucking can of worms to a whole different problem. Because if she told the DA's office and they did not disclose that, then it opens a lot more problems. So if you told the DAs before you testified and they didn't bring it up, then that's an issue. Because even if they didn't bring it up in direct, they should have disclosed it to the defense.
Revealed, how could you have ever suffered any harassment for it? It wasn't disclosed
His
yet.
tone
Ms.
is also
McLaughlin.
incredibly condescending at this point. And if the jury is not over this witness, the condensation in his tone is not going to come across well either.
You understand?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Oh boy.
Who did you tell at the DA's office?
The relationship that I had with Caitlin Albert had been out there. It had been published and proliferated on the internet. And so that was before the first proceeding.
And who did you tell at the DA's office about this before the first proceeding?
I don't remember who it was or the meeting, but
Was it Mr. Lally?
it could have been.
Do you have a memory of that?
Not specifically. I don't remember who it was.
Was it Miss McLaughlin?
Like I said, I don't remember
Not-
specifically.
obviously, Miss Laura McLaughlin, no relationship.
Like I said, not specifically.
Let's talk about that initial call to 34 Fairview. You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow. That was early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Once you were there, Mr. O'Keefe had been placed on a gurney and moved to the ambulance. You were instructed to go get information about the victim.
Yes.
You've described in a video the basic scene where you claim that this statement was made.
Emily, she testified that she told the DA's office before the first trial that shit was going on online. I did not pay attention to what was going on online prior to the first trial because there was all kinds of fuckery that happens on the internet, some substantiated, some not substantiated. I don't dig through it. We watch what happens in court. So I don't know, but I imagine the defense is going to bring it up and say if she told the DA's office this, then it had to have been disclosed. It had to have been. And if it wasn't disclosed, then it's going to be, okay, Attorney Lally, did this witness tell you this? No. Okay, well, Your Honor, the defense would like to call Attorney Adam Lally to say this witness never told me that. Because now impeaching this witness's testimony comes to whether or not you told the district attorney's office that. It becomes a side quest. We'll see what happens. It's why the DAs always should have additional participants in those meetings, whether it's the victim witness advocate, whether it's law enforcement, because then they need to ask for that individual to come testify so the DAs don't become the witnesses in the case.
Correct?
Yes.
That was a situation in which...
McLaughlin,
you're
no
standing there.
relation.
Reed is standing there.
And Jackson said that too.
McCabe is standing across from you, and there's
God in heaven, that was the feed. RIP everyone wearing headphones. I'm going to turn this down as much as I can to see what happens. Even the feed objects. Whew. Y'all okay? I think my heart just stopped. Sorry, chat. Scared the shit out of me as well. All right.
Miss Reed was on the right.
We're
Miss McCabe was on the left,
back?
and then
That
there
was-
was a
That was
officer
fucking awful.
kind of diagonal across from me.
Yes.
I don't know what happened. But yeah, I'm ouch.
Tell me if you recognize the still shot depicted in that photograph.
He said the still shot.
I recognize me in it. Yes.
And when is that approximately? Does that approximate what you're describing? Is that time in which you're standing there? I'm guessing in the yellow jacket. Miss Reed's to your right.
This sounds like a still from the dashcam video.
Miss McCabe's to your left, and there's an officer standing directly across from you.
Yes.
Is this the time that you indicate that that statement was made?
Around this time.
I'd like to have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
Question? Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
None, thank you.
May I retrieve?
Yeah. 50?
Do you remember the name of the officer that was standing directly across from you when you indicate that this statement was made?
I didn't know, but I am aware now.
But, and by the way, that officer's name is what?
Officer Saraf.
You're describing a situation in which you're standing there, Miss Reed is next to you, within earshot is a uniformed police officer, and she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Then
She testified that the officer said, I think this is where Jackson's going. Like, what did you say? And then pulled over a supervisor. Okay.
Miss Reed is next to you, within earshot is a uniformed police officer, and she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Then he said, what? Is that right?
So it's I hit him. Miss McCabe interjected, and then she said I hit him, and then the officer said, "You what?" And then she said I hit him, and he said, "Go get Goody down here."
Okay, so is that 3 times or 4 times that you indicate she said I hit him?
4 times.
And you, according to you, you indicate that at the time.
Go get Goody down here is what she said. He said.
Statements, she was hysterical and somewhat out of control. Is that right?
She was upset. I would say hysterical. Yeah.
Did you describe her last year as obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical?
Yeah, I believe it. I remember that.
Okay. If we could play Exhibit 4.
Okay.
Starting at 9, Court Commission, starting at 9:15, about 9:46.
I'm going to be real interested to hear what Saraf and Goody have to say about this interaction.
Can you stop it? Did you see the 2 people enter from screen right?
Yes.
Who is that?
That would be myself and Miss Reed.
Okay, this is the first point at which you and Miss Reed begin to converge with the other 2 individuals, Miss McCabe and the officer, correct?
I had started trying to gather the information prior to this, and then she was moving around, so I had kind of was following her, asking the questions, and then we eventually came, here to this point and came to a stop.
So my answer, your answer is yes. This is the point at which you converged with Ms. McCabe and the
Yes,
officer.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Em in the chat said if Saraf doesn't testify this trial, would that be sans Saraf? 10 out of 10. Yes, but also he's going to have to testify. But yes, 10.
Pause it. You see yourself sort of in the foreground of the bright jacket,
Yep.
and Ms. Reed's just on the other side of you, correct?
Yes.
Standing there.
Yes.
Okay.
I think Saraf not testifying yet is actually going to make his testimony stand out more to the jury now that they've heard this. But we'll see. I mean, Saraf is standing right there. At what point does Saraf turn around and say what? And who's Saraf talking to? And then Karen is talking to, at what point does Saraf say, what did you say? Like, where did I miss it? Should we back it up? Where does Saraf say, what did you say? Because I'm watching. Saraf is sitting right here with the beanie on. McLaughlin's right there in the yellow. Did I blink? Karen's starting to move away. That looks like Goody approached her then. Just then at the end. Saraf didn't move, but it looked like Goody approached her then.
Okay.
If that was Goody.
Okay, we have thoughts on. Ms. McLaughlin, during that video, that's the time in which you say, or you claimed last year that Ms. Reed was, in your words, obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Did she look almost hysterical in that video?
She was, well, in that video, that could not explain what that scene was like.
Did she look overly frantic in that video?
She was frantic throughout the whole scene. I think that was me describing the entire scene.
I see.
Yeah.
So she did not look overly frantic in that video.
She was upset, for sure.
Was she overly frantic and almost?
Again, I don't really know why Jackson wants to undermine that, because I think the relative upset or distressed nature of Karen Reed is the one thing that explains why law enforcement didn't say, oh, you hit him. You are confessing to doing a thing. We're going to need you to sit in the back of the cop car. I think her distress is why everyone at the scene was like, you are clearly panicked. And so whether she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I hit him. No one treated it like a confession on this scene. And no amount of questioning is going to change that fact. No one treated it like a confession at the scene. And if they didn't treat it like a confession at the scene, it's a long way to go for the DA to ask the jurors to treat it like a confession at trial. Because no one on the scene treated it like a confession. Whether she said, could I, did I, or I hit him, period. Whatever one of those versions it was, no one treated it like anything other than Karen Reed being in distress. Everyone at this scene treated it like Karen Reed was in distress, not confessing. So if the DAs get up there and start arguing, this is a confession, how does the jury go, oh, okay, all these trained first responders didn't treat it that way, but you want me to? Okay.
Hysterical in that video. Just now.
I don't know that you could really see from that video.
Did you see anything that appeared to be
You need a lot
overly frantic?
more
and almost
evidence than
hysterical?
that.
Like I said, that video's not really you can't hear anything, so it's hard to.
Was she running around?
She was
She
moving
had
around.
been.
I didn't ask you if she had been.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that happened. When she's standing there with you, was she running around?
She was walking around.
No, she had just stopped running around.
Was she gesticulating?
I don't know.
Do you know what that means?
I don't.
Was she using her arms and going crazy?
At
Like,
times.
using her arms and running in circles?
She had been, but
didn't
like
ask
I
you if
said.
she had been.
Yeah, but I
I'm
think
asking you about what happened before you
You're-
got there. I'm asking
so-
you what happened when. I'm sorry.
The court reporter is like, counsel, please.
Thank you. I'm not asking you what happened before we got to that video. Right? I'm asking you about the video in which you described her previously as being overly frantic and almost hysterical. Did she look like she was just gesticulating and moving her arms and spinning in circles?
not in that video.
Okay, thank
Well,
you.
that's compound.
And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, I think you need to calm down. Correct?
Yes.
And according to you, that's the point at which McCabe said, you're hysterical. Correct?
Oh, not the Jen McCabe voice, Jackson. Not the Jen McCabe voice. The feed glitched a little bit. That's not on your end. We're getting to, this is when Jen McCabe told Karen Reed to calm down.
And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, I think you need to calm down. Correct?
Yes.
And according to you, that's the point at which
Okay, let's see what happens. The feed glitches for a second.
McCabe said, you're hysterical. Correct?
Yeah.
I think last trial, him mocking McCabe's tone might have played differently to the jury. I don't know if that's going to play well for this trial because I don't think that does not play well for a jury. It will probably play well for the internet, but that is not going to play well for a jury.
McCabe said, you're hysterical. Correct?
Yes.
Just so I'm clear, who in that video, Ms. Reed or Ms. McCabe, appeared to be doing most of the talking?
You cannot see from that video.
Who in that
What do you
video
remember?
I don't know.
appeared to be gesticulating with her arms? My client or Ms. McCabe?
I think Miss McCabe was doing that, saying you need to calm down. You're hysterical.
Oh, the whole time she's gesticulating, she's saying, calm down, Karen, you're being hysterical. Calm down, you're hysterical. And just repeating that?
She was trying to get her to stop and to calm down because of the statement she was making.
I see.
And she was trying to get her to stop, calm down.
I see. Okay. So during that entire video, that was probably 40, 50 seconds or so, maybe it's a minute. That's when you're saying now that Ms. McCabe was gesticulating and saying, calm down, Karen. You need to stop making statements. Calm down. Right? That's what she was doing.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you'll agree that Ms. Reed was standing relatively quietly to your right, not saying much of anything.
No, what she had just said, she had seemed upset when she said that. And what she said was obviously Miss McCabe was trying to convince her that that was not, you need to calm down. Stop saying that.
Right in front of a police officer who never said he heard her say it.
Objection.
Correct?
That's not in evidence. Yeah, that's not in evidence. It will be
You
in
were
evidence.
standing
It's not in evidence yet.
18 inches, 2 feet from Officer Saraf, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Well, give me an idea. I mean, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever.
He was standing near me.
and he was standing even closer to my client, wasn't he?
Yes.
He was right there. Like he's standing right
At this
there in that
moment,
video.
When you claim to have heard the "I hit him"
And I think replaying that video
repeated
helps.
4 times, where was Officer Flamati? I'm sorry, where's Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Knowles?
I think they should back
In
that up.
the ambulance.
With the doors closed.
Right. I think they should run the video back, run that back again. Where are Nuttall and Flamati? In the ambulance. Oh, in the ambulance with the doors closed.
Yes.
In the ambulance, this is my ignorance, I'm assuming the engine was running.
Yep.
I'm assuming that there's some sort of heating system inside that ambulance to keep it nice and warm for patients.
Yes.
So that was running as well.
They actually said that they cranked the heat up as much as possible because it was a hypothermic situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
So with that door closed, those doors closed. How many feet away, by the way, from where we're looking? How many feet away? How many yards away?
I don't know. We were fairly close to the ambulance.
Further than you and I are from each other right now, or closer?
I think closer.
Okay. How about now?
I'm not sure. The ambulance was behind us. I'm not sure how close we were.
Right. At least a few yards.
Sure.
Okay. And those doors are pretty thick, secure metal doors that lock. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. I think
Obviously, when you saw them,
I think the defense waiting to get through this part of the testimony with her versus bringing it up a lot with Nuttall and Flamati may be more, in fact, impactful, because now you have the jury sitting there going, wait a second. They said they heard it, that it happened when they were all standing right there. And she's saying, no, this conversation, her retelling of this conversation and Jen McCabe's retelling of this conversation are all when they're standing there on video.
I know you don't know what was happening inside the ambulance, but when you saw them, Firefighter Nuttall and Firefighter Flamati were engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. O'Keefe, one doing the bag, one doing chest compressions, as they entered into the ambulance, which you did see, correct?
Yes.
When those doors closed, would you presume, from your experience, that those life-saving measures and their focus was on John O'Keefe, that continued?
Yes.
You testified that you went back to the ambulance at some point, and you
Because she
told
drove it.
Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall what you claim to have heard. You've told this jury, correct?
I went back to the ambulance after that, and I told them what was said and gave them the demographic information that I got.
Okay. So, in other words, Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall heard it from you. You didn't say it to somebody else, and they reported it to those two. They heard it directly from you, correct?
I went back and I said, I gave the demographics, and I said, she's saying I hit him.
Right.
So
in other words,
you
they
told
heard
that.
from
Just
you.
I gave them.
Objection.
Is that yes or no?
Objection.
She answered the question. Next question.
She didn't answer the question, Your Honor. What she didn't do was answer the question, though. Large hawk. I got
I want
distracted
to
for
ask
a
you a
second.
couple of questions about your relationship with Caitlin Albert.
She, in fact, did not
were asked-
answer the question, which maybe is the
About
point.
a year ago,
But
back in May last year, May 3rd, as a matter of fact, 2024, about that relationship. Do you remember what your answer was?
No, not specifically.
You remember saying, in response to the question, who's Caitlin Albert? Asked by me.
I don't remember specifically what I said.
well, I hope instead of refreshing your recollection, he just says, a year ago, you said blah, blah, blah. That's not what you said today. And just goes directly for the impeachment. I don't care if she remembers it or not. Just what did she say then? Different than what she said now. Great. Just impeachment. Don't refresh your recollection. You said. Back. I'm going to back that up because I think that's where we're going with this.
I heard that from you.
I gave them.
Objection.
Is that yes or no?
Objection.
She answered the question. Next question.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your relationship with Caitlin Albert.
I backed it up because I wanted to hear
You were
these
asked
questions. Again.
At a hearing about a year ago, back in May last year, May 3rd, as a matter of fact, 2024, about that relationship. Do you remember what your answer was?
No, not specifically.
You remember saying, in response to the question, who's Caitlin Albert? Asked by me.
I don't remember specifically what I said.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
Oh, yeah, she did.
Page number.
That's exactly what she said. Oh, he does need to have the page number in line. But that's exactly what she said. I had forgotten about that. See, my memory is refreshed. That's exactly what she said. It was so distancing. It was, I went to high school with someone by that name. And then as it got into, see, my memory is being refreshed in real time. And then as they got into it, it was like, and then they were the same year, and then they were on the same soccer team, and then they were on like vacations together with like the big friend group, and then there were pictures. There was a whole voir dire. That's right. It was, I've heard that name once before. That's right. The distancing. This is helpful impeachment, but AJ does need to have the page in line before he gets into the jugular, because then it all gets derailed. It's, you said, page, line, date. Oh, I know someone by that name. That's right. I'd forgotten about that. See? The reveals are happening in real time.
Number in line, please.
May 3rd transcript, 10-24, lines 2 and 3. Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
I believe so.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
No, just
Sure.
read it to her. You said.
Look,
My memories are fresh, though.
I have May 3.
Okay, thank you.
Annabee says, what happens when they impeach? It just shows the jury that
Let me wait for you to get
it's a way to use prior testimony. There are rules about how you can use prior statements, because prior statements can be hearsay. So impeachment is a technique to be allowed to use prior statements. They need to be prior inconsistent statements. So it's just the way that they use that statement. But what happens? It proves or doesn't to the jury that they said something different at a prior time. But that's it. The jury's allowed to then either believe your testimony or not. And there's a jury instruction on credibility of witnesses. When they get into credibility of witnesses, but previously you said this and now you said this, juries are allowed to decide if they believe that witness at all or not, and are told, if you find this jury was not being truthful with you, you can disregard the entirety of their testimony. You can just be like, throw it out. So that's what's happening. But impeachment is a evidentiary mechanism to bring in prior testimony. So that's what's happening. Though I don't think he needs to refresh her recollection. I think just be like, you said on this date, I know someone by that name. That's not accurate, is it? You don't just know someone by that name. You actually know her, which you said here today. So the distancing is part of the thing he was trying to get to.
Did that refresh your recollection as to what your answer was to the question?
Kel, not in this trial. Kel Marie asked, does anyone know if the general public can get a seat in this courtroom? No, there's limited access for reporters, and it's done by lottery because of how small this courtroom is. Other cases, other courts, yes, not this one.
Albert,
Yes.
did you say, quote,
I stepped on his cross, so let me back that up real quick.
Yeah.
may I?
Yes.
I stepped on his
Did
question.
that refresh your recollection as to what your answer was to the question, who's Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Did you say, quote, I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Mr. McLaughlin, that was not a full and accurate statement of your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I object.
Was that accurate?
I mean, that's a fact. That's
Okay, next question.
All right, I'd like to be seen.
Oh my God, I'm gonna pee. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. We're gonna back that up and watch it again. Oh my God.
Ms. McLaughlin, that was not a full and accurate statement of your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I object.
Was that accurate?
I mean, that's a fact. That's
Okay, next question.
All right, I'd like to be seen.
All right.
I mean, that's a fact. At this point, it's not what's being said, it's the way it's being said. She's here as a firefighter, not a civilian. None of the other firefighters or paramedics have testified in tone and tenor the way that this witness has testified. I do not think it's a good look for her. At all. So they're approaching. I imagine that Brennan's going to argue improper impeachment. I don't think it's improper impeachment because it's not complete. And you can ask, that was not a complete answer. It's just not.
Go ahead.
In answer to that question, the open-ended question, who's Caitlin Albert, you didn't offer up in that first initial response.
And the
you didn't
court's-
offer up. You didn't say we're friends.
And the court's allowing him to get into it.
we're not.
You didn't say that we are in the same friend group, did you?
No,
You didn't say we've been friends since high school.
no,
You said I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert, correct?
yes.
Almost as if you just saw her name in a yearbook.
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not true, is it? I mean, that wouldn't be true.
She
right?
disagrees
Because
with the
you did know
characterization.
That is true. And you asked me if I knew her, and I said yes. And you asked me if I'm friends with her, and I said I wouldn't say friends.
You wouldn't say friends.
Right.
Even as you sit here today, you would not say that you're friends with Caitlin Albert.
No.
She still says they're not friends. She says they have mutual friend groups.
You say that you've been friends for years.
We've known each other for years.
That wasn't my question.
We've known each other for years, but we are not close friends. We don't have a relationship, just her one-on-one. It's just group settings.
You grew up in the same town together, correct?
We did.
Went to the same middle school together.
Correct.
Went to the same high school together.
Yes.
Socialized with her.
Yes.
Taken day trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken beach trips with her and others.
Yes.
Taken 4th of July weekend getaways with her and others.
I don't remember that.
I mean, this is going to depend on the jurors, right? Because I've gone with my close friends that have other friend groups. We've gone and done something together, but the other folks in the friend group are people whose cell phone number I don't have. They're friends of my friend, so it's the other if there are multiple friend groups, there's other friend groups. So I get it. I don't think it's going to depend on the jury about whether or not the jury says, yeah, I understand what it's like to have a friend group and you spend time with mutuals, but those are not your friends because they're mutually connected. It's really just going to depend. So, it's a small town. This is going to depend on the jury. Her tone in how she comes across is combative, but so is his at this point. So again, we will see. But she's like, no, we're not friends. We have mutuals.
But
Okay.
One of your best friends named Michaela.
So we'll see. A couple people said, but they're friends on Facebook. I mean, I don't know. She's younger than I am. Don't you just add everybody? I think the way she's answering is more important than what she's answering at this point.
I don't remember that, but
One of your best friends named Michaela actually lived with Caitlin Albert at college, didn't she?
Yes.
And you visited your best friend at that residence where she lived with Caitlin Albert on more than one occasion, didn't you?
Yeah, occasionally I would go to visit the friends that I had there.
You would even spend the night in the apartment with them, correct?
Maybe a handful of times, yes.
You've taken photographs with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm in pictures with her, yes.
You've been to baby showers with Caitlin Albert over the years.
I have attended a baby shower with her,
Had
yes.
celebrations with her over the years, correct?
Yeah, we socialize, like I said, group settings, social events. I will see her.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Oh no, there's
Briefly.
Well, I do not have personal Facebook anymore, but there were definitely people I had on personal Facebook that I hadn't talked to in ages. There's people on Instagram that I follow that I do not know and who do not know me. I don't know. I think her answers before of like, I went to high school with someone by that name is probably more impactful because it's like, oh, that's your best friend's roommate. Implies a little bit more than, oh, I know someone by that name. But it's going to depend, again, on the jury because the jury can read it as, oh, okay, they don't get along. Like at this point, I just want to know, did she date your ex? Because it's like, we're in the same friend group. We are not friends. Did she date your ex? That's what I want to know at this point. But, Brianna, I don't think they said they were roommates. It was her best friend's sister's cousin's. No, it was her best friend was roommates with her in college and she would go up there and see them. But it's really going to depend on the jury. And if the jury is like I get it, they know each other, but they're not friends. We'll see. The downplaying is the problem. Oh, I didn't get the reference. No, I didn't get the reference. It's not giving from front of me. Oh, thank you, Chad. They were roommates. It took me a minute. I'm also tired. I'm ready for lunch at this point. But I think that's why Jackson wanted to get into it, because she did downplay the amount of interactions they had had. And that's the point.
Just a moment.
Yes.
So the defense is back from the side. Ba. I'm going to keep zooming until we get to the next question.
The witness stand, just so I can take the photographs back. Can you describe?
All right, he handed her some photos.
The witness stand, just so I can take the photographs back. Can you describe? First of all, take a quick glance through that series of pages and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those pages.
Yes.
How do you recognize those documents? What are they?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Are those photographs?
Objection.
Yes. Oh.
The photograph.
I want the tea at this point. Yep.
Who's depicted
I'm
in
just
the
being
first
nosy.
Myself.
Objection.
Do you see?
Whatever battle happened at the sidebar is still going on between these attorneys over these photos. The reason that the photos came up last trial was to impeach her on her distancing the relationship, saying, I went to high school with a girl by that name. And they were like, and you're at the beach and you're here and you're there, to make her, to bring out the nature of the relationship. It's already come out now. So the photos aren't necessary to refresh her recollection or to impeach her. So I'm not sure for what purpose these photos are being used, because the information's already come in. That's why they're being sustained, because she already said, yes, we've done those things together. So the photos aren't relevant. They're not evidence in the case, and they're not to refresh her recollection. So we'll see where it goes. But
Yes.
How do you recognize, generally, how do you recognize those documents? What are they?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Are those photographs?
Objection.
Yes. Oh.
The photographs. Next question.
Who's depicted in the first photograph?
Myself.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you see, does every one of those photographs include you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does every one of those photographs?
they're not going to get far with this.
An Albert.
Objection. I'd like a curative instruction.
Sustained.
He asked for an
The
instruction,
reality is, Ms. McLaughlin,
and the court didn't do that. But there is a line here, because these photos are not going to come into evidence. So Hank's not wrong with the objections. He's not wrong with the objections on this. So we'll see what happens.
your relationship with Caitlin Albert goes back not just weeks or months or years, it goes back a decade or more. Matter of fact, more than.
She already testified to that.
I grew up we live in the same town, so we went through all the same school systems and everything.
May I approach?
Yes.
If I can have this, please. The reality is you did more with Caitlin Albert than simply go to the same school system.
The pictures don't come up because they're not evidence in the case and they're not being used for a proper purpose. She's answered the questions. Different than the last trial, but he was trying to get into an area that he could not well get into. The court gave him a little leeway and then shut it down.
Yes.
One of these photographs has you on vacation with
Objection.
Caitlin Albert drinking, correct?
Sustained.
You've been photographed.
They're going to end up at sidebar
Been
again.
photographed with Miss Albert on many occasions at many celebrations with your girlfriends, correct?
Like a sidebar, please.
I'm going to allow that.
Is that right?
Been photographed on occasions.
On occasions, yes.
That wasn't my question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, ask
My
it.
question was, you've been photographed on many occasions and many celebrations with Caitlin Albert.
I mean, what's
and your
many?
girlfriends. That group of girls that we just looked at.
Yeah.
And those include, as we went over just a second ago, 4th of July vacations, correct?
I'm not sure the dates on them.
I didn't ask you about the dates. I don't know the dates either.
Well,
You
I
said
don't
4th
know
of
that beach that was a 4th of July celebration. I'm not sure.
Do you see a beach photo with American flags in the background?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
So you've had, those photographs represent some of the celebrations that you have had with Caitlin Albert and others in your friend group, correct?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
You've gone on overnight vacations with Caitlin Albert.
This has been asked and answered now.
There was one that I can remember, one overnight that I can remember with a big group of people.
Who was that? Where was that?
That was in Maine.
It was in Bethel, Maine, wasn't it?
Could have been. It was in Maine.
Have you been to more than one vacation in Maine with Caitlin Albert?
No, I don't know. That's the name of the town. I don't remember.
I think the side quest loses the point that the other EMTs couldn't have possibly heard Karen Reed say what they said she said. I think the point of that gets trampled by the side quest into how much or how well she knows Caitlin Albert, who she does not consider a friend.
You've indicated that you've had baby showers.
No, she said she was attending a baby shower.
Caitlin Albert, correct?
I was invited to a baby shower, not Caitlin Albert's, but she was also invited to the baby shower.
Right, and the two of you posed for a photograph together, correct?
We posed around the girl that was having the baby.
Right, you and who else?
A bunch of other girls. Her friends.
Right, was one of them Caitlin Albert?
She was in the photo, yeah.
Standing right next to you in the photo?
She could have been. Is that in there?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Now he might be able to refresh her recollection, but it's not really relevant at this point because
No.
she said, we know each other.
Next
Question.
You just looked at a photograph of you.
I just glanced through them.
Objecting to this
Sorry.
whole line.
The objection is sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more than simply somebody that you went to high school with. Isn't that true?
I described what it is.
Do you stand by your testimony that Caitlin Albert is, quote, somebody I went to high school, I went to high school with somebody by that name?
That's true.
I said that, and I described the relationship numerous times throughout that testimony to clarify it.
She's going to stand with it's literally true.
By me, correct?
Yes. And Mr. Lally, he asked follow-ups.
And in fact, you were shown some of these photographs last year, too.
Objection.
Sustained.
The reason you clarified it is because you were confronted with photos of yourself.
Oh, that's going to get objected to.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The reason you clarified it, as you just testified, your relationship, is because you were confronted with photographs of you and Caitlin Albert last year, correct?
I just answered the questions that you had.
I'm surprised it didn't get objected to,
And you were
honestly.
shown photographs last year.
I was, yes.
There's also another member of the Albert family that you've spoken to about this case, isn't that right?
No.
January 30th, 2022, you were contacted by a member of the Canton Police Department to set up an interview, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You remember being contacted by anybody?
Have we moved
to set up
on
an
yet?
interview with Michael Proctor?
The state police called me, and I met with two state troopers. I don't know which one of the troopers called me to set up the interview.
Isn't it true that it was actually a Canton police officer who coordinated that interview with you?
I have no knowledge of that at all.
Isn't it true that the Canton police officer who set up the interview with Massachusetts State Police and coordinated that interview was a detective named Kevin? Do you remember that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Isn't it true that Brian Albert has a brother named Kevin Albert on Canton Police Department?
I know that now.
Isn't that who coordinated your interview with Michael Proctor?
I've never spoken to Kevin Albert, ever.
If you can't remember who it was that set up the meeting, how can you say with such specificity?
Because it was the state police called me. The state police called me. It was a state trooper.
Can you wait till I'm finished with my
Hold on
question?
1 second.
Oh,
wait.
sorry.
She's like, I'm telling you.
If you can't remember who it was that called you,
Oh,
specifically,
boy.
how can you say with such specificity that you've never spoken to Kevin Albert?
Because I have only ever talked about this case with a state police trooper. So there were two of them there when I went for the interview. I don't remember which one called me, but I've never been contacted by anyone in the Canton Police about an interview or about the case. So I know it's not. I just don't know which state trooper it was that called me.
Did you talk to Mr. Brennan about this issue when y'all met?
No, I did not.
This issue never came up?
No,
About Kevin Albert or the Massachusetts State Police or your first interview?
no.
You remember testifying about this last year?
I remember you asking me about who coordinated the interview.
And now as you sit here, you're saying it was absolutely 100% Massachusetts State Police that coordinated that interview.
It was
what she
only
said.
I only ever spoke to the state police about that interview. I wasn't contacted by anyone else to go in for that interview.
Are you saying that you now have a specific memory of how that interview was set up? And that it was Massachusetts State Police?
My only memory is
Do you have a memory or do
Can
you
she
not?
answer the question, please?
I don't really get the question.
Can you answer my question?
I don't
Boy.
understand the question.
Ask it again.
Sure. Are you saying as you sit here now that you have a memory of how that interview was set up and it was by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
I always had a memory that it was a state police officer.
Okay.
I don't know which one. That's why I said I don't know.
Isn't it true that last year you were asked that very similar question? This is at 10-56.
There's the citation.
Lines 10 through 15. Question, do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer to say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you. Come on to Canton PD. He wants to have an interview. Answer, I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up. Remember that?
Right.
So as you sit here, you now have a specific memory that that interview was set up by Massachusetts officers.
That's the only memory I have of it. And when I said, I don't know, you said somebody other than Proctor, and I didn't know if you were referring to the other state trooper that was there, because I didn't remember specifically who called me to come in for the interview. But I've never spoken to anybody
Other than state police.
in the Canton police about that interview.
Okay.
Or the setup.
In fact, Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
I'm aware of that now.
You're aware that Kevin Albert is Caitlin Albert's uncle.
I guess so.
How many conversations did you have with anybody before you actually sat down with Michael Proctor? Either in anticipation of setting up the interview or otherwise?
None. I think once I got the call, I just called my chief that they're asking me to come in. And that was that.
And you got the call from whom?
She said state troopers.
I don't know which state trooper called me.
But as you sit here now, you're very specific in your memory. It was a state.
Been asked and answered.
I only ever met with state troopers, and no one from the Canton police ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose
But it doesn't, again,
that you had a pre-existing?
it doesn't mean that he wasn't involved. I'm interested to see if Kevin Albert got her information from Canton Fire and provided it to state police, because that could have happened as well without her knowledge. She said, I don't know. I don't know. But it could well be that that happened without her knowledge. Okay.
Relationship with any member of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor?
I could not hear his question very well.
From the Canton police ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose to Trooper Proctor that you had a pre-existing relationship with any member of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor disclose to you during that interview that he had any kind of relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's hearsay.
I want to talk to you for a second about your role when you did, in fact, arrive at 34 Fairview, Ms. McLaughlin. How long had you been a firefighter paramedic at that time, January 29th of 2022?
Probably about 5 years.
You said that you had responded to hundreds, you believe it was possibly hundreds of calls, is that right?
Possibly.
How many were homicides or potential homicides?
None that I know of.
So this would be the first one on January 29th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, if you had never responded to a homicide before, you certainly had never responded to a homicide of a police officer before, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I think you indicated as much on direct examination that you were not and are not now a trained detective, is that right?
Right.
You never conducted any sort of a formal investigation, formal criminal investigation, had you?
No.
You hadn't been trained, you had no advanced training on how to preserve or interpret statements or memorialized statements for evidentiary purposes?
No.
Or for the use in trial, things of
Not
that nature?
her job.
Nope.
In fact, your role that morning was just to provide medical assistance and pretty much nothing else, is that right?
Yes.
And you'll agree that it was a somewhat chaotic scene, right?
Yes.
Lots of first responders on scene, right?
Yes.
Everybody working furiously, or at least people working furiously to provide life-saving measures to John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes.
People were talking over each other. There was a cacophony of engine sounds and noises coming from people talking and trying to speak over the wind and the howling, the driving snow and wind that was coming down, snow that was coming down, is that right?
Yes.
You hear people in the background, in the foreground, people talking over each other.
Yes.
Emotions, your emotions, everybody else's emotions were on high alert, is that right?
Yes.
So you were trying to do your job under pretty intense pressure and in a very limited context, correct?
Yes.
You crossed her and said, this scene is calm. My client is calm. And now we're getting back to, this is all chaos. Okay.
You didn't have a tape recorder with you when you were asking?
Apparently nobody did.
Questions, did you?
No, of course not.
There's no audio recording of that conversation you claim took place between you and Miss Reed, is that right?
Not that I know of.
And you've already indicated that you didn't even follow up with a single question when she responded in the way that you've indicated she responded, correct?
Yes,
The words you claim you heard were, "I hit him." Is that right?
correct.
It's your experience that people under pressure, people under stress, because you go to high-stress situations all the time as a firefighter paramedic, correct?
Correct.
People in those kind of situations speak in broken sentences or rhetorical questions, correct? Not uncommon.
What?
People react differently at different scenes.
But you
Yeah.
certainly wouldn't say that that's uncommon. Oh my God, what happened? What happened? Things of that nature.
No.
Did you hear my client ask the question of confusion or a series of questions of confusion?
That
Did
calls
I
for
hit him? Did I hit
speculation.
him?
I did not hear that.
You never heard her say anything close to, "Did I hit him or could I have hit him?"
I did not.
Ms. McLaughlin, where are your notes regarding this statement?
I don't have any.
Where'd they go?
It's not in the role that I was in. I'm not in a position to write a report on this type of call. It would be the lead paramedic or the officer on scene.
But you were taking
You didn't
notes.
write anything down. You didn't have any opportunity to write anything down.
She was
I
taking notes in the
didn't.
video.
You're just going by your memory.
Was she not writing stuff down in the video?
Yes.
I want to play Exhibit 4, starting at runtime 8:50.
I thought so too. She would have given her notes to somebody. I think that's where we're getting to.
Pause it. Just to orient us, can you tell me where you are in that video?
I might be in the middle there, although I didn't get a good look.
With the yellow and the red.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to pay special attention, Mr. McLaughlin, to your right and your left hands as this video plays. Could we go ahead and play it? Pause it. What are you looking down at?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would write like stuff on my glove. That's something I'll do as I'm getting the information. Was that your question about notes?
So you were taking notes.
That's just
She
me
wrote on her
jotting down
glove. Okay.
the demographics.
Let's keep playing.
She doesn't consider that taking notes. Yeah, she doesn't consider writing the demos on her hand taking notes. I understand that. That I don't think is an issue. Truly. I think she's thinking of notes on a notepad and she's like, no, I was just writing demos on my glove. Which is not uncommon for first responders. Yeah, that's not for everybody in the chat's like, who would do that? That's not uncommon for first responders. When I saw her with the back of her hand earlier, I thought I saw her with her hands flat.
My client is overly frantic.
Yeah, that's not weird to me at all.
Hysterical.
That's the point where your client started to make the statements.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical?
She was distraught.
Okay. Overly frantic and almost hysterical. We're using different words. I'm asking you about your words. Does this describe her as overly
I think the overly frantic and hysterical, I was describing the entire scene.
So you'll agree that she doesn't look overly frantic or hysterical.
Again, hard to say from a video, but
And according to you, well, that's actually, Ms. McLaughlin, it's easiest to say from a video, isn't it? It's a video. The best
yeah, I
evidence,
mean,
isn't it?
she's not totally in view, and I mean, she wasn't standing there calmly, I guess.
Right, she looks hysterical to you.
She was upset. She was very upset.
Hysterical?
I might say hysterical. She was
extremely upset. Why is he trying to back away from? She was extremely upset and distraught. Because, again, I think that goes to how everyone at the scene treated what she said, which we've now seen clips in this trial of Karen Reed saying, I know I said I hit him, So backing away from her being distraught, I don't know why he's going that way, because again, everything's consistent, including Karen's own statements that we've seen, that she was distraught and upset and distressed, which I think puts in perspective, A, why her dad called and had her Section 12, and B, why no one took what she said on scene seriously. Okay.
Extremely upset.
Okay, and this is the point which Ms. McCabe is saying, calm down, you're being hysterical.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. So you indicated that this is the point at which, and we can leave the lights down for a second. I'm going to play it again. This is the point at which you said my client had just said, I hit him, basically confessing to having hit John O'Keefe, correct?
Those are the statements she'd made.
I'm surprised there's no objection to that either, but okay.
Yes.
You see any reaction from him right there?
I know he turned and told somebody to go get the sergeant. I don't know if that already played. I'm sorry?
Do you see any reaction from him?
He responded, "You what?" And she repeated it again, and then he told someone to get the sergeant.
I know that's what your statement is. I know that's your testimony.
I want to see that
about
too.
the video. Do you see him reacting right here?
You'd have to play it again. I wasn't looking at that part.
Do you see him handcuff my client?
Oh, no.
You see him call anybody over to handcuff my client?
He turned to signal to get Goody down here is what.
So they handcuffed her.
No.
That's not what she said.
They didn't handcuff her.
No.
Even though she just confessed.
He's making the point.
According to you.
That's speculative.
That's what she said.
I hit him. It's my fault. I did it. That's a confession, correct?
She said, I hit him.
And Officer Saraf
I think the point's made.
just stands there, and my client walks away, correct?
You'd have to talk to Officer Saraf about that.
Oh, we have.
You should.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Ma'am.
So,
Ma'am, you are on the witness stand. Jackson's drama is Jackson's drama, but you don't get to clap back at him. Oh boy.
That's what she said.
I hit him. It's my fault. I did it. That's a confession, correct?
She said, I hit him.
And Officer Saraf just stands there, and my client walks away, correct?
You'd have to talk to Officer Saraf about that.
Oh, we have.
You should.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Objection.
so let's move on. Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you, but how much longer do you think you'll be?
Not long.
We're
Okay, so-
repastrating the same ground. He
Okay.
has not asked her anything new.
Are you playing it again, or should we put the lights on?
If we can play it again.
Okay.
He needs to either ask her something new, but that, again, that is his point. Okay, so you heard him say all of this, and Saraf does nothing. Point made. Ask Saraf. I think the point's made. I think the jury all well understands. And the jury knows from Carrie that she and Karen Reed drive off. I think Jackson's worried that the jury won't get it at this point because
Are you writing something down?
it's a big deal.
I could be.
And according to you, you're writing on your glove.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of glove?
Just a regular latex glove that we use on the ambulance.
You didn't have a notepad?
I probably did. Sometimes it's easier to just write it down on your glove.
Right. Did you write I hit him?
I mean, it's not raining, snowing. I would imagine writing on the glove actually might preserve it better than trying to bust out paper in the snow, but that doesn't surprise me.
No, I did not.
She wrote vitals.
Still appear to be writing something down, looking down at your glove?
I might be looking at it.
A few of you asked, but what about the glove and the patient? She's not hands-on with the patient. She's gathering She's gathering information and then is going to drive. She's not hands-on with the patient. So it doesn't surprise me that she's writing it down. And Chad, I don't know why they would be using latex gloves. I can't. Look, man, you're asking me the hard questions. Why would this paramedic be wearing latex gloves? I can't tell you. I don't know. Why doesn't Canton PD have body cam? Why didn't they take any crime scene photos? There are questions I can't help you with. I'm sorry. I do not know. I just don't know. I just don't know.
It's also an example of my client being overly hysterical and frantic.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to her.
You can have the lights up.
But it looked like she was wearing purple gloves to me.
Whatever it was
So
that you were talking to Miss Reed about, it was important enough that you had a pin out. You were writing things down.
yeah, vitals.
Well, I was still finishing writing down some of the other.
It was important enough.
Yeah.
Write things down. Yes, sir?
Yes, I wrote down some of the things that were said.
Yeah, the gloves looked
So the
purple to
things
me.
that were important, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you'd write down John O'Keefe. That's his name, right?
Right.
You might write down a circle with a slash through it. Allergies. No allergies, right?
Right.
You might write down 46 for his age.
Right.
You might write down how he was injured. Hit by a car, correct?
I did not know that was. Well, I didn't know what those statements meant.
You might write down 3 little syllables that was just told to you. I hit him, especially if it had been repeated 4 times as you claim, correct?
Yeah, I had that in my head, and I was going to go tell them that.
And you had a pen right in the right hand, writing things, correct?
Yeah.
You never wrote that down, did you?
I wasn't going to write that statement down on the glove. I remembered that, and I went back to the ambulance and told them.
You did memorialize that statement on any note that we have, correct?
No.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any glove that you were wearing, correct?
No.
Whatever you wrote down on that glove, where is that now?
Yeah, I don't have it, obviously.
Recirculating.
How obvious it is. What'd you do with it?
You just scratch everything out and you throw out the glove.
Just threw it away.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is
Yes.
that yes?
Yes.
So we don't know what was actually on or not on that glove, do we?
Well, she just told you.
I didn't write those words down on that glove.
As we stand here, we don't know what was or wasn't on that glove.
Name, date of birth, no meds, no history, no allergies. And then I wasn't writing that statement down on the glove. I went back to the ambulance and just reported it.
And importantly, it was important enough, as you say, to go back and report the statement, but not important enough to write it down with that pen that is very conveniently in your right hand, correct?
It's not about importance. I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact, didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also aware that not a single police officer out at the scene wrote that down.
I don't know if she knows
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have.
Mr. Brennan, can you do a redirect in 5 minutes?
I can.
All right, on to redirect. I thought the best part of that cross, I don't think the round and round and round about Caitlin Albert was very powerful in that cross. I think the best part of that cross is pinning down the video and pinning down the statements from Saraf saying, hey, get Goody over here. That's going to come up again when we get to it. Do I think it's going to be shocking to anyone that she was writing vitals or, well, his name and date of birth and all of that on her glove and then throwing it away? No, they got called out to a man in the snow who was apparently coded and needed to get him to the hospital. I think the most important point of the entire cross is that no one was treating it like a crime scene. I think that's really the takeaway. I think it gets lost in the sideshow about how well she knows the Alberts. I know that's the argument that they are going to make, is that everyone is connected back to this family. But I think that nobody was treating it like a crime scene is a huge part of this, especially with the fact that the prosecution will probably play repeatedly Karen Reed's interviews where she says, I mean, I know I said I hit him. And her saying in multiple interviews, I was saying, could I have hit him? Did I have hit him? And the rest of it. I think the prosecution trying to force that statement as a confession is a mistake. And I think that the defense not hammering more on that no one's treating this like a crime scene is also a mistake. No one's treating it like a scene. I think that's pretty clear. Okay.
Ma'am, when Mr. Jackson would show you part of your testimony from a prior proceeding, was he leaving something out when he was showing you that, asking you questions?
Sustained.
When he asked you about whether you knew Caitlin Albert, and
Brennan.
said, you went to high school with her, did you immediately then answer questions describing that relationship?
Correct.
Watch the film.
Were you asked immediately other questions about the relationship?
I explained the relationship over and over again throughout the testimony.
In fact, you described the relationship over 20 times, didn't you?
I'm sure it was that many.
You didn't simply just say,
We're going to get into leading,
somebody
aren't we,
named Kate,
Brennan?
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert. You didn't leave it at that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Do you remember saying, I would say more acquaintances, not close friends?
Right.
You remember immediately saying after that, I would say we had mutual friends. We might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly?
Right.
I'm going to allow it.
You remember many more statements after that initial answer where you described the relationship.
Yes.
Similarly, you were asked about a meeting with the state troopers,
Yes.
and the attorney asked you a question about your memory or suggesting that Mr. Albert set up the meeting. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You were asked questions just like that before at the last hearing, weren't you?
Yes.
Remember being asked about who set up the meeting and you saying that you didn't recall?
Yes.
And then you remember being asked about whether a completely different officer set up the meeting, and you said, I don't remember exactly how it was set up?
Yes.
That's leading.
Followed by, so that was my next question. You may have
That's
told me,
leading.
do you have any recollection who set that interview up, and you said you didn't?
That's
Right.
leading.
And you were specifically asked, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
That's-
Do you remember saying no?
The objection sustained.
Do you remember when you were asked at the last hearing, does the name Kevin Albert sound
Brennan!
familiar? Do you remember what you told?
It's redirect.
I told him no.
And then you were then asked, do you know Kevin Albert? Do you remember your response?
I said no.
When you were there trying to help the gentleman that was on the ground, did you know this would become a homicide investigation?
No.
Did anybody tell you this was a homicide?
No.
In fact, when you spoke, or the defendant spoke to you, you were simply trying to get background information to help Mr. O'Keefe. When she told you, I hit him, did she say that she hit him with something?
No.
Did you know whether it was with a fist or a foot
No.
or a Lexus?
No.
You mentioned this was not part of your role to investigate. Why didn't you persist? Why didn't you follow up?
She answered that.
Ask more questions about that statement. What about the situation and the dynamics caused you not to ask questions?
Sustained is to that.
Why did
Compound
you
AF.
persist in getting more information from the defendant when she said, I hit him,
I felt bad for her at the time. It was a very disturbing scene, and I did not want to push further down that road. It's not my job, and I didn't feel comfortable doing it.
Did you write those statements down on your glove?
No.
Then how do you remember she made those statements?
I won't ever forget those statements.
I have no further questions.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, that was a disturbing scene, you said, correct?
Yes.
An emotional scene.
Yes.
A
Yes.
scene that was upsetting.
Yes.
A lot of people.
Yes.
For a lot of reasons, right?
Yes.
And that's when things start getting.
I give this court reporter full permission to start throwing shit at this witness and both lawyers, because they are all like go speed racer go and jumping over each other. And the court reporter has to be ready to just literally start throwing paper at all of them, because it's just... And Jackson is so hard to hear. So she ends with, "I won't ever forget those statements." Okay.
I have no further questions.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, that was a disturbing scene, you said, correct?
Yes.
An emotional scene.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
A scene that was upsetting.
Yes.
A lot of people,
Yes.
For a lot of reasons, right?
Yes.
And that's when things start getting missed. When emotion starts playing a role, correct? That's when details start getting missed.
I guess it depends on the situation.
Right, but this was a disturbing, emotional, upsetting scene even for you, correct?
I felt that for a civilian to see it, it was very disturbing for them.
Probably wasn't great for you either, was it?
It's not.
Yeah. And your testimony is you never heard my client say, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Correct? You never heard that.
I didn't hear those questions. No.
What you heard was, "I hit him." Is that right?
I heard him. I hit him repeatedly.
And changing gears for a quick second, I'm almost finished, Your Honor. You did ultimately start talking about your relationship in more detail with Caitlin Elwood under my questioning, didn't you, after that first statement? Is that right?
Yes.
That's when I started showing you photographs, correct?
Objection.
Look at this photograph.
Show photographs.
I don't know. I described it so many times. I don't remember.
But you knew I had information that I was going to ask you about.
Jackson, it's a retrial, my guy. You're not going to get the moments that you got in the first trial because they all know what's coming. That is part of the difficulty of a retrial. There is not much left to be unearthed that has not already been unearthed. It's a bummer. You can't recreate that moment. You just can't. It's a retrial. It's not going to happen. As much as you want to ask it, it's still not going to be a gotcha.
No.
Objection.
I'm backing it up.
That's when I started showing you photographs, correct?
Objection.
Was that when you were seen showing photographs?
I don't know. I described it so many times. I don't remember.
But you knew I had information that I was going to ask you about.
Objection.
No.
Objection.
Finally, with regard to Kevin Albert, did Trooper Proctor tell you during that interview that he had texted with with Officer Kevin Albert about setting up your interview? Did he tell you that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that the reason we're here, the reason we set this up is because Kevin Albert texted me that he had already coordinated with you?
Never, no.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, you are all set. Jurors, I appreciate you going a little later and
Woof.
just finish a witness. So why don't we do that? We'll give you 45 minutes, come back at 5 minutes.
All rise for the court, please. Go to notebooks and follow me.
Okay. Well, that's lunch, everybody. What a busy morning. What an incredibly busy morning for day 9 of the Karen Reed trial. We covered 3 witnesses. We ended with Katie McLaughlin, the firefighter paramedic from Canton. We started the morning with the scientific witness who was on the stand under cross-examination, Hannah Knowles from the State Police Crime Lab. And then we saw Ryan Nagel testify and his ex-girlfriend Heather Maxom testify. And then we saw the friend of Julie Nagel, Ryan's little sister, Sarah Levinson, testify. We actually moved through quite a few witnesses this morning. Some of the things that stood out to me were, again, I found Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxom's testimony to be neutral and consistent with what they've said before. They saw what they saw. And what they saw is that they came to 34 Fairview to pick up Julie at the same time Karen Reed's SUV was just getting to Fairview. And the timing for both of them, they said around 12:30. We know that there's a text between Julie and Ryan that was not brought up with Ryan Nagel. When he says we're here, I'm sure we will see that text when Julie testifies. We did not see it with Ryan. Ryan said that when he saw the Lexus SUV as they were leaving in Ricky's truck, that he saw a woman in the driver's seat with her hands on the steering wheel at like 10 and 2, and that the light inside the SUV was illuminated, but he did not see anyone in the passenger seat and did not see anyone out and about, anyone walking to and from the house other than Julie, who he saw come out to Ricky's truck and then go back into 34 Fairview. Similar testimony from Heather, except she had seen at one point a male and a female in the large black SUV, which we know is Karen Reed's SUV. And then we got into the testimony from Sarah Levinson, who is friends with Brian Albert Jr. She had gone over to 34 Fairview earlier in the evening, and she talked through the evening at 34 Fairview, and then eventually knowing that she was going to leave with Julie, and then Jen McCabe saying, oh, we're celebrating Brian Albert's birthday. It's after midnight. Why don't you guys stay? We can give you a ride home later. And then when Julie's brother got there, Julie went out and said, you know, essentially, we're staying here. We'll go home later. And then leaving with Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe for the evening, not seeing anything or anyone on the lawn. She did talk about the fact that when she was walking out of the house, she was looking at her feet and holding on to Julie Nagel so she didn't slip in the snow, but that there was still like a little bit of visible grass, but the walkways in the street were covered in snow at that point, and that they left around 1:30 in the morning or after. She, to the best of her memory, was home by 2 a.m. They left in Jen McCabe's car. She noted that Matt McCabe came out to the SUV with them, then went back into the house to get a coat and then came back. I think one of the best parts of cross-examination with Sarah Levinson is that she had been friends with Brian Albert for quite a while, had been over to his home at 34 Fairview quite a lot as they were friends, and had never seen his dog. It was really interesting questioning, and did not see his dog that night. Knew that the dog's name was Chloe, or knows now that the dog's name is Chloe, but had never seen the family dog. I think it was good questioning on cross-examination of Sarah Levinson of what she saw and what she didn't. And that, of course, they were joking about peanut butter sandwiches or whatever in the back of Jen McCabe's vehicle. And then we got into Katie McLaughlin, and it was clear when we got into cross-examination that Alan Jackson very much wanted but you know Caitlin Albert better than you said. The problem is this is a retrial, and so on direct examination, she was asked if she knows Caitlin Albert and said, yes, we know each other. We went to high school together. We have mutual friends. We are not friends. We do not have a friendship with each other, but we have mutual friends. We are in the same circle of friends, but we are not friends. And on cross, it was clear that Alan Jackson wanted to get into the fact that that relationship was closer than Katie McLaughlin said that it was. She was very consistent in saying, no, we are not friends. We have mutual friends, but we are not friends. And he did bring in her testimony in the form of impeachment from the last trial when asked about Caitlin Albert, if she said, I went to high school with someone by that name, and then got into it a bit more on cross-examination and went round and round. I think one of the most powerful parts of the cross-examination was getting the video from the dash cam and breaking down that video slowly with Katie McLaughlin as to when Karen Reed said to her, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And for my memory, there was more detail about that interaction. Katie McLaughlin said that when John O'Keefe was in the back of the ambulance with firefighters Flamati and Nuttall, they were in the back of the ambulance with the door closed. And they said, can you get some more information about the patient? And she went out to talk to Karen Reed and was writing on her glove, name, date of birth, etc. And that is when Karen Reed was saying to her, I hit him, I hit him. And as she told that events, she said that Karen Reed responded to her question, I hit him, and Jen McCabe interjected and said, what are you saying? You're talking crazy. What are you saying? And Karen's like, I hit him. And then Officer Saraf came up and said something to the effect of, and I'm summarizing because it's been a long morning in court, what are you saying? And Karen Reed said to Officer Saraf, this is Katie McLaughlin's testimony, I hit him. And then Saraf said, get Goody over here, and called the sergeant over. I think Jackson did a very good job in cross slowing down that video and saying, okay, this is you and Karen. Then Jen is coming over. You're writing something on your glove. What's Saraf doing? Because Saraf is standing there like this, looking at something else in the video. What's Saraf doing? And then at one point you see someone else come over. It may or may not be Goody. We haven't gotten to that testimony yet, but you see somebody else come over and he asks her, so you see this interaction with them and they don't put handcuffs on Karen Reed at that point? No, they don't. And then he said, well, did you see Saraf do this? And she said, well, you should ask Saraf. And he said, we have. And she said, well, you should. And I was like, damn the defensiveness. But I think it is a very good point that I hope we see the defense make more, because no one at the scene treated 34 Fairview like a crime scene. Karen Reed leaves with Carrie Roberts, and law enforcement has to call Carrie and say, bring Karen Reed back here. They did not put her in the back of a police car for anything other than to keep her still and warm at one point. But no one was investigating that at that point. And I think the defense can make points with that, saying, if this is a confession, which seems to be the direction the prosecution is going to argue it, if this is a confession, why didn't anyone from law enforcement treat it that way? Everyone seems to have treated it, if they heard her say, I hit him, and not what Carrie's testimony was, and what we've heard in Karen Reed's statements that have been played in this case, which is, could I have hit him? Did I have hit him? Is he dead? And the rest of it. No one treated it like a confession. And in fact, on cross, it became very clear that paramedic Katie McLaughlin didn't feel comfortable following up with Karen Reed about that statement and didn't think it was necessary, even though she was getting information about John O'Keefe. Presumably, information about what happened to him might be relevant to paramedics. And that question was asked too. And she said on redirect, it wasn't my place. I did not feel comfortable asking Karen Reed to elaborate more about what I hit him meant. The jury's going to take that as they will. I think there was too much about the Caitlin Albert of it all. I think no one treating it like a crime scene is a good point. And we will see what the afternoon holds. I wonder if we will get into the rest of the people in Ricky's truck like Ricky. I wonder if we're going to see Julie Nagel testifying today, because we saw her brother testifying today, and if we will get into more civilian witnesses that showed up at 34 Fairview. But we had numerous witnesses today testify that they saw the dome light on in the inside of Karen Reed's vehicle. At one point saw a man inside the vehicle. At one point no longer saw a man inside the vehicle, somewhere around 12:30 at night. And no one sees him walk across the lawn. No one sees him standing near the car. No one sees him anywhere. And when Sarah Levinson is coming out of the house, she doesn't see him on the lawn either. And at that point, there are still grass poking out of the snow. And no one sees John O'Keefe. And I think we will continue to see the defense making that point, because it's a lot of people in and around that house, and a lot of people left that house, and no one saw him. So with all of it, I'm going to take a quick break for lunch. I think y'all need to take a quick break for lunch. I have to use the restroom. This morning was a lot. This morning was a lot. But we will see what comes. We will see what comes this afternoon. There was sure a lot of fighting over those pictures, weren't there? You guys have asked some of the greatest questions in the chat. We're going to have time to get to questions. I don't have a hard stop today. We'll have time. And we will get there. So it is, let's see. At one point, Crispy Cookie said, EDB, can you say they are repasturating? Repastinating? They were definitely repastinating. We were replowing the exact same ground over and over at the end of that witness. And I understand when you are the attorney in the moment that it's hard to take a step back and be like, this jury gets it. There's a lot on the line. And I understand wanting to make sure they get every little point, especially when you know the case as well as the defense team knows this case. And the defense also has a client who's like, I want the jury to know X, Y, and Z. So there are points they might be hammering home that might not be the serve they think they are. Those might be client requests because a lot of this case starts to feel personal with some of the witnesses. It didn't for me with Ryan Nagel. It didn't for me with the witness after him, his ex. It didn't with a number of the other paramedic and firefighter witnesses, but it felt incredibly personal with this witness and the way that she was answering back to Jackson and the way he was questioning her. But the point is the point. She is the paramedic that was there to get information about Alan Jackson. No, Emily. She was trying to get information about John O'Keefe. And I think most of us are sitting here going, what happened to him would be critical information. I think it's a good point. Wouldn't that be the most important information? Age, name, and what happened. But alas, here we are. So they are going to lunch. I'm sure they will be back shortly. I am going to take 10 minutes. What time is it in real time? It is 1:31 Central. I will be back at 1:40. I'm going to grab lunch quickly, run to the bathroom, and come back because I am dying to see what's happening after lunch and what witnesses we get to because, oh, buddy. So I'm taking 10, which will give us a little Zoom room. You guys are saying they're already back. I need Zoom room, and I have to go to the bathroom and grab food. So grab some water. Do not worry. We'll be back. And then if you guys need timestamps to go catch that cross while we take a minute, you can because your girl needs a minute. Also, if you do not have the Law & Order app, if you are new, we have an app. We'll notify you when the witnesses you want to see take the stand. Or sometimes as we get into the scientific witnesses, you're like, we know what they're going to say. Just let me know when cross is. We will do that too. So Law & Order app at lawandordapp.com or in your iOS app store, Google App Store, whatever app store you choose, app store of your choosing. Let me grab our break, our little bit of a lunch break video, and we will go to that. Oh, as my kiddo is calling me. So I'm going to go answer that in just 1 second as well, because kiddo is calling. We got to answer that call. So let's go to lunch real quick. I will be back in, why didn't that come up? That's weird. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to grab my video that does not want to pop up for me because technology is dynamic. And when you have to go to the bathroom, everything runs super smoothly. Everything runs super smoothly, chat. Of course it does. So I'm going to put this on. Give me 1 second. Hey, Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during Verdict Watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. trying to stay in the loop with this trial? I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. Hello, chat. Are we ready? Are we ready? I think we're ready to go back to court. Hopefully you grabbed something to eat. I sure did. Basically an adult charcuterie, which is about all we have time for at lunch. Did we eat? No. No, we have 10 minutes at lunch because we're just zooming. So are we going to eat while the next witness is up? Partially. Yep, it's going to be fine. Everything's fine. It's going to be great. I think I have enough water. We got the matte black Lawnard mug. We've got the oil slick dark unicorn, emo unicorn vibes. We're all good. This one's a little bit empty. We need to fill that back up. But I filled up the big water bottle, so we're all fine. We're all fine. We're all fine. It's gonna be great. So are you guys ready? Let's just go back to court because, well, we all want to know what happens next because this morning was a whole lot of energy. It was a whole lot. And for those of you that are like, the last firefighter didn't testify like all the other firefighters, no. And I think what's difficult for the jury to understand is where the defensiveness is. Those of us that have watched it maybe understand where all of that's coming from, but the jury doesn't. And I have to wonder if it's just feeling evasive to them. But we'll see. So with that, we should just go back to court. We should just go back to court because, well,
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
court is back in session. Y'all may be seated. We may
I
be seated.
apologize for that, folks. Nobody likes wasting your time.
There was a little bit of
Thank you, Your Honor.
They got back from lunch and then they immediately went to a break. So that.
Commonwealth calls Paul Gallagher.
Follow me, please.
All right. Next witness is Paul Gallagher. This would be witness. Oh, where did we end? 16, 17. I have to look at my notes.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor.
18, witness 18. They're moving today, for sure.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
Gallagher.
Everybody's yelling. I'm
Mr.
turning this down
Gallagher,
a little bit.
do you presently work?
As a police officer, I'm retired.
When did you retire?
August 31st, 2024.
When you retired, what department were you working for?
Canton Police Department.
How many years had you worked for the Canton Police Department upon your retirement?
I was credited with 32 years, 8 months of service.
Did you have a particular rank when you retired?
Yes, I was a lieutenant.
I want to go back to the beginning of your law enforcement career and share your background with the jury.
Okay.
When did you begin your career in law enforcement?
I became a permanent intermittent police officer in Canton in 1992.
Permanent or intermittent? What is a permanent intermittent? What?
Intermittent police officer is.
Canton.
It's basically a part-time police officer. You're required to attend a 16-week part-time academy.
You knew we were confused.
Your duties include regular patrol duties that a regular police officer would do, but you're only utilized during special events, short staffing, and you're allowed to work paid traffic details.
Did that status change at some point?
It did in 1994.
1994, were you a patrolman?
Yes, and that required me to attend a full-time 18-week police academy.
In addition to the police academy, did you continue your training over the years?
This is our
Yes, I did.
first Canton
Can you
PD
share with the
officer
jury
we've
some of the
seen
training that
testify.
you would attend over the
We're
years?
on week 3.
Oh, sure. So I did constitutional law. I did interview and interrogation, terrorism, international terrorism, domestic violence, buccal swabbing, and DEA basic narcotics course. And last duties were I did background checks, so I attended background training, and I did internal affairs.
Before I talk a little bit more about your experience.
Can you tell us more about internal affairs? Sorry, no. That's not going to cover state police. I know.
Over the years,
Let's not get ahead
and
of
your progress
ourselves.
through the Canton Police Department, I'd like you to share with us generally and briefly the structure of the Canton Police Department. The Canton Police Department, how big is it? How many officers are typically employed by Canton at the same time?
We would like to have 45, but unfortunately, we're short-staffed at this time.
At the Canton Police Department, is there different ranks?
There is.
And what are they?
They are patrol, sergeant, detective sergeant, lieutenant, deputy chief, and chief.
Given the size of Canton, is it a small department or a typically large department for that size?
I would say it's a medium-sized department.
I mean,
Is
45.
Canton, do you receive traffic from other areas nearby?
East Coast and West Coast are so different with
Is
this. but-
Boston part of the crossroad through Canton at times?
It is. Route 138 runs from Boston, and it goes all the way down to the South Shore through Brockton, Taunton, et cetera.
Other cities or towns nearby that bring traffic through Canton as far as law enforcement is concerned?
They do, and other states. 95 runs through Canton as well,
and brings up traffic from Rhode Island.
For a relatively small town, is Canton a busy police department, given all the crossroads and intersections?
It can be very busy at times.
You mentioned in Canton that there are different ranks. You started as a patrol
It could be
officer.
busy at times.
Did that change at some point?
It did.
When?
July of 2001, I became a detective.
Did you have any particular or special training to become a detective?
I started attending how to dust for fingerprints. My focus was narcotics. I had several narcotics classes.
Did you engage in those type of investigations on behalf of Canton?
I did.
Did you work with other agencies?
I did in 2005. I started working with the Drug Enforcement Administration in 2006. I was assigned as a task force officer for the DEA, initially out of Worcester Tactical Diversion Squad, which their mission goal was to eradicate OxyContin and oxycodone distribution at that time. It was during our oxycodone phase. In 2008, I was moved to Boston Division, and there we focused on all narcotics, not just oxycodone, heroin, cocaine, etc.
How many years did you spend as a detective before you received your next promotion?
Approximately 15 years.
What happened next in your career as far as progress?
I took the sergeant's exam, and I became a sergeant.
In order to become a sergeant, do you have to pass an exam?
An exam and an assessment, yes.
Is that enough to become a sergeant, or is there another process you have to go through?
That's where they rank you after the exam and the
And
assessment.
then they create a hiring list, I would
became a
imagine.
sergeant?
I became a sergeant in 2017.
Wait,
Is that your first supervisory
detective
position?
2001.
Not actually. I also worked as an officer in charge, which you're not technically a sergeant, but when there's no sergeant to fill the shift, they'll use experienced officers to work as a sergeant, and you receive sergeant's pay.
How long did you work as a sergeant for at the Canton Police Department?
I worked as a sergeant for 1 year till 2018, and I was promoted to detective sergeant.
As a sergeant, did your duties change or expand from that of detective?
I was still assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration at that time.
And you just shared a year later you were promoted to lieutenant. Did you have to take and pass an exam for that?
That was detective sergeant, and I did not have to pass a test for that.
Did your duties and responsibilities expand when you became lieutenant?
Yes, I was brought out of the DEA to work in Canton specifically.
Were there other lieutenants on the
I mean, if Canton is short-staffed, why are you pulling people into DEA task force? I have questions.
police department when you worked as a lieutenant?
I have questions.
I became a lieutenant in 2021.
Do those questions matter for this trial?
There
No.
was
Seems like an interesting choice of
lieutenants.
resourcing.
Were there any other officers above lieutenant at that point?
There was a deputy chief and a chief.
In 2022, January, were you a lieutenant?
I was.
Your duties and responsibilities, do they include actually going to scenes, or was it purely supervisory?
It was supervisory, but we were expected to respond to scenes.
What do you mean by that?
Our chief expected a supervisor on scene at all times, at all scenes.
Even if there was a ranking supervisor like a sergeant, were you still as a lieutenant expected to go to scenes?
Oh, yes.
Did you do that often?
Yes.
I want you to take us to January 29th, 2022. Were you working the overnight shift from January 28th,
If you all
2022 into January 29th?
If you have a lieutenant on scene at every single scene, how does no one have like a camera?
2022?
I just have questions.
I was the outgoing lieutenant. I did not work into the 29th. I was the last lieutenant to work on the 28th.
In the early morning hours, around 6 a.m., were you on shift or off shift?
I was off shift.
Were you planning on working that morning?
I was planning on working later that day, yes.
Do you remember what the weather was like that early morning?
Yes, there was a nor'easter, which was snow, wind.
Did anything interrupt your plan of working later that day?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Shortly after 6 a.m., I received a call from Sergeant Sean Good of the Canton Police Department.
After you received a call from Sergeant Sean Good, were you informed about a situation?
I was.
Were you told any basic details of where and what?
Yes.
Without sharing the actual conversation, where was this situation taking place?
I misunderstood the situation. I thought it was on Meadows Ave in Canton. I later found out through dispatch that it was actually Fairview Road.
When you heard that there was a situation in Canton, did you decide to change your plans about when you would come in?
Yes, I responded.
Why did you respond?
That's the expectation our chief had for us.
When you go into work, do you use a police cruiser or do you use your personal vehicle?
On this particular day, I used a personal vehicle because of the weather.
Was that different than typical?
Yes.
And why would you use a personal vehicle instead of a police cruiser?
It was larger. It was four-wheel drive. It was the only way I probably would have got there to the scene.
Yeah, why did you go to
After you
Meadows?
received a call about a situation, tell us what you did.
I loaded up the car with a tent, and I drove to the Canton Police Department, and I got some winter gear from the office, and I got on the radio and advised Sergeant Sean Good, who was at the scene on Fairview, that all officers were held to further notice.
What does that mean?
They weren't going to be going home at their end of the shift until they were relieved by another supervisor.
Why did you take a tent with you?
Because of the snow, the way the call was described to me was a person possibly not breathing. And if it was an unattended death, I wanted to be able to cover the person.
Why?
Respect.
That tent was a tent from your home, a personal tent?
It was. It was an 8x8 pop-up tent.
You went to the Canton Police Department first before you went to the scene?
I did.
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department first?
I had some winter gear there, including a reflective jacket that I thought would be helpful, given it was dark out. Visibility was very bad.
When you got to the Canton Police Department, did you learn anything from any of your colleagues while at the police department?
The only one colleague at the police department at that time was Officer Kelly Dever.
After you got your gear at the Canton Police Department, did you head towards Fairview?
I did.
Other than the general description that you had heard, did you know anything about what was going on there?
Just that a gentleman was found unconscious in the snow, possibly not breathing.
You mentioned the term unintended death. What does that mean?
Unattended.
An unattended death is...
Not unintended, unattended.
A death where someone dies alone, and you don't know the reason. It doesn't mean there's foul play. In fact, 99% of the time, it's natural causes.
Is there a process for the Canton Police Department when they learn of any death, unintended or not? Is there a process you need to follow?
Yes, there is.
And what is that process?
That's to call the Norfolk County DA's office, their CPAC unit, Crime Prevention and Control. They have jurisdictions over deaths and unattended deaths.
You mentioned a CPAC unit. What type of officers or law enforcement is the CPAC unit?
It's manned by the Massachusetts State Police.
Are you required by statute to contact CPAC or the Massachusetts State Police, even if it's an unintended death?
Yes.
Did you follow that process?
Brennan keeps saying, unless I just can't understand him, unintended, but they're categorized by department as unattended. So, Brennan, if you think it's an unintended death, why are we in a murder trial? Just have questions. He does. He keeps saying unintended.
Sergeant Lank followed that process.
Is that one of the officers who worked under you?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you know if Sergeant Lank was at the scene when you were leaving Canton, or did you learn at some point when you got there whether Sergeant Lank was at Fairview?
When I got there, I saw the black Toyota Tundra, which is operated by our detectives there, and then I saw him.
When the Canton Police Department first contacted the Massachusetts State Police or the CPAC unit about the information, do you have an understanding whether or not the Massachusetts State Police were
Their
going to
detectives have
respond or not?
tundras?
They were not responding.
So when you got to Fairview
I'm not
Road,
shocked.
were there any other law enforcement officers other than Canton police officers?
No, there was not.
When you appeared at Fairview Road or arrived, were you the superior officer on the scene?
I was the highest ranking officer.
Senior
As you're pulling
officer,
up to
not
Fairview that morning,
what?
what's the first thing you see when you get there?
As I pull up, I see the last of the fire apparatus pulling away. I get out of the vehicle. The first one I encountered was
Can you
Sergeant
explain to us
Sean
about
Good,
going
who was
to-
the shift
Can you explain to us about going to Meadows again? Because I am so confused.
supervisor.
Did you see any other of your officers there?
I did. I saw Lieutenant Lank further down, and further down I saw two other cruisers, which ended up being Officer Mullaney and Officer Saraf.
Did any of the cruisers or vehicles have lights on?
They did.
Did you hear any sirens?
No, there wouldn't be any sirens.
Why wouldn't there be?
Sirens are used to move traffic. There was no traffic. It was a blizzard. There were no cars on the road. You might see an occasional plow.
Did you ever learn the general area where the person was found?
Yes,
At that time, did you know who the person was?
I did. I knew him by name, yes.
Did someone inform you of who the person was?
Sergeant Sean Good did, yes.
Okay. And who was the person that you learned was on the ground?
John O'Keefe.
Had you known John O'Keefe?
I knew of John O'Keefe. I had never met John O'Keefe.
When you first arrived at Fairview, was Mr. O'Keefe still on the ground?
He was not.
Was he at the scene?
He was not.
So when you got to the scene at Fairview, Mr. O'Keefe was already gone?
Yes, he had been transported to the hospital.
So did you ever firsthand see exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
I did not.
Did anybody point out to you the general area?
Yes.
Did you have a chance at that point to, well, obviously you didn't
He
have a
did
chance
not
to
see
examine or
where
look at
he
Mr.
was.
O'Keefe. Did you have a chance to look in the general area where you were told he was found?
I did.
Tell us a little bit more about the weather now that you're standing outside Fairview Road. What's the visibility like? What's the temperature like? What are the conditions like?
So it was terrible. It was blizzard.
I'm very surprised they called him before they called Saraf. Really surprised.
Like the wind would blow in your face. It would change directions. The snow was an icy snow. In the wind, you had to actually talk loud to be heard. Somebody right next to you, and it was your typical New England blizzard, basically.
At this point, did you have any position as you assessed the area, whether this was a criminal investigation?
When we had no
weird question.
crime at that time.
When you were there, were you looking for anything?
Fred, if you
Yes,
step on
I
my
was
lunch.
examining the scene.
At that point, did you have any reason to start a criminal investigation?
Not at that time, no.
When you learned that Mr. O'Keefe was found outside, did you go look at the particular
No one was treating it like a crime scene. No one.
area?
Yes.
Can you describe the area that was shown to you where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Sure. It was on the left side of the property of 34 Fairview. You could see where first responders and witnesses and police officers had walked up to the area. It was by a flagpole on the property line of number 32 Fairview.
What was the lighting condition at that point in that area?
It was dark. It was sun was coming up, but due to the weather and the cloud cover and the snow, its visibility still was not great.
Were the law enforcement vehicles providing any light for the area?
No.
How about the house? Was there any bright lights coming out of the house illuminating that area?
I didn't see any lights, window lights on. There may have been an exterior, the door light at one or two houses.
In addition to the law enforcement officers that were there, did you see any civilians when you got there?
No, there were no civilians there.
While you were outside looking at the area, did any civilians ever come out?
No, not at all.
Any civilians ever come out of 34 Fairview?
Any law enforcement
No.
come out?
How about next door, 32 Fairview? Did you ever see any civilians come out of that address?
Nobody ever came out of the house.
Across the street, is there homes across the street from 34 Fairview?
There is.
Did you see anybody come out of either one of those houses?
Did not see anybody come out of those houses.
When you were outside and you were shown the area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything regarding that area to identify the area itself?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a
the
terrible
area
question.
where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found. Did you try to do anything around that area to identify the area?
Well, it was marked out with crime scene tape at that time. And
It was?
what I saw was pink blood, and it was in a circular pattern.
Was the crime scene tape holding up at all?
No, it was not. It was blowing wildly in the wind. And at one point, it was actually blowing in. It was triangular, and it was actually blowing into the crime scene.
Was the tape helping at all?
No, it was not.
Was there any use putting a tent up at that point?
No, there wasn't, not due to the high winds.
Did you learn whether any of the officers had, at any point before you got there, gone into Fairview Road?
Yes.
Who did you learn went into Fairview Road?
Both Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lake went into Fairview Road.
So Good
Did you know
and
how
Lake
long
went
they
into
were inside
Fairview.
for?
I'll allow it. Did you know that?
I did not.
At that point, did you go and speak to anybody in any of the nearby homes?
I did not.
When you were at this
What time
scene
is it?
and you saw what was happening in the weather, did you make a decision to do anything?
Yes.
What did you decide you were going to do?
Since the state police were not responding, I decided to process the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found and try to find out why he had the medical episode he was having.
If you understood this to be a medical episode, and at that point you didn't have any information it was a crime scene, why were you taking the time and effort to process the scene under these conditions?
Because that's what we do. Even the hospital, there could be a reason that there's obviously a reason he's there. I think we had a duty and obligation to check around where he was found and see if there was any explanation to what caused his medical condition.
Did you focus on a particular area when you decided to look around?
I did.
What area were you going to look at?
Where it was pointed out he was found and where the blood pattern was.
Were you thinking about looking in any other areas around that?
Not at that time.
Why not?
We didn't have any reason to. We only had the area where he was found.
And at that point, did you have any idea what caused his injuries?
We had none.
Any cameras? Did you have any
At
cameras?
this point, when you were pointed or you're looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found, was the area getting covered up at all?
Yes, it was.
With what?
Snow.
How quickly?
Very quickly. I believe it was forecasted to come down to 1 to 2 inches an hour, if I recall.
Did you have any idea how hard the ground was at that point?
It was frozen.
No, did you have any idea?
It was frozen.
How do you know?
I'll allow it.
How deep was the snow covering that frozen ground?
Approximately 4 inches at that time.
When you wanted to look around the area, did you consider using a rake or a shovel?
That'll be interesting on cross.
I did.
And did you?
I did not.
Why didn't you use a shovel at that point?
I was afraid I would miss something or possibly break something.
What could you break with a shovel?
Anything, glass or anything of that nature.
What was your
What did you do next?
what was your decision about how you would search that area? What did you want to see?
He's trying to figure
I
out how
wanted
to
to
ask
see
this.
anything that was possible, whether it was any type of weapon or any type of medical bottle or any reason
Medical
that
bottle?
he could have come to where he
Drug
was.
paraphernalia, sir?
Did
Is
you
that what
think
you're
of a
thinking?
way that you could look below the top of the snow without unresting the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude?
Because of the blood, the pink spots I thought might be blood, I thought a leaf blower would be the best method because I have seen it used and to remove light layers of snow, and it can be controlled.
And after having seen that before and making that decision, what was the benefit?
There's
of
a lot
leaf
more
blower over a
exposition,
shovel?
isn't there?
I wasn't going to miss anything with a leaf blower, much better control.
In control, tell us what your intention, what was your hope with the leaf blower?
To clear the area, controlled, slowly, so any potential evidence of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe wouldn't be lost.
Did you have a leaf blower with you?
Did not.
So what did you do?
Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a leaf blower.
Did you remain at the scene?
I did.
And during this time, are you still have no information that it's a crime scene?
We had no information on a crime at that time.
Did
I
Sergeant
get the
Good
point
come
with the
back
shovels,
leaf
though,
blower?
because shovels can cover things up just as much as not. But if you don't have the personnel to cover the crime scene, and snow is coming down at 1 to 2 inches per hour, I mean, if you're worried about breaking glass or whatever, the snow will melt at some point. Wait for CSI? I don't know.
He did.
Did you try to get any other items to help you?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
I recall.
When Sergeant Good came back,
I recall if he tried to get other items. Are we going to have to wait for Sergeant Good? We might have to.
with the leaf blower, did you use it?
I did.
Was it successful?
Very.
Tell us what you did.
I started with low speed and began whisking away the snow. And then I saw how it was uncovering those pink spots, were becoming brighter red. So I verified it was frozen or coagulated blood at that time. And so out of the abundance of caution, I decided that that was something we may want to collect.
Why did you want to collect that?
Just out of abundance of caution, DNA. I expected it to be John's DNA. And I wasn't going to get a second chance at it. It was either collect it or never have it.
Were you making quick decisions?
It's not going to go away, though, right? If it's not absorbing into the ground?
Decisions under these circumstances?
Yes.
Did you ask somebody to get a container to put the coagulated blood in?
I ended up getting the containers.
Where did you get them
that's
from?
right.
I got them from Lieutenant Gallagher, who lived in the neighborhood.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher ever come over to the scene?
He did not.
Did he work for the Canton Police Department?
He did.
Why didn't he come over to the scene with you?
Because he originally thought the scene was at 32.
Did you ask him to come over to the scene to help you?
No.
Did you expect him to come over to help you?
No.
Did you prefer he not?
Correct.
So when you get the containers, were they plastic cups?
Yes, they were red Solo cups.
And what was the purpose of using the red Solo cups?
They were plastic. They weren't going to leak. They weren't going to get soggy. They were large. I needed a small sample. My thought was because it was frozen or coagulated, that we could
But they're plastic.
collect it, transport it, and transfer it to the crime lab, who could extract the DNA however they saw best fit.
Do sometimes the crime lab test evidence and sometimes not?
Of course, yes.
Is that your decision?
No.
Not even a
You were
glass?
telling us about the leaf blower. Does it serve to excavate the area?
It did.
Not covered?
Did you
not
begin that
sterile?
process?
I did.
And when you did that, did you try to memorialize it?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I had Sergeant Good videotape it.
Why did you have Sergeant Good memorialize your efforts to excavate the area?
I thought someone may wonder why I decided to use a leaf blower, so I wanted to...
You were so correct on that. But I've never tried to dig out a crime scene on the snow. But you were very correct on I thought somebody might wonder. But if you have something to videotape the leaf blowering, can't you just take pictures of the crime scene? Like, the shit's already out of the horse at this point. I think you're probably using personal cells to do it. But if you're already using a personal cell phone to take this video, why not just take pictures too? Or more video of the scene?
Demonstrate its effectiveness.
I'm going to move to introduce 2 videos that counsel has.
So there's no objection to these videos, right?
No objection.
I imagine not. Their argument's going to be about the investigation.
With the court's permission, can I show the jury the videos?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we show number 1, please?
All right. To everyone who hasn't seen this trial before, here are the videos. He said, is that blood or is that?
Could you, Ms. Gilman, stop at the end of the video so it's a still frame?
Okay.
That's good right there. Sir, who's the person holding the leaf blower?
That is me.
Did the leaf blower work as you had hoped?
It was great.
You see other footprints around that area.
Correct.
Do you know how those footprints got there?
Some of them were from first responders. Some of them were for witnesses. The ones up top by the flagpole were for when the officers put out the crime scene tape.
Did officers try to wrap the crime scene tape around the flagpole?
They did wrap it around the flagpole, yes.
I see. And from that vantage point, could you see the side and front yard?
Yes.
Did the side yard have any footprints or evidence that anything was dragged through the side yard?
No, not at all.
How about the front yard? Did the front yard have any evidence that anybody had walked across it or dragged anything across it?
It had one set of prints from Sergeant Lang.
Other than Sergeant Lang's footprints across the front yard, was there any other impediment?
No, not that I saw.
I'm going
Impediment?
to ask if we could see the second video, please, Ms. Gilman.
More leaf blowering.
Could you stop there, please? You see the end of the leaf blower?
I do.
There's an object just below it at like 7 o'clock. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you discover something in that area?
We did.
What did you discover?
It's a cocktail glass.
Was it, did it have any damage to it?
It did.
Describe that for us.
It was broken on the top.
Could you continue the video, please, Ms. Gilman?
I turned it down a bit. That's me.
Stop, please. There's some red spots. Is that what you identified as coagulated blood?
That is.
Below some of those spots and to the left, there's an area that's not white. It's brownish. Do you know what that is?
That's, I believe,
What?
just bare ground.
If we could finish the video, please. Okay.
I guess that's the end of the video.
Could have the lights on, please. Did you or any officer at your direction obtain and preserve that broken cocktail glass?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you two photographs. The first photograph, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's a after we exposed the broken, I exposed the broken glass.
Is the
So there are
broken
photos
glass,
of that.
Depicted in that photograph?
Yeah, it is.
Is that similar or substantially the same way it appeared to you that morning?
That's exactly how it appeared. Yes.
Do you know if that photograph was taken as a still image of the video or not?
I do not.
Okay. Second photograph, can you take a look at that?
That's a close up of the cocktail glass.
Of the same photo?
It is. Yes.
I'd move these two.
Oh, fair. It might be a
photographs.
still of the video. Fair, fair.
Okay. Do you want to be 52 and 52A?
Please, Your Honor.
So they're moving those in.
I think it's 52 52, 52A.
Lieutenant, what was done with that cocktail glass?
It was bagged and seized as evidence.
Was it brought anywhere that morning?
It was brought back to Canton Police Headquarters.
What happens when it gets back to Canton Police Headquarters?
It gets logged into evidence and it's assigned an evidence number. The officer types in a description of the item. In this case, it was a broken cocktail glass or broken glass. And once he hits the space bar, it automatically generates a property number for it. And I believe in this case, it was 22-18-PR, which means 22 is the year, 2022. 18 is how many pieces of evidence the department as a whole had collected that year so far. And PR, I believe, means property room.
Why is it assigned a particular number?
Everything is assigned a number by the computer.
You said it's brought to the evidence room. Is that a separate or a special place?
He said
So
property
we
room.
have two rooms. We have a temporary evidence room, and then there's a permanent evidence room. Only two people have access to the permanent evidence room.
Is there a reason why access to the evidence room is limited?
There is.
Why?
For security.
Even in the police department, the evidence room is limited as far as people who have access?
That is correct.
In the evidence room, is there an officer assigned as an evidence officer?
Not full-time. There is an assigned admin sergeant who is assigned as the evidence officer.
Does anything happen specifically with the evidence? Is it packaged or stored in any particular way?
The glass was put into a locker, I believe.
Was it bagged? And
And
tagged on the
temporary
bag?
evidence. And then it's the evidence sergeant's job to retrieve it. But in this case, we were going to transfer it to the state police.
Was it transferred to the state police at some point?
It was.
Were you part of the transition of that item to the state police?
I was.
And when was it transitioned and to who?
It was on February 1st, 2022, and it was to a criminalist from the Massachusetts State Crime Lab.
Do you know who the criminalist was?
I don't know the name, no.
Did the criminalist come to your department or did you bring the item to them?
They came to our department.
In addition to the glass, there was
Well, there was other
plastic
stuff at your
cups
department,
with
wasn't there?
coagulated blood?
That's correct.
What did you do with those cups?
Those were placed in temporary evidence and placed in a refrigerated unit.
To carry them from Fairview to the police department, did you hold the actual cups or did you put them in something?
They put them in a bag.
They were stacked in a bag.
Objection.
They were in a
What
bag.
type of bag?
It was a craft paper bag. In this particular case, we utilized the Stop and Shop bag.
Is that any different than a bag from the police department?
This made of the same paper, craft paper, the same size and dimension, other than Stop and Shop and evidence and probably price. They're basically the same bag.
Why did you use one of those rather than a bag that said evidence on it?
I don't know where that bag came from.
Really?
I was in a personal car. Sergeant Lank was in a Tundra. If that bag is upside down, you wouldn't know it didn't say evidence on it. I'm not sure where that bag came from.
If the
And the plastic
bag's
cups, do you
upside,
know what happened to those?
Yes, they were turned.
if the bag's upside down, it's just like an evidence bag for the bottom. I understand that there were things they did not have on them. I absolutely understand that no one had evidence bags. But it literally says Stop and Shop. Stop playing with me. Stop it. Okay. Emily, just let it get across.
Turned over to the criminalist as
Just
well.
let it get across.
Where
Just
did you
let it get
store them
across. Just
before
let
they
it get
were turned over to
across.
the criminals?
Temporary evidence in a refrigerated. Temporary evidence in a refrigerator.
Is the refrigerator part of the temporary evidence area?
It is, yes.
Did you bring that piece of evidence, the broken glass, with you today?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness.
Are we approaching with pictures of the bag?
Handing you a box gloves, and some scissors. Let me ask you about that box. It has red tape on it. Why?
It's a secure and transfer of custody.
The same, be it blood or.
The feed just completely jumped. All right, hold on. Let me back up to where we were with the opening of the box on the stand because it just cut. Oh, it looks like they go to sidebar about it. That is all right. It looks like they bring in the
Handing you a box.
There we go. We got right back to where we were.
Gloves and some scissors.
Brennan learned. He's like, here are gloves.
Let me ask you about that box. It has red tape on it. Why?
It's a secure and transfer of custody.
I'm curious how they're going to explain how he has this in chain of custody because this should be in state police's chain of custody, not Canton's chain of custody. So I don't know how he has whatever is in the box in his chain of custody. Everything from Canton got transferred to state police. So they are approaching sidebar, I imagine, about that, because at some point this left Canton's custody. So he can't just try to end run Proctor, who I'm sure is whose custody it was in. So no, it's not just a prop box for all of you asking. It's not a prop, but I don't know how he would have gotten it back from state troopers and verify that it's still in the same custody and control.
Lieutenant, before you open the box,
I've got so many questions.
Were you one of the officers that discovered that broken glass?
Yes.
Did you personally bring the glass from Fairview to Canton?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes.
Who?
Detective Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lang?
Yes.
When you went back to the station, you said that the evidence was then put into an evidence locker. Did you
He's trying to lay the foundation so that when Brennan is backing up, he's trying to lay the foundation for this. We'll see what happens, but he
place it in the evidence locker?
Okay.
I don't recall.
Right.
And then inevitably it was transitioned to somebody from the forensic unit?
That's correct.
Were you personally there when it was taken from the evidence locker and given to the person from the forensic unit?
Yes, that was me.
Did you have a responsibility and role in that process, or were you a passive observer?
I had an active role. I was the chain of
Transferring
custody. I
custody.
was turning it over to the criminalist to the state police
And
lab.
then where did it go?
After that glass was given to the criminalist, did you ever have possession of it again?
Never.
Did you ever package it or touch it again in any way?
No, never.
Did you ever process it in any way?
No.
Did you put it in that box and tape it up yourself?
No.
Okay, I'm going to now ask you to open the box, please.
Oh, we're allowing it? Isn't the crime lab going to come in and be like, well, somebody opened this? Like, where did it go from then? Like, how did it get to court today?
Is there an item in that bag?
There is.
Would you
I don't
please
know.
open
How do
the
you
bag
know?
And show us what's in that bag.
Does he have x-ray vision? How's he know what's in the bag? Does it have a chain of custody on it? Also, it would have had to have gotten boxed up after the last trial. Who did that? The crime lab's going to come in and be like, I didn't open any of this. The defense already objected. They went to sidebar. Is anything written on that bag, sir, that you're just whacking through with the scissors?
Thank you. If you could put it back in the bag and the bag back in the box, please.
And the log, the branch on the tree, and the bog way down in the valley-o. Like, what are we doing?
Lieutenant Gallagher, does that appear to be the same item that you found in the area where John
How
O'Keefe
did
was
he even
at Fairview that morning?
How did Brennan in his brain decide that this'll just be fine? That'll be fine. Apparently it is.
Yes, it does.
I'd like to have the box and the item marked for identification, please.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't enter them into evidence yet. But I guess if you're not entering them into evidence yet and you're just letting the jury see it, it makes sense with this witness to just mark it for identification and not put it into evidence yet. To let the jury see it, I guess.
When you were looking around the area that was pointed out to you as where John
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, see, they used the leaf blower and uncovered a glass. Here is the glass.
O'Keefe was found. Did you expand across the front lawn into the street during your search?
No, we didn't, with the exception of uncovering the 6-foot asphalt berm.
Did you say 6 foot or is it?
Excuse me, 6-inch.
What's a berm?
It's it's basically a curbing, but it's made of asphalt. It's curved. You probably have seen it. It's asphalt. It's curved. It separates the street from property line.
Why did you clear that piece?
Wanted to see. We're trying to find out why John was having a medical issue, and we didn't know if he could have tripped over a curbing or what turned out to be an asphalt berm and possibly hit his head.
After you made efforts to look in that area, did you return to the Canton Police Department?
I did.
About what time?
It was shortly after 8 a.m.
After you returned to the Canton Police Department, did you receive any information or have a reason to return back to Fairview?
Yes.
About what time?
A little after 9 o'clock.
Why did you go back to Fairview after 9 o'clock?
Sergeant Lank got a phone call that Jen McCabe had more information.
And where did you understand Mrs. McCabe was?
At 34 Fairview.
Did you go back to 34 Fairview?
I did.
Did you go with anybody?
I went with Sergeant Lank.
Did you travel together or separate?
Together.
When you got back to 34 Fairview, outside, what did you do?
We parked in the driveway. We walked up, and next to the garage, there's a side door. I don't know if we rang the bell or not, but Brian Albert, the homeowner, answered the door.
As you walked up to the door, did you have a chance to look around at the doors in the area in front of that side door?
Yes.
Did you see anything out of place?
No.
You've been a police officer at that point for a long time?
Yes.
Do you receive any training in observing areas of people?
Always.
What type of training? What are you told to look for when you're speaking to people?
I've been BOSAR trained, which is behavioral observation, suspicious activity training, and you look for clues when you're speaking to people. Whether they cross their legs, cross their arms, there's certain behavioral characteristics.
At
Whether
this
they
point, did you
cross
have
their
any
legs?
understanding that this would later be a crime scene?
I did, yes.
What happened?
Oh,
How did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, no, not at that time.
Oh, not at that time?
No,
Okay.
not at that time.
When you went into the house, what part of the house did you go into?
I went into the room. It's adjacent to the kitchen, and I stood there with Brian Albert.
Can you describe what kind of room that would be?
Yeah, it was just a typical family room type room. It was not large. It was between the garage and the kitchen.
You met with Brian Albert?
Brian Albert answered the door and let us into the house.
Did you understand what his relationship was to that house?
He was the homeowner.
Did Sergeant Lank walk in with you?
He did.
Did he stay in that living area?
No, he went to the kitchen area and sat down with Jen McCabe.
Could you see the kitchen area from where you were?
I could see a portion of the kitchen area.
Did you see anybody else in the kitchen area with Mrs. McCabe and Sergeant Lank?
There were people in the kitchen area. There was nobody with Sergeant Lank or Miss McCabe.
Could you hear their conversation?
No.
They went into the kitchen area There were other people in the kitchen area, but there was nobody else with them. But aren't they all just in the kitchen? What?
Were you trying to listen?
No,
Were you speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Yes.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
Did he speak to you?
Honestly, I think if I'm Jackson, and I understand being in the heat of the moment in trial, it's much easier to be on this side of the screen. But if I'm Jackson and he's like, did you make observations at Brian Albert? I'm like, oh, keep asking. Because I got a bunch of questions on cross. Like, I got a bunch of questions on cross about what you were observing. Sir, I got questions. But it's hard in the moment because you're like, wait, no. Don't ask that.
Yes.
Was there anything about his mannerisms or affect that caused you any concern?
No, it was just a social conversation. There was nothing of concern at all.
Social
Was there
conversation
anything
because
about
you
it
know
that
each other?
caused you
or-
to hone in or be concerned?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Did you get a chance to look around that living area at the
Sure.
items?
I didn't look around, or just with my eyes.
Did you get to see?
I didn't look around, just with my eyes. What?
Yes.
Was there anything about his mannerisms or affect that caused you any concern?
No, it was just a social conversation. There was nothing of concern at all.
Was there anything about it that caused you to hone in or be concerned?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Did you get a chance to look around that living area at the
Sure.
items?
I didn't look around, or just with my eyes.
Did you get to see that area?
I did.
With
Did you
your
see
eyes?
anything broken or looked out of place?
No. Nothing.
Anything that caused you any type of concern?
Nothing.
When you looked towards the kitchen, did you see anything that looked different?
I mean,
or
to be
suspicious?
fair, I do remind my children to look with their eyes and not their hands. I mean, perhaps.
Anyway,
Nothing.
was the interaction, did it cause you any alarm or concerns?
No.
After Sergeant Lank had an opportunity to speak to Mrs. McCabe and you spoke to Brian Albert, what did you do next?
We left.
Where did you go?
We went back to the police department and were informed that the state police were going to respond to the hospital and that we didn't need to respond to the hospital.
When you heard that the state police was then going to get involved in the investigation, what does Canton do when the state police takes over an investigation?
Well, it was based off of a conversation I had with my chief in the detective sergeant's office.
Was there a decision about Canton's involvement in the ongoing investigation?
There was.
What was that decision?
That we should recuse ourselves from any further investigative interviews.
And why was that?
Because our best detective, his name was Kevin Albert, and he was the brother of the homeowner.
Did he just say our best detective? Did he just say our best detective? Not like one of our detectives? Is that what he said? I'm just backing that up. What is happening?
In the detective sergeant's office.
Was there a decision about Canton's involvement
I just
in
need
the
that whole
ongoing
answer again.
investigation?
There was.
What was that decision?
That we should recuse ourselves from any further investigative interviews.
And why was that?
Because our best detective, his name was Kevin Albert, and he was the brother of the homeowner, and I didn't want any potential bias, whether unconscious or subjective, to be perceived by the O'Keefe's, by the O'Keefe family.
So when the state police got involved and you had the conversation with the chief, was that the end of your efforts?
His name
towards
was
this?
Kevin Albert?
It was the end of our efforts until, I helped facilitate during the search warrant on February 1st.
And so at some point, was the defendant's Lexus brought to the Canton Police Department?
It was.
Was it put in a particular area at the Canton Police Department?
It was.
What area?
The Sally Port.
What's a Sally Port?
Sally Port is where, when we have an arrest, we bring our prisoners in. It's basically a extra large garage. It has 4 doors, they're numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We typically go in door 4 and pull towards door 3. Door 4 is lowered, and then prisoners are walked into the booking area, which is also secure. The exterior doors to the Sally Port can only be opened by the dispatch council.
When crime scene services came to look at the
Chad, I know there's times it gets hard not to spoil. I know there's so much more to come. I know. I'm feeling it too, y'all. I'm feeling it too. I have questions about Kevin Albert, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Just maybe not today.
was that the same day, the
Maybe
29th,
not today.
or later time?
No, it was February 1st.
Did the Lexus remain in the Sallyport area from the 29th until February 1st?
Yes.
When representatives from the crime lab from the Massachusetts State Police came on February 1st, who provided them access to the Lexus?
I was one of the people there that was there. I don't know if I provided them direct access, but I certainly would have. And I assisted them if they needed things. That's when the chain of custody, the exchange of custody for the blood samples and the glass occurred as well.
And during their processing of the Lexus, were you there for parts of it?
Are we going to get to
I was
crime
in and
lab
out,
today?
yes,
We
but I
might.
did not partake.
Thank you very much.
Cross-examination.
Please.
I'm so curious as to where this is going to go. I'm just fascinated. Where are we going to go? For all of you that asked about the glass, they brought the glass to show the jury. It is marked. I saw a couple people ask, would that be a problem for appeal? No. Why? Because the glass is going to come in later. There is no reason for the court to believe the proper witness won't come in with regard to the glass. The glass will come into evidence. It's just not in evidence yet. It's marked as an exhibit. It'll be introduced when the proper witness is on. It's just odd that they're doing it with this witness, but that's why the court allowed it to be shown, but not moved into evidence. I'm interested about cross, though, so let's go. Because
Mr. Jackson, is this video up there yours or is it the Commonwealth?
Not mine.
he's like, not it.
Or is it? May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
He was like, may I please?
Mr. Gallagher, you have already established that you were at the scene on January 29th, early morning, January 29th, 2022. We've seen the video of the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
So you were integral to at least an initial search of the scene, which recovered the drinking glass that you've shown us, as well as some of the blood byproduct that you've talked about.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Did you see any taillight? Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
You were the ranking person on the scene. You've already described that.
Yes, that is correct.
There were also several other officers from Canton PD who were there with you.
Yes, there was 4 other officers, yes.
Can you just name those other officers?
Yeah, Detective Sergeant Lank, L-A-N-K, Detective Sergeant Good, G-O-O-D-E, Officer Mullaney, M-U-L-L-A-N-E-Y, and Officer Saraf, S-A-R-A-F.
Okay. When you initially... Let me back up and ask a different question. Given the fact that you were the ranking officer, the way that it works in a police department is everybody sort of reports up the chain of command, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So they would have all reported up to you in some particular.
Well, the jury heard about
And
the
then, of course,
solo
you
cups
report
today,
to the,
so
I
I'm
think
sure they're a
the
little
deputy
curious
chief, and
about
then
the rest
the
of
deputy
this.
chief reports on up to the chief, correct?
That is correct.
You were involved in not only the exposing of some of that blood byproduct, but also exposing the glass with the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
You were responsible for utilizing certain equipment. You chose a leaf blower at the time, correct?
I did, yes.
There was also, I'm guessing, there was also some use of your hands and or the gloved hands with some others to recover some of the items.
Yeah, I didn't use my hands.
How did you get the glass into a bag?
That was Detective Sergeant Lank.
Somebody had to pick it up, right?
Correct.
That's what I mean. The use of hands to manipulate some of the evidence, correct?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't understand that question.
That's okay.
I thought you were speaking about me.
Probably my my fault, not yours.
Nope, that's okay.
There was also some plastic cups that we've talked about. We'll talk more about those in a second. Those were utilized as well, correct?
Cup.
We were, yes.
And you were responsible for the use of those as well.
Yes.
Yep.
It was
So,
my decision, yes.
In terms of the
Can we just go back to the witness?
search of
Camera?
the scene, the recovery of evidence, the recovery of biological material, the use of tools to recover those biological materials, all of that rested at least ultimately at the scene on
He
your
decided.
shoulders, correct?
Yes, it did.
Isn't it true that you weren't interviewed in this case with regard to anything having to do with this case until April 3rd, 2024? correct?
What?
Yes, we can call it an
What? Jackson, I just took a bite of lunch. Earlier, I said there was little that was coming into this trial that was new. That's new information. Interviewed in April 2024. What? I have not remembered that at all. That would have been as the last trial was starting, because the last trial started jury selection in April. Just going to let him ask that one more time. What?
Isn't it true that you weren't interviewed in this case with regard to anything having to do with this case until April 3rd, 2024, correct?
Yes, we can call it an interview. It's when I met with the prosecutor, yes.
And
Oh, it wasn't even an interview. We can call it an interview. Don't call it a comeback. We've been here for years. We can call it an interview. It's when I met with prosecutors. It's when I met with prosecutors. So he met with prosecutors to testify. Is the first time anyone talked to him about this case? What?
that was about 2.5 years, nearly 2.5 years after this incident, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He says it
Michael
like
Proctor,
it's normal.
you know that name?
I do.
Who's Michael Proctor?
He was one of the troopers assigned to investigate the case.
As a matter of fact, he was the lead investigator for the case, correct?
I don't know if he was lead or trooper mechanic. I don't know.
As you sit here, you don't know that Michael Proctor was the lead case agent for...
I know he was one of them, yes.
Okay. Do you know that he was the lead investigator assigned to the case?
I don't. I had nothing to do with the DA's office.
Right. I know you didn't have
I
anything...
don't know how they assign their cases, counsel. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't say what I don't know.
Mr. Gallagher, I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking if...
I did not know he was lead. I know he was one of the leads.
Okay.
I believe they
I would give anything to see this witness's face right now because his mouth is moving really fucking fast. His mouth is moving so quickly. And I would really like to see his face catch up to his mouth with how quickly his mouth is moving. Because his mouth is moving so fast. I don't have anything to do with the DA's office. I don't know how they assign their cases. I don't know if he's the lead investigator or not the lead investigator. I can only tell you what I know. A lot of really rapid sentences. I'd really like to see this witness's face. I had to back up. I don't know if he's the lead investigator. I mean, it could be whatever. I don't know.
2.5 years after this incident, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh my God.
Michael Proctor, you know that name?
I do.
Who's Michael Proctor?
He was one of the troopers assigned to investigate the case.
As a matter of fact, he was the lead investigator for the case, correct?
I don't know if he was lead or trooper mechanic. I don't know.
As you sit here, you don't know that Michael Proctor was the lead case agent for...
I know he was one of them, yes.
Okay. Do you know that he was the lead investigator assigned to the case?
I don't. I had nothing to do with the DA's office.
Right. I know you didn't have anything...
I don't know how they assign their cases, counsel. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't say what I don't know.
Mr. Gallagher, I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking if...
I did not know he was lead. I know he was one of the leads.
Okay.
I believe they do it in a tandem, but I'm not sure.
Okay. He may have had a partner, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But it's not unusual to have a lead case agent. The Person who's responsible for most of the search warrant writing and the memorialization of documentation of evidence collection and the movement of evidence and booking into evidence, things like that.
That is correct, but I don't know anything about who wrote their affidavits or who logged their evidence in. I wouldn't know that.
That's
You're
what
also
he asked
familiar
you.
with Yuri Buchanan.
He didn't ask you. Stop anticipating the question. Answer what he asked you. Stop trying to anticipate where he's going. Just listen to the question and answer it.
Kennick, correct?
I know who he is.
You're also familiar with Lieutenant Tully?
I know, yes.
They're all Massachusetts State Police officers, correct?
Yes, they all are.
Did Michael Proctor interview you before?
Survey says.
Sorry for the spoilers, chat. No, they're not all. They're not all Massachusetts State Police officers. They're not all Massachusetts State Police officers anymore.
You're also familiar with Lieutenant Tully?
I know, yes.
They're all Massachusetts State Police officers, correct?
Yes, they all are.
Did Michael Proctor interview you before April of 2024?
He did not.
Did Yuri Buchanan interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did Lieutenant Tully interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did anybody else from the
hell.
Canton Police Department, your deputy chief or the chief, interview you formally about your conduct and responsibilities before April of 2024?
I don't understand that question.
Did anybody at Canton PD, separating out Massachusetts State Police,
Correct.
did you sit down at Canton PD and provide an interview with anybody at Canton PD about your conduct at the scene?
What do you mean by conduct?
Going to the scene, collect.
You decided to get a leaf blower and you found evidence at the scene. No one wanted to talk to you about that? Ever? I don't know what you mean by that. Did anyone ask you about the evidence that you uncovered? Or the decision to use a leaf blower? Or the solo cups? Because you might have just said, look, we weren't quite sure what to do. State police wasn't picking up the phone. It's a fucking blizzard. We thought this was the best option.
Evidence, securing evidence, transporting evidence, booking evidence, those kinds of things. Your conduct at the scene, sir.
Yeah, I briefed my superiors, yes.
Okay, other than briefing, was there a formal report written?
No.
Or a formal interview conducted of...
What? We saw this witness last time. How does this get worse? Nobody wrote a report. We briefed our supervisors. Nobody wrote a report. Nobody wrote a report. Nobody wrote a report. Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
at the scene, sir.
Yeah, I briefed my superiors, yes.
Okay, other than briefing, was there a formal report written?
No.
Or a formal interview conducted of you?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No, absolutely not. No. Why would anyone interview me? Because you found evidence and you didn't write a report. Why would anyone interview me? Absolutely not. He is anticipating an insinuation instead of just answering the question, which is, did you write a report? Oh, we binged. I thought that was my brain exploding. Okay, let's continue on. Somehow this gets worse. I'm just...
Tell us when you wrote your report.
You're right, Chad. You're right. I'm sorry. I have been inconsiderate, Chad. I have, and I apologize. Because I was buffering in real time. I do think we have to go to Code Red. Why would they interview me? Because you found evidence and never wrote a report. There's video of you with a leaf blower in your hand. We know you were at the scene. No, why would they? This would go better if you didn't try to anticipate the questions, but whatever. We have to just go to code red. We just have to. Chat, your motion is granted. Motion granted. Motion granted for code red, because what the fuck? Also, did I forget about this from last time? I think I was so astounded by the solo cups and the leaf blower that maybe I buffered past this. But when I said that the defense should focus on the quality of the investigation, I meant it. Because again, he doesn't have to fight over whether Caitlin Albert went to Maine with Katie McLaughlin once or twice when shit like this happens. This, I think, matters more ultimately. For those of you that are new to the chat, welcome, Law Nerds. We are going to go to DEFCON Red. For those of you that are flash sensitive, it does flash until the music ends, and then it will end. But we are going to DEFCON Red in 3, 2, 1. Cause what the fuck? Cause what the fuck? What? No. Why would I write a report? Because you document everything, Lieutenant. What?
About what happened at the scene, memorializing what you did at the scene.
I didn't.
You didn't write a report?
No. About the scene that day at the scene?
Correct, about this investigation.
I only did the metadata report. I did not write a report at the scene.
You never, in fact.
I only did a metadata report. Was there metadata, sir? What metadata? Let's back up. I have to start over.
Scene, sir.
Yeah, I briefed my superiors, yes.
Okay, other than briefing, was there a formal report written?
No.
No.
Or a formal interview conducted?
How do you say this so confidently? Anyone in law enforcement is going to look at this and go, what? And he's just like, no. Who writes a report? Literally everyone that collects evidence. No. Nope. No, why would I do that? I am perplexed by his incredulity at the suggestion that you would, I don't know, write a report when you collected evidence or uncovered evidence. Was it like, no, Lank wrote the report. Then wouldn't you talk to Lank when he wrote the report and review it?
Conduct at the scene.
What do you mean by conduct?
Going to the scene, collecting evidence, securing evidence,
I backed up.
transporting evidence, booking evidence, those kinds of things. Your conduct at the scene, sir.
Yeah, I briefed my superiors, yes.
Okay, other than briefing, was there a formal report written?
No.
Or a formal interview conducted of you?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I should have worn my absolutely not shirt today. I didn't realize we were getting to all the absolutely
Tell us
not
when you
testimony.
wrote your report about what happened at the scene, memorializing what you did at the scene.
I didn't.
You didn't write a report?
About the scene that day at the scene?
Correct, about this investigation.
I only did the metadata report. I did not write a report at the scene.
You never, in fact, the fact is you never wrote any report about what happened at the scene, correct?
Correct.
You didn't memorialize that in any formal way on Canton PD letterhead to describe what you did and how you did it at the scene?
No.
Normally, when you report to a scene as a first responder, you would be expected to write a report about that, whatever that conduct is.
I'm not the supervisor, no.
What if you're the ranking person?
But you weren't just the supervisor. Your hands were on the leaf blower, leaf blowing. You weren't just standing around in a supervisory role going, everything looks good here. You actively engaged in the scene and made decisions, like command decisions.
At a scene that ultimately turns into a homicide scene.
Supervisor.
Well, we don't know it's a homicide scene at this time. We don't even know there's a crime committed at this time. My responsibilities are to make sure reports are written, not to necessarily write the reports
By
myself.
everyone else.
I'm the supervisor. It's
Although-
my job to make sure reports are written, evidence is logged, those types of things.
Under ordinary circumstances, you would respond to a scene as a supervisor, and you would oversee what other people are doing, what your
That's
subordinate-
correct.
Can I finish?
Sure.
I don't want to talk over each other.
I apologize.
You would want a supervisor oversee what your subordinate officers, whatever he or she might be doing or they might be doing, you're going to oversee that. But they're the ones actually conducting the investigation or picking up evidence or doing the interviews, writing those things of that nature.
Correct. Detective Sergeant Lake's investigation, yes.
So in that circumstance, you wouldn't be expected to write a report because all of that conduct is memorialized by others subordinate to the supervisor, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, quite the opposite happened. You were the one that was in the video utilizing the leaf blower, correct?
That's correct.
You were the one that actually...
And Lank left the scene to go collect the leaf blower. Like, and you stayed on the scene. Again, he's answering an insinuation. This is the fastest way to get into a fight with somebody, when you don't answer the question they're asking and answer the insinuation that you are interpreting that they are asking that is not the words that are coming out of their mouth. And that is why there is so much back and forth on this.
exposed the drinking glass, correct?
Correct, yes.
You noted the drinking glass and actually called somebody else over to take a look at it, correct?
That's correct.
You directed someone, Sergeant Lang, to pick up the drinking glass and recover it as a potential piece of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
You noted the blood or the coagulation of blood in and around that area, correct?
That is correct.
You noted where you believe the drinking glass was, in other words, what location, if there were grid coordinates, where it would be, correct?
Correct.
And you instructed others to transport that important evidence back to Canton PD to have it booked, correct?
That is correct.
You also secured the plastic containers in which to recover the blood.
That is
right?
correct.
You also directed someone to get a bag to put the plastic containers in and ultimately transport it, correct?
That is correct.
So you would agree with me, Mr. Gallagher, that in this circumstance, you were the centerpiece of the recovery of evidence and the investigation as it was at that time, in that limited context. You were the centerpiece of what was happening at the scene, correct?
Sir, we're looking at your face, but apparently we also need to know if you've crossed your legs at this point. Can you just let us know, because it seems that was important to you, but we see your face.
And I made sure it was documented by Detective Sergeant Lang.
But you didn't find it important enough to write a report yourself.
I think that's poor misrepresentation. There's a person fighting for their life. It was very important.
When you were there at the scene at, what time was it, by the way?
I got there shortly after 7.
Okay, you knew that that person who was fighting for his life had already been transported and was in good care, as best care we can provide at good.
No one's asking him to write the report at the moment.
Samaritan Hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So certainly you're not excusing away the idea that you didn't memorialize your conduct because you were too busy fighting for someone's life. That's not what you're saying.
No, it definitely is not what I'm saying.
Obviously,
I want to know what Lank's report says about his involvement. And I wonder how much his name comes up in Lank's report, because he was not interviewed at all. And if he was not interviewed at all, it leads me to wonder how much his name was or was not mentioned in Lank's report.
reporting to a scene and supervising a scene is one thing, but actually gathering evidence is a whole next level. You would agree with that?
Sure.
Because, just to put a fine point on it, responding to a scene as a supervisor, you want to make sure everybody's doing their duty, but the officer or officers who, for instance, uncover, let's say it's a knife or a gun or some weapon or something like that, actually documenting and picking up that evidence and handling it in an appropriate way, that is all highly, highly technical. It's very important to get it right and memorialize it all, correct?
That is correct.
That's why you're highly trained.
It's important to memorialize
And report everything that you do in that regard in a report that can later be used forensically, in other words, in a courtroom setting, to recreate as best you can with as much detail as you can exactly what you did and how you did it and where it was done, correct?
Sure. Yes.
And
Officer Lank wrote a report in this case.
and
Did Officer Mullaney?
Lank wrote a report. Is his name in it?
I believe he did, yes.
Did Officer Saraf?
Yes.
Officer Good? Sergeant
Yes.
Good?
Yes,
But you did not.
I did not.
He's like, no, I'm the supervisor.
Who was the
I'm
first
management.
officer to find any potential physical evidence at the scene?
I know.
Be it blood or glass?
I can't answer that. It was not me. I was not the first thing that was spotted was the pink spotting, not the glass.
Okay. Who was the first person to see the glass?
I think it was myself as I uncovered it with the leaf blower.
You, right? You.
One of the important things that we've talked about, Mr. Gallagher, is documenting the details of evidence recovery.
Again, I think this is a more effective cross-examination, pointing out and backing up and saying, this is why it's important. It's important to document for this reason, this reason, this reason, this reason, this reason. This is important. But you didn't do it. It, I think, is a very effective cross-examination, and he's getting a whole lot of, no, why would I? Why would I? And I think that gives the defense great fodder for closing arguments. That the supervisor who shows up on scene is asked why he didn't write a report. And he was like, why would I? Well, because you collected evidence, sir. Even a supplemental report. You know it becomes, even if it's 3 or 4 days later, when it becomes a homicide investigation, you can write a supplemental report.
Not just the fact that something was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
So you'd want to know what time of day it was recovered, correct?
Sure.
You'd want to know who was there and who was around when it was recovered, correct?
Yes.
You'd want to know what the item is, the condition of the item, right?
Yes.
You'd also want to know exactly where it's recovered, correct?
Yes.
In other words, as best you can to pinpoint the exact location where an item was found. That could play a huge role in any investigation, be it criminal or otherwise.
It could. It could.
You know what vehicle collision reconstructionists use a lot? Debris field measurements. So like where the debris field is and how far it is from the street, the curb line and the rest of it, it becomes really significant in vehicle collision cases. They don't think this is that yet, but I just goat scream.
Did you diagram
Scream.
or draw a diagram back at Canton PD or
I did
out
not.
at the scene
No.
about where that glass was found?
No, I did no reports or diagrams.
Did you diagram exactly where you recovered the blood spots that you did recover?
No.
Did you at least, if you did write a report, did you at least take notes on a pad about what you were doing?
Yeah, conditions weren't, it was pretty hard to take notes at that time, but I did not take notes, no.
No note. Car is gone. I am so curious
At
about
some
the
point,
details
you
of Lank's
mentioned
report at this
a
point.
person by the name of Tom Kelleher, Deputy Chief Kelleher.
It's not odd that one partner will write the report and say, I did this, my partner did this, blah, 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 blah. And they will discuss pretty in depth if one person's writing the report and the partner's not writing a supplemental. It doesn't even sound like he did this here where he gave Lank all of the information and like memorialized it for both of them. It doesn't even sound like he did that.
That's correct.
Who is Deputy Chief Kelleher?
He's the deputy chief of Canton Police.
He was active on active duty at the time? When I say active duty, I don't mean that morning, that hour. I mean just generally.
Yes, he was a lieutenant at that time.
He was someone to whom, as a matter of fact, probably the only person to whom at Canton PD you actually reported, correct? up the chain of command? He was the only person to whom you reported up the chain of command, meaning he was your direct report.
He was in charge of detectives at that time.
And then, of course, the chief would be above him, correct?
Deputy chief and chief.
Okay. When you responded to the scene, Deputy Chief Gallagher did not come out of his house and take over the investigation, correct?
Correct.
That was yours to
He was going to ask about that, and then you objected.
detail,
That is correct.
at least while you were there.
That is correct.
So can you describe what you did to preserve the crime scene? I'm sorry, to preserve the scene, because at that time you said you did not know if it was a crime scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did you do in terms of actually preserving the scene for later investigation? What steps did you take?
For later, can you explain later investigation?
After
Let me
this.
take a step back.
Sure.
Have you been trained to preserve scenes?
Yes.
What's the reason that you want to preserve a scene? What does that mean?
Collect evidence.
Collect evidence and make sure nothing is disturbed.
Correct.
Civilians can't traipse through
I'm
and walk through
disturbed at the
evidence.
moment.
That's correct.
You've heard the phrase forensically, evidence in, evidence out. Someone traipses through a crime scene, you bring
Correct.
evidence with you, and you take it back out. It's on your shoes or on your feet or your breath or your saliva, whatever it might be.
Very familiar with that, yes.
Preserving the scene is best efforts, it's best practices to make sure that nothing is moved, touched, messed with in any way, correct?
That's correct, and that's what was done here.
What did you do?
What
That's my
did-
question. What did you do to preserve that scene?
There were no civilians ever to trample through. Were rescue efforts made?
Well, there were civilians trampling through before any law enforcement got there, which you should probably know.
On Mr. O'Keefe, yes, that's priority. So rescue workers do go into any type of scene. Medical life-saving measures come first. Once all apparatus was off scene, the original officers put out crime scene tape to mark an area. And later, it was documented, it was photographed, and
It was?
evidence was collected.
And it was searched by you, at least initially with the leaf blower.
Correct.
Okay. So you were interested in the area that, by the way, I want to clear this up, make sure I'm not mistaken. You described for Mr. Brennan basically where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, correct?
Yes, yes,
You never saw his body in situ. You never saw his body in place.
that is correct.
You were told by Sergeant Lank generally where his body was, correct?
Yes, and Sergeant Lank actually never saw Mr. O'Keefe either.
That's my next question.
Okay,
Sergeant Lank-
and Mr. Good and Sergeant Good as well.
Right. Sergeant Lank never saw John O'Keefe actually in place, correct?
That is correct.
So you're receiving information from Sergeant Lank.
It's the worst game of telephone ever. So Lank told you where the victim was, but Lank didn't know where the victim was firsthand. So who told Lank?
That he did not have personal knowledge of, and then you're providing that information later to crime scene investigators who are trying to establish a diagram or some sort of a chart about where that evidence was, where the drinking glass was, where his body was, correct?
Yeah, that's a no.
No, I never spoke to anybody in that manner about that.
Didn't you ultimately go out to the scene along with others at Massachusetts State Police when they had a drone overhead?
No, you're mistaken. I can clarify it for you if you wish.
Sure.
So on February 1st, after the execution of the warrant, they wanted to go down to the scene. It was Trooper Proctor and somebody from the CARS team. I'm not sure of the name. Once they got down there, I did show them where I was shown John O'Keefe was. They did want to put up a drone, but they could not do it because they were too close to Norwood Airport and because of FAA regulations.
Okay.
And that was the last of my involvement with
So-
that. I hope that clarifies things for you.
Forget the drone. I'm interested in the first part, which was you accompanied Trooper Proctor to the
Correct.
scene, correct?
Correct.
There were other members of CARS, C-A-R-S.
I think there was one. crash accident reconstruction section, I'm assuming.
Okay, so it's a forensic, a member of MSP who does forensic diagrams, correct?
I would say. I don't know if they do diagrams. I don't know what they do.
Or reconstruction of some sort.
Sure, reconstruction.
Notes.
So
I'm
you
trying
were
to
there
process.
help
They're
provide
taking
information
notes.
about where Mr. O'Keefe's body
As
was
I'm-
found, correct?
And be a
Fucking-
Canton police officer present in case any neighbors had come out.
So you were there to help provide information.
Why do you think anyone's going to come out of their house? Then nobody came out of their house that morning. Why do you think anyone's going to come out? Now, there were rigs up and down the street with lights everywhere and a leaf blower, and nobody came out of their house. Well, just in case the neighbors came out.
About, or at least you did provide information to them about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Oh, sure, yes.
Except you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe's body, did you?
No, I did not.
So that was a guess on your part.
It wasn't. It was what I was shown. It's the information I had.
Yeah, it was the information you were told by Sergeant Lang, correct?
Yes.
Who was told by?
Also didn't see John O'Keefe in place on the ground at 34 Fairview, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So his would be a guess also, correct?
Well, we're going backwards. So he was told by Sergeant Good and et cetera. So it was information passed along, which is what police officers do.
Right. But the
Well, who
person,
told-
the police officer that was out there at the scene, who was helping the reconstructionist establish the formal report, and the CARS report, was an officer who not only didn't see...
How's many layers
where
of
John's body
hearsay?
was, you got information about where John's body was from someone who didn't see it either. Correct? Can we at least agree on
No,
that?
you have to go back to the beginning. I didn't understand the beginning of that question.
Sure,
It was very
I'll try
long.
it again.
Right.
The point
Right.
is...
Because who told you is so convoluted from who told them, from who actually saw John O'Keefe. The whole thing is a mess.
Mr. Gallagher, you happen to be tapped as the person who is going to assist the CARS folks, the MSP, in creating their CARS,
No.
ultimately their CARS report.
No.
You weren't? Chat's asking for a
Isn't it
diagram.
true
He's not going to do
you
that.
accompanied
Chat.
Trooper
He's
Proctor
the
and members
supervisor.
of the CARS
No
unit
diagrams.
to document
Denied.
Fairview Road and the scene of the incident.
Yeah, I thought I explained it could not be done.
Okay.
So
I'm not
I
asking
wasn't, I only went to show them where Mr. O'Keefe was.
But it sounds like when they went out to 34 Fairview, the intent was to put up a drone. And it wasn't till y'all got out there that you realized that you couldn't. Because, see, you still rolled out to 34 Fairview. You didn't say, oh, we can't do that. And then you still went. That doesn't make any sense. You went out there to show them where he was because they wanted to put a drone up because nobody took any measurements.
And
Okay. Just.
Is
What?
it true that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road and the scene of the incident?
yeah, I thought I explained it could not be done.
Okay.
So
I'm not
I
asking-
wasn't, I only went to show them where Mr. O'Keefe was and in case any neighbors came out. I wasn't there to assist in any documentation at all.
You were there. You knew who Brian Tully is.
I do.
Have you reviewed Brian Tully's report?
I have not. You
This-
showed me one section of it.
This is why Jackson sounds like he's also buffering.
Isn't it true that what you actually told Brian Tully is that you went with Trooper Proctor and you're already shaking your head now. I didn't finish the question.
No.
I got that part wrong. You accompanied Trooper Proctor?
No, what's wrong is I was interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That was a meeting I had with Prosecutor Lally.
Okay.
Trooper Tully was present. Trooper Tully.
So you didn't tell anyone any of this until you met with Lally as the trial is starting? And Lally didn't say, all of you get the fuck out of my office. What are you even talking? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? There's no report. So you went back out to the scene and nobody knew that until April 2024.
Tully never asked me any question. I don't recall Trooper Tully ever asked.
Trooper Tully didn't interview me. He just memorialized the conversation I had with Lally because no one else memorialized it.
Is it true that what you actually told
I backed it
Brian
up.
Tully is that you went with Trooper Proctor?
Because
You're already shaking your head now. I didn't finish the question.
No.
I got that part wrong. You accompanied Trooper Proctor?
No, what's wrong is I was interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That was a meeting I had with Prosecutor Lally.
Okay.
Trooper Tully was present. Trooper Tully never asked me any question. I don't recall Trooper Tully ever asking me a question, sir.
So let me be a little bit more defined. So in Trooper Tully's report, where he reports what you said, you were actually talking to Adam Lally, my colleague sitting up in front.
Correct.
Okay. So now we've got that cleared up. Let me ask you again. Did you say in front of Trooper Tully that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and
here's what the jury's not going to know that you guys will know, because I'm going to share with you. The reason, and the only reason, a DA would have the trooper that's with them during an interview write a report is because something was not previously memorialized or disclosed to the defense. So the DA sitting there would need a supplemental report because the witness has now given new information. It's why you do not interview witnesses alone. Somebody needs to say, that's new information, and turn it over to the defense. And so Tully was there to memorialize that because it was new information to Lally, who then went, fuck. Okay, Tully, you need to put all of that in a report and turn it over to the defense because we knew none of this before that conversation. So then that gets turned over to the defense. It seems like that gets turned over in April. So that is why you, A, never interview anyone alone, and B, write a supplemental report. If the things that Gallagher had said to Lally had already been disclosed, you wouldn't have Tully write up a report. Jackson knows that. The DAs in the courtroom know that. I know that. You now know that. The jury doesn't know that, but that's why Tully memorializing that is significant to me, because none of this was written down. Sorry, I have woken up Fred by slamming my hands on the desk. So, I mean, this is why you watch with commentary, because you learn something new. It gets worse. It just...
members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road.
Meaning they were documenting Fairview Road. It's not clear. The report's not clear. They were going to document Fairview Road, not me.
So you just said something that I want to follow up on.
Okay.
The report's not clear, correct?
That's correct.
So that's an inaccurate report.
I wouldn't call it inaccurate at all.
It's just
I'm
not
just saying
clear.
you're misinterpreting the wording.
I see. And I'm misinterpreting it even though I just read it directly from the report?
Yeah, sometimes sentences have different meanings.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
Okay. The reality is you did end up going to the scene, correct?
I did.
And you accompanied, I don't want to use a word that you'll challenge, you went with Trooper Proctor, correct?
I took my cruise into 34
Okay.
Fairview, yes.
You were there at the same time Trooper Proctor was?
Yes.
And you were aware that the CARS team was there so that they could document the scene, correct?
I don't know what the purpose of the drone was. I'm not familiar with that section. I thought I answered that question. I'm not familiar.
Why the fuck did you think you were there then? Why the fuck did you think you were there then? Just keep everybody company? To document it? For funds? Why did you think they wanted you there to give them information about the crime scene? Why do you think you were there then?
With what they do.
But you do believe
I don't know what the fuck. I am losing my mind.
that as you sit here, you were there, we weren't. You do believe that that's the reason that they were there was to document the scene.
Put up a drone.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by document. I don't know if it was to photograph, I guess, which if you mean by document photograph, I guess it could.
There aren't enough goat screams in the world for you.
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Did you tell any of the members of the CARS team where you believed John's body was?
I believe it was Trooper Proctor, but I believe he was there, yes.
Of course.
Trooper Proctor obviously was not there when John's body was there either, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So he would have gotten that information
From you. That is correct.
So now that's 3 people.
It's probably more, quite honestly, yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about this report.
Correct.
The car's report. Has 3 people in line, none of whom saw John O'Keefe's body as it lay in the lawn when he was murdered.
That is correct, yes.
And there's no photographs
Of,
of Mr.
John!
O'Keefe
oh, no.
at the location.
No, we wouldn't, nobody would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures. Wouldn't be appropriate.
There's no video, specifically.
They wouldn't take video of somebody undergoing
there's no-
life-saving measurements.
There's no body cam.
As
We don't have body cameras.
they didn't treat it as a crime scene. If the hypothermia plays in here, or the hypothermic conditions play in here, because had this been a different circumstance, EMS would not have said, we need to still treat this as a workable scene. They would have treated it as, they would have called it there instead of taking him back to the hospital. So part of the difficulty here is that the regulations with hypothermic conditions require that he goes to the hospital and be warmed before he is pronounced. And because that's true, it's not a deceased at a crime scene where they would take crime scene photos. And there's not even a way, it seems, that they decided to outline that or memorialize that in any way in the snow, or even take photos zoomed out. I'm going to just let him answer all of these questions, but it's just...
It's probably more, quite honestly, yeah.
Such a mess.
Correct.
The car's report has 3 people in line, none of whom saw John O'Keefe's body as it lay in the lawn when he was murdered.
That is correct, yes.
And there's no photographs
Of,
of Mr. O'Keefe
oh, no.
at the location.
No, we wouldn't, nobody would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures. Wouldn't be appropriate.
There's no video, specifically.
They wouldn't take video of somebody undergoing
there's
life-saving measurements.
There's no
either.
body cam.
We don't have body cameras.
There's no dash cam that shows it.
Well, dash cameras would be on the road. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 8 to 10 feet off the road.
Well, hang on a second. You're not sure where Mr. O'Keefe was because you never saw him.
That's why I used a range, yes.
That's what he was told.
I know where the blood was. I know where the glass was.
Right. You don't know if he was 7 to 9 feet off.
That's correct.
My teen is
12 feet
home.
off. You can't say.
Hello, T. We can talk about that when I'm not streaming. No, you can. No. I don't know why you have friends that would rank Limp Bizkit under Ice Nine Kills, but we're gonna have to talk about it after I'm done streaming.
It's a joke. I didn't actually get in a conflict today at school.
That's a pretty large conflict over where you rank Limp Bizkit. I mean, it is a substantial conflict, but it's AP exams week. I don't have time for y'all fighting over who's better, Limp Bizkit or Ice Nine Kills, in the middle of this ridiculousness that we are all dealing with. But yes, you have to bring back your comfort cat and show him to the chat, because everybody just needs something else to focus on. That cat does not let anyone hold him.
Nope.
Except for Travis, because he's going to climb into Travis's skin, because that is his human. All right, T. Thank you for the I'm like, what are we talking? Thank you for the
I apologize for
we're going to derail the whole chat. And the chat's like, Emily, the moderators tell us to stay on topic, and now we are going to have to fight over Limp Bizkit, Metallica, and Ice Nine Kills.
it made me so mad though. I was like, this is unbelievable.
We will chat about the order of awesomeness later. Derailed thoroughly, but Travis is like, no, it's I have a joke, and I'm like, what are we talking about? I am too frustrated with this, but yes, there goes all the cats with their preferred human. Fred, not Durst the cat, George the the sass. And I've paused this brutally, and I'm going to have to back up because the amount of things in this investigation that are just so just the things. Travis is trying to definitely be the comic relief. We have to still go pick up Brian's cake. So we're gonna just back this up. Thank you all. Travis's hair is the exact same color as his cat's. Yes, that just happens.
Which, if you mean by document
So I had to
photographs,
back this up a little bit.
I guess it could.
Because I
I
lost
would
my
agree.
mind
If
and my
it means
train of
take
thought.
measurements, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Did you tell?
I don't know what document the scene means. Was this the witness last trial who's like, I don't know if I would have written it on the bag?
Any of the members of the CARS team where you believed John's body was?
I believe it was Trooper Proctor, but I believe he was there, yes.
Trooper Proctor obviously was not there. When
It's just
John's
such a
body was
game
there either,
of
correct?
That is
telephone.
correct, yes.
So he would have gotten that information.
From you. That is correct.
So now that's 3 people.
It's probably more, quite honestly.
I
yeah.
backed way too
Well, I'm talking about this report.
Correct.
CARS report. That's 3 people in line, none of whom saw John's body, John O'Keefe's body, as it lay in the lawn with Butcher Carter.
That is correct, yes.
And there's no photographs
Of
of Mr.
I backed up a
O'Keefe.
lot.
Oh, no.
Apologies,
no,
Chad.
we wouldn't. Nobody would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures. Wouldn't be appropriate.
If he had been called at the scene, they would have taken photographs. This is part of the whole.
There's no video, specifically.
They wouldn't take video of somebody undergoing
there's
life-saving measurements.
There's no
either.
body cam.
We don't have body cameras.
There's no dash cam that shows it.
Well, dash cameras would be on the road. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 8 to 10 feet off the road.
Well, hang on a second. You're not sure where Mr. O'Keefe was because you never saw him.
That's why I used a range, yes. I know where the blood was. I know where the glass was.
Right. You don't know if he was 7 to 9 feet off.
That's correct.
4 to 12 feet off. You can't say.
I could only approximately. You are correct, yes.
You did meet with Officer Saraf. You met with all the officers when you arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And Officer Saraf had been there from the beginning of the morning.
Yes.
Officer Saraf didn't report to you at that time any statements attributable to my client, did he?
He did not, no.
You.
I actually think that having this witness this afternoon makes the point that Saraf never said anything that Karen Reed said to him stand out more. I really think it highlights that more than it would have been had these witnesses come in a different order. Did Saraf ever tell you anything Karen Reed said? No.
You did meet with Officer Saraf. You met with all the officers when you arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And Officer Saraf had been there from the beginning of the morning.
Yes.
Officer Saraf didn't report to you at that time any statements attributable to my client, did he?
He did not, no.
You
think it
later
stands out
went
more.
back to 34 Fairview with Sergeant Lank.
That's correct.
And you rode back. Did you ride back to Canton PD with Sergeant Lank or separate cruisers?
Which time? I
I'm
apologize.
sorry. That's a vague question on my part. You went back to 34 Fairview with just Officer Lank, and you described the circumstance in which you went in, you were let in by Brian Albert. He went to the kitchen. You were in the family room or some other place.
Right by the kitchen, yeah.
Right by the
room
kitchen.
off the kitchen, yes.
Okay, so right next to where he was interviewing.
That's correct.
Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
Did you ride back from that meeting or that event to Canton PD with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
And Sergeant Lank didn't say anything to you about his interview with Jennifer McCabe at that time.
I don't recall our conversation on the way back.
Okay. And you didn't write a report about any conversation that you had with Officer Saraf. You didn't write a report about any conversation you had with Sergeant Lang.
No, they're responsible for writing their own reports.
Got it.
Okay.
You did say that let me back up and ask you a different question.
Okay.
You testified about a year ago in another proceeding. You talked a little bit about the evidence collection of the biological material.
Yep.
Or as you, I'm guessing at that time, presumed blood. You haven't done any testing.
That's correct, yes, sir.
But you assumed it was blood just because of your experience and it looked like it could be blood on the street.
That's correct.
How far were you from Canton PD? Approximately. A drive.
Mile and a half.
Mile and a half. You had your cruiser with you.
I had my personal vehicle with me.
Your personal vehicle. In other words, your ambulance where you could get from point A to point B if you wanted to.
What?
Yeah, I was the scene supervisor. I wasn't leaving the scene.
Okay. But you also had subordinate folks at the scene that you could have dispatched had you wanted to.
Correct.
They all had cruisers.
Yes, they did.
Or personal vehicles, I'm not sure which.
I'm sorry?
Or personal vehicles, I'm not sure which.
I was the only one with a personal vehicle. Detective Sergeant Lank had a Toyota Tundra pickup truck that is not marked, but it's assigned to our detective unit.
So if you wished to, as the ranking officer at the scene, you could have dispatched one or more of those officers to run an errand, to go do something in furtherance of the investigation, had you wanted to.
Yeah, I actually did that.
Okay, you did. What did you do in that regard?
Right, Lank went to
Remember, I sent
go get the-
Sergeant Good to get the leaf blower.
Oh, good, got the leaf blower. Good. Good, went and got the leaf blower.
You also know that Canton PD has evidence collection bags at Canton PD.
Yes.
Do they?
You also know that they have materials and tools to gather biological material, correct?
We do have swabs, yes.
And those swabs go in little containers to maintain their sanitary nature, correct?
That is correct, yes.
In other words, if you see a blood stain, you don't just walk up with a Kleenex that you find on the ground and wipe it up. There's
I mean,
blood
it is-
stain. There's a process for.
I think it's fair that gets complicated when there is snow, but I imagine you could put it in the same vial.
For gathering that type of evidence, correct?
Sure. If you're looking for DNA, you can use a bloody Kleenex, to your point.
It'd be kind of an emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. My point exactly.
But if you're a mile from the Canton PD,
Yeah.
you could have gone back and gotten a swab.
Could have.
But you didn't.
Didn't want to because
no.
of the weather. Because
Unless
you
he's-
just said because it's an emergency.
Unless he's all of us at the moment. He's like, what is happening?
And we thought it was an emergency there. I mean, the storm was coming down terribly. And I believe if we didn't collect that biological matter, we weren't going to get that biological matter.
But Canton PD was a mile and a half away, 4 or 5 minutes.
In a blizzard.
Still, in a blizzard, I feel like it's 3 minutes in good weather, probably 4, 5, 6 minutes in a blizzard, correct?
I'm not sure.
So let's call it 12, 15 minutes. You certainly could have gone back. If you wanted to, you could have dispatched one of your officers to go back and get swabs and properly collect the blood material. Correct?
Sure. And I believed 15 minutes would have made a difference.
And what you did instead is, well, 15 minutes would have made a difference, but you asked Sergeant Good to drive to his house and get a leaf blower.
Yes, and while he was doing that, we were documenting the scene with photographs.
You
You
were
could have documented
what?
the scene with photographs even if you went back and get a swab.
You were documenting the scene with what?
What's the difference?
Because we were ongoing. It was ongoing. I wasn't leaving the scene.
I didn't ask you to leave the scene. I didn't ask if you were
I
leaving the scene.
needed the other officers. We talked about scene security. I already let one officer go. I now have 3 left. We're securing that scene.
So you saw pink stains in the snow, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, Officer Good, probably called him Sean, Sarge, go home and get a leaf blower.
That is correct.
Could have said, Officer Mulaney, get your butt over to Canton PD and pick up 10 swabs, correct?
He wouldn't have had access to the swabs.
Oh, so now one of your officers could have gotten swabs, even if a lieutenant, a ranking lieutenant, had dispatched him to go get a swab.
Because he doesn't have access to the BCI, the Office of BCI, where our stuff is kept.
Could you have made a phone call?
No, nobody there would have had access at that time. It was only Officer Dever on the desk.
So you're the only person that could have gotten those swabs?
Sergeant Lang could have gotten them as well.
So Sergeant Lang could have too?
Sure.
But you didn't say that.
No, definitely didn't.
Okay. What you did do, however, is you went to the neighbor's house. That would be Tom Keller, correct?
The lieutenant of detectives, yes.
Right. And Lieutenant Gallagher gave you red Solo cups.
Yes. I asked for plastic or glass containers. He had Solo cups, and I utilized them.
The same kind of Solo cups that we all see at backyard barbecues.
Yep, they hold liquid terrifically.
They're also not sealed, correct?
They are not.
They're also not used normally. I mean, they were here. They're not normally used for evidence collection, correct?
Oh, absolutely not.
Right. I mean, at least we've acknowledged
And then you decided
absolutely
you need to
not.
transport that very important biological material back to Canton PD for storage and safety, correct?
That's correct.
And why was it important to transport that blood material so quickly? What are the factors that you considered, weight and balance, in terms of getting that material back to Canton PD in good
Would
condition,
contamination
sanitary?
be what you were getting at,
So
Jackson?
a criminalist could extract a proper DNA sample.
What would happen, for instance, if that blood material, I don't know, were contaminated?
Contaminated how?
You tell me. You're a professional.
So DNA is pretty hardy, pretty forensically stable. The only things that are going to harm it are radiation, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals such as bleach.
Can't other DNA like get? I'm just gonna let it go.
That's
I'm
not
just-
present here. I wasn't. Then you would have 2 sets of DNA when it's tested, which would benefit you.
Well, depends on whose DNA it is.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, Mike, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Which would benefit you? Oh my god.
While you were, I'm going to stay on this for a second. So obviously,
My
there's a
face
reason
hurts
why
from raising
those
my eyebrows
swabs,
so hard.
biological swabs,
Need to put them
are handled
back.
with such care. For instance, a DNA analyst is going to put on
Sir.
gloves.
Correct.
Oftentimes, they're going to put on a
We're
mask.
going to wrinkle my face more.
I don't know about that.
Oftentimes, they put on goggles. Is that right?
It depends what they're testing.
Right.
Yeah.
But in order to go out and collect something, you'll see CSI, crime scene investigators, in full body suits when they
Sure.
walk into a crime scene.
Yeah, you can.
Because you don't want to contaminate the scene with your own hair off your arm or an eyelash falling into a blood stain, correct?
That is correct.
Right. So there are protocols. I mean, you said just a second ago, Mr. Gallagher, well, it's DNA. Unless somebody pours bleach in it, you're pretty much golden, right? That's not quite the fact, is it?
And that's not quite what I said.
No, it's not quite what you said. You were suggesting that it's hardy enough that it doesn't really matter
No.
if it's contaminated or not. If there's multiple people's DNA, it just benefits everybody.
No, I simply asked what you meant by contamination.
Okay. So it could be contaminated with debris, is that right?
Sure, it can.
It could be contaminated with other people's DNA, is that right?
It can.
It could be contaminated with foreign items, foreign either aerosols or somebody's spittle when they're talking, correct?
Sure.
Contaminated with 1,000 things.
Hypothetically.
Right.
Right.
Of course, these Solo cups didn't have lids on them, right?
They did not.
They were open.
Yes.
You didn't
No,
photograph where you picked
They were in a bag.
up the samples.
In a bag.
No.
They were in a bag.
You didn't document where you picked up the samples.
No.
So if the samples were in 6, how many Solo cups were there?
6.
6 Solo cups. We don't know as we sit here where each of those Solo cups contents came from specifically, do we?
Specifically, no.
Okay. Then those Solo cups with no lids were placed into a bag, right?
That's correct.
You said on direct examination that this was a brown paper bag, right?
It is. Stop and Shop, I believe.
And you said that
Yep. Yep.
that Stop and Shop bag is, other than having the words Stop and Shop on it versus evidence on it, basically the one and the same thing.
Same dimensions, made out of the same materials, yes.
Right. But with an evidence bag, you know exactly where it came from and who's handled it.
Not necessarily.
comes from a manufacturer whose job it is to secure those bags so that they are not mishandled, so they can have some sort of bona fides that they're clean and ready to accept evidence. In, say, for instance, I don't know, the investigation of a homicide of a police officer.
Okay.
Important stuff, right?
We're not at a homicide of a police officer at this point.
I'm just talking about evidence bags in general. Evidence bags in general. In other words, I'm trying to think about some of the most important investigations around. The manufacturers of those evidence bags manufacture them and send them in a way so that their bona fides, the provenance of those bags, is maintained, correct, and protected.
That's the way they ship them, yes.
Right. And Canton PD pays extra money for those bags for that very purpose.
I'm sure they do, yes.
You mentioned almost tongue-in-cheek, look, except for the price, they're probably pretty close.
Yes.
There's a reason that there's a price difference, right?
What would the reason? What's the reason?
Well, it's not the shelf. I can go pay 10 cents for that bag. It's not-
Maybe the way that they're manufactured, perhaps the way that they're shipped and stored, so like the inside of the bag's not contaminated with like Cheez-It crumbs. Are we really debating the propriety of evidence bags and open containers? I mean, can't we? How do we not just get to this wasn't ideal? It wasn't ideal. I thought we needed to move fast. These are the decisions I made because the snow was coming down. It is not ideal. He's like, same.
Really good. Who's where it's been or who's handling it, right? It's got my milk and my eggs in it. Really don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they price it because of how they package it. I don't have any knowledge of
Well,
that.
you're the one that mentioned the price. I'm just
Oh,
trying to
no.
make a point.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I'm sorry, we're speaking over each other. Okay.
I apologize.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gallagher. You gotta wait for me.
Yep.
There's a reason. My point is there's a reason, right?
Yes.
That evidence bags are more expensive because there is a way they're manufactured and they're taken care of, and Canton PD is willing to pay that extra price like every other law enforcement agency because of that, correct? All right. So they're not quite the same, are they?
No.
Those solo cups were placed in the evidence bag uncovered.
Yes.
The evidence bag was then placed in Sergeant Lank's vehicle.
It was closed and Sergeant Lang transported it to his vehicle. Yes.
Okay. When you say closed, you mean the top of it was rolled up?
Correct.
Or folded over?
Correct.
Okay.
It wasn't forensically sealed.
Not at that time, no.
There was no evidence tape that went on it.
Not at that time, no.
Matter of fact, the cups were still open and could slosh around. Assume they melted.
Frozen.
Yes.
There's liquid blood and liquid water, like
That's correct.
snow.
That's correct.
You could hear Jackson go.
And you indicated that those were, at least you believe.
It's not.
those were-
It's just. I laugh to keep from screaming at this point because it's not funny. It just is so bad that I don't really know how else to respond. And how frustrated he is with Jackson for asking basic questions. Like, there's times Jackson's an asshole. But saying you didn't write a report is really not the defense attorney being an asshole. It's just a really basic question. No report at all. Okay.
Were placed in an evidence locker, temporary evidence locker, correct?
No, the blood samples were put in a refrigerated unit.
My mistake. I thought the refrigerator was the temporary storage locker. It's different?
Yes, lockers are not refrigerated. That's where the glass would go into a locker.
Okay. This was placed into an evidence refrigerator.
That's correct.
That was to maintain the integrity of the sample, the biological sample inside the cups, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have an evidence log of that?
I don't, no.
You've never seen an evidence log indicating that those were actually put into a refrigerator?
What? What? The other stuff was logged and these weren't logged?
That's where the glass would go into a locker.
Okay. This was placed into an evidence refrigerator.
That's correct.
That was to maintain the integrity of the sample, the biological sample inside the cups, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have an evidence log of that?
I don't, no.
You've never seen an evidence log indicating that those were actually put into a refrigerated evidence log?
I removed them myself, so I know they were in the refrigerator unit
Okay,
When
but
did you remove them?
on February 1st.
Right. We're talking about January 29th. They were taken to Canton PD by Officer Sergeant Lang on January 29th. I'm just asking, well, let me ask a foundational question. Does Canton PD maintain something called evidence logs?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not the evidence officer.
No.
There is, it's all computerized.
Right.
So like I explained earlier, when they do get logged in, the officer puts the description of the property, hits the space bar, and the computer generates an evidence number.
Right. And that evidence number is associated with just that piece of evidence.
Just that piece of evidence, correct.
And every time it's checked out or put back in, there is a log created, correct?
Yeah, they do it by computer, yes.
haven't we established that he was one of the most senior officers in the department? I don't know. I'm not the evidence officer. Sir, you said that part of your supervisory duties were to make sure that people properly wrote reports and logged evidence. You said that that was part of your supervisory duties as one of the most senior in the chain of custody. As a supervisor, you said, I need to make sure they write reports, log evidence. How do you not know then if your department maintains evidence logs? I find this very difficult. I understand if you don't know every in and out of how your department does it because you are not the evidence officer. He's not asking you that. Does your department maintain evidence logs? How are you supervising if you don't know what your department does?
Digital fingerprint.
Correct.
All right. I mean, you're a former.
He's like, computer.
narcotics specialist, right?
Computer.
You did narcotics for years, right?
I did.
Drugs, about the most sensitive thing out there, right? I mean,
Computer. Just computer. Just computer.
You're not just going to set it on the evidence subject's desk. You're going to make sure that damn thing gets logged exactly how it's supposed to, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Because it needs to have a trace of where it goes and who touches it and who has access to it, correct?
That is correct.
Never seen an evidence log for these items that were taken from 34 Fairview and supposedly put into the, well, not supposedly because you took them out, and ultimately went into a refrigerated evidence log.
Yeah, I wouldn't have access to the evidence log. Our evidence room is a very strict process. There's only two.
See, I write things down so I'll remember them better. So when stuff like this happens, I can remember. You gave the evidence number for other things you logged into evidence, though. You gave the entire number and you said it's the year, it's the number something came in, and then it's in the property room. I think it was 2218 PR is what you said earlier in your direct examination. Because you hit the space bar. For the glass, you had the evidence number memorized. 2218 PR. And yet, we've reached, I don't know, What I'm hearing is that you logged the glass and then the things that went in the fridge did not get logged. So what I'm hearing.
Exactly how it's supposed to, correct?
Of course.
Because it needs to have a trace of where it goes and who touches it and who has access to it, correct?
That is correct.
You've never seen an evidence log for these items that were taken from 34 Fairview and supposedly put into the, well, not supposedly because you took them out, and ultimately went into a refrigerated evidence log.
Yeah, I wouldn't have access to the evidence log. Our evidence room is a very strict process. There's only 2 people that can even have access to the permanent once it goes into permanent evidence. And it's the admin sergeant that changes the custody when it comes out for court, if an item has to come out for court, or if it has to be transported to another agency.
Where'd that fucking box in court come from then?
Or
you said you turned it over to the other agency. You're not even making sense.
Room is a very strict process. There's only 2 people that can even have access to the permanent once it goes into permanent evidence. And it's the admin sergeant that changes the custody when it comes out for court, if an item has to come out for court, or if it has to be transported to another agency, or if an officer needs it removed from evidence for further inspection, the admin sergeant would take care of that.
That's the way it's...
Mr. Jackson, you're not going to finish today, right?
No, I'm not.
In 2 minutes.
Two questions, and I'm also...
All right, 2 questions.
Thank you. That's the way it's supposed to work, correct?
Yes.
But you've never, as you sit here, you've never seen an evidence log determining where that blood went and who was handling it between January 29th and February 1st.
I have never seen an evidence log.
That's all I had, Your Honor, at least at this time.
All right, Lieutenant, we're going to have you come back tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your
When
Honor.
the jury files that, you can file right now.
Thank you.
So, jurors, that's it for today. The same 4 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about it, please disregard it and let us know tomorrow, and be very careful with your social media use. All right, see you tomorrow.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Goodbye.
Okay. Well, I'm going to see if they come back on the record for anything. It doesn't look like they do today. I'm sure everybody just walked away and went, what? 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 I'm going to try to summarize this afternoon, and then I'm going to answer some questions. At the end of day 9, I give a asterisk caveat to what I think I said earlier about how difficult it is to have surprises in a retrial, because today there are things that I just do not remember from the first trial with this witness, Lieutenant Gallagher, now retired. Because the things that were surprising to me in his testimony, and Lieutenant Gallagher was the scene supervisor who showed up at 34 Fairview in the morning in his personal vehicle. He is the one that decided that the leaf blower would be the best way to get through different layers of snow without destroying anything. He decided that the only way to preserve anything biological, which was suspected blood at the scene, was to get some kind of a container. And they went across the street and asked for some kind of a container, got red Solo cups and a Stop and Shop bag, put the Solo cups with snow and presumed blood into the Stop and Shop bag, and used the leaf blower to uncover a broken drinking glass. The drinking glass was marked for identification in court, was not admitted into evidence yet because, well, the chain of custody has some questions, and it's a very secure process that this lieutenant who is a supervisor wasn't quite sure how that all worked because he is not the administrative sergeant that's in charge of chain of custody, though he knew the custody very well for the drinking glass, just not for the cups that went into the evidence refrigerator. And it just seems that the drinking glass was logged into custody because this witness gave it a chain of custody number when he started testifying, 2218 PR, but said, I wouldn't have any information about that with regard to the other information. He said the admin sergeant would do all of that if it was to change custody to another agency, but he said during direct examination that he is the one that gave the broken drinking glass and the red Solo cups to the crime lab. He gave it to them, not the admin sergeant. So his cross-examination was conflicting with a lot of his direct examination. He also very much seemed to anticipate an underlying implication from Jackson's questions and was pushing back on the implication, not on the question asked, which I think ended up making his testimony look worse if possible. Because there were times Jackson was asking what I thought were very neutral questions. And there's times that Jackson does not ask neutral questions. They are dripping with insinuation, sarcasm, or just blame. Those were not the questions that this witness was responding to in a very big way. Alan Jackson asked pretty neutral things like, did you write a report? No. I'm the supervisor. And Alan Jackson went through cross and said, okay, but normally when you're supervising, you're just making sure everybody else is doing reports. But in this case, you had the leaf blower in your hands and you were blowing snow and uncovered what ultimately is a piece of evidence that got marked into evidence. So on this day, even though you often show up as a supervisor, you were not acting in a strictly supervisory role. And he's like, I didn't write any reports. Lank wrote a report, Good wrote a report, everybody else wrote a report. When asked if he was interviewed about this case, he said no. And I think what he said was, why would I? Other than, or no, it's not needed. But it was, his face said no, WTF would I be interviewed for? Because you were on scene, actively engaging with trying to find things on the scene. And his direct testimony was that he wanted to preserve things located at the scene, he said, to try to figure out what kind of medical issue John O'Keefe was having. Because at this point, no one was treating it like a crime scene. And he said that at that time, there was no crime in his direct examination. Oh, it could have been the very beginning of cross. It was not treated like a crime scene, and that is abundantly clear in this case. But as we got into cross, we got into how much this lieutenant did at the crime scene, went back to 34 Fairview when Lank interviewed Jen McCabe, talked to Saraf, I think it's Officer Saraf, talked to Saraf that day. Saraf never said to this witness that Karen Reed said anything to him. And I think the order of the witnesses, with Katie McLaughlin going before this witness and this witness coming next, where Katie McLaughlin said no. Karen Reed said, I hit him. And Jen McCabe interjected and said, what are you even talking about? Stop, just calm down. And then Saraf came over and said, wait, what? And Karen Reed said, I hit him. And he said, go get good. Apparently, the supervisor on scene was told none of that. Saraf responded nothing that Karen Reed said at the crime scene, or is alleged to have said at the crime scene. And then we learn that Gallagher is never interviewed until he sits down to talk to DA Adam Lally to prep for his testimony, which means his name has to be in a report somewhere, but to prep for his testimony before the trial last April. And at that point, it is Lally and Tully, State Trooper Tully, and at that point, Tully generates a report to disclose, and this is what I have added in from my own knowledge of this case, to disclose things that Gallagher said that were never memorialized anywhere, including that Gallagher went back out to 34 Fairview with Proctor and the CARS team, which is the Crime Accident Reconstruction something, because they wanted to put up a drone and try to get some measurements. And it was Gallagher's job to go out and tell them where things were at the scene, including the supposed blood that they recovered, the glass pieces, and where he was told John O'Keefe was. And it became very clear that Gallagher was told where John O'Keefe was before EMS took John O'Keefe out of 34 Fairview by, not Saraf, by Lank. But Lank never saw John O'Keefe on scene either. So it's from Good to Lank and Lank to Gallagher, and then Gallagher to Proctor as to where John O'Keefe was when EMS got there, when Karen Reed got there, when Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts got there. All of that got to Proctor from Gallagher, from Lank, from Good. So when we get to accident reconstruction, one of the things that's going to be incredibly important is where John O'Keefe was, how far from the curb he was, how far from the street he was. And all of the officers who are relaying that information to the lead investigator, except don't ask this witness about who's the lead investigator, because he doesn't know how any of that works. Not his pay grade, doesn't know how any of that works. I don't know how the DA's office does things. I don't know how they assign people. I don't know if Proctor's the lead investigator. I don't even know what a lead investigator is. I do not know. It is all through 5 other people saying where they believe John O'Keefe to be. But for accident reconstructionists, that information is incredibly important. The jury is just getting into the very beginning of no reports and incredulity about the report. This witness didn't say, no, I didn't write a report in hindsight. Didn't even write a supplemental report between 2022 and 2024 and 2025. He was offended that he was being asked. I have been promoted. Why would I write a report? He was so annoyed that he was being asked why he didn't write a report when he uncovered pieces of evidence that they presumed were close in location to John O'Keefe when he was located. He made the decision to get the solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag, the fucking leaf blower. Those were his command decisions. And it doesn't seem from his testimony that he communicated with Lank about Lank's report. Maybe that'll come out on redirect tomorrow because he's still on cross-examination. But this is the very first witness that the jury is seeing from Canton PD who is talking about the crime scene and how this investigation went. And I imagine that after there's been some cross-examinations where there are points that are quibbled over that might not matter, I think that at this point, the jury's like, solo cups, you say? No report? Nobody even, you never talked to state troopers. Oh, but you did talk to state troopers because you went out to the crime scene to show them where John O'Keefe was, even though you heard secondhand or third hand or fourth hand or whatever. But you didn't write a report for that either. Okay. And I think that the way he answered the questions is quite telling. He did say he wrote a report about metadata, but we didn't get any more information on that. And damn it, don't I want more information about metadata? Which metadata? I think it was a very good cross-examination because Jackson was able to step down his own frustration and let the witness's frustration on cross shine. You didn't get a lot of comments from Jackson of his own incredulousness, his own, you didn't write a report? His tone was stepped back a bit so that this witness's annoyance could be seen. Different than his cross with Katie McLaughlin, where I think at times it might not come across as smoothly because there were times that cross got a little off, I think, track, and his own annoyance outstepped the witnesses. I just can't believe that the supervisor is like, I don't understand why it's a problem that there's no reports. Well, if it's not documented, it makes it real hard to try to figure out what happened down the road. And even though you are the supervisor and you made a lot of the command calls, I would expect that then it would be, hey, if nothing else, in this investigation, it seems that documenting that I brought back the red Solo cups and put them in the refrigerator would make sense. Documenting that I found this glass, where I found it, what it was near, why I made those choices. He said in his cross-examination, I thought Good should take a video of me using the leaf blower because down the road someone might question the decision to choose to use the leaf blower. So if the thought process already is, we should document this, I don't understand not going the next step and writing a supplemental report. If nothing else, you look at the victim in this case and say, you know what? Maybe we wouldn't normally document this, but it makes sense because John O'Keefe deserves answers and a thorough investigation. The lack of professionalism today has put me over the top. Nobody got volunteered into their jobs today. This sergeant and firefighter McLaughlin picked their jobs. And though I think that all victims of crime should be treated equally, I am surprised that there is not a level of care given when they discover that it is John O'Keefe. Canton knew about what happened to his sister and his brother-in-law and his taking care of his niece and nephew. They knew he was law enforcement. And the testimony this afternoon came across like they did not care about this investigation to me. Maybe that's because I've seen this trial the last time. Maybe it's because I am still blown away that there are no documents. But the testimony came across as if he just couldn't be bothered. And it's frustrating. It's just, I'm incredibly frustrated. And I don't know if the no reports didn't stick out to me as much last time because I was so blown away by the Solo cups because it was the first time I had heard it. But absolutely wild testimony, and the lack of contrition and the dismissiveness in the answers were frustrating to see. We'll see how other law enforcement witnesses go. But this law enforcement witness, I do not think helped the prosecution move things along very well today. And the cross-examination is beginning to give the jury a little bit of a glimpse into the investigation beyond just the civilian witnesses here. Wow. Well, day 10 is going to start with this sergeant still on the stand under cross-examination. And I imagine that we are going to start, because Alan Jackson's going to have the evening to sit down and either rewatch this because the trial's streamed or reflect on the questioning. And I think some of that reflection will be on, but you said you couldn't have access to these things because only the admin sergeant transfers them, but you're the one who is transferring all the evidence, weren't you? I think that's where we're going to kick off tomorrow. Are we now getting into all of law enforcement, or will we go back to those that were at 34 Fairview? I'm not sure, but I think the evidence really highlighted today that, well, Lank and Good and Saraf never told the site supervisor that Karen Reed said anything at all. And that Katie McLaughlin said, I'm not asking any more questions. It's not my job. Law enforcement will take care of it. And law enforcement, even after they are supposed to have heard Karen Reed saying, I hit him, did not treat this like a crime scene. And that's where we're at the end of day 9. All right, law nerds. Don't forget to get the Law Nerd app so you know when we are streaming. We're going to start court shortly after court starts tomorrow. I'm just blown away by all of it today. Just what is even happening? So we're going to get to some questions because we need to get to questions. So let's get to questions. I mean, I really just can't even with today. Like, what's with today? What is with today? No, I don't think Cross is done, period. I think Cross is done for today because the court was like, how much time do we have left? And he's like, 2 more questions and we'll end for the day. He's not done with Cross. I think he was just done. Well, because the court is just like, the court's going to get that jury out on time no matter what. And has done so consistently, getting the jury out on time. She is mindful of the jury's time. I swear I'm still cool, said my Law Nerd hat has arrived. I'm so glad. I am so glad. Luna says all this fuckery screams reasonable doubt. I think that the defense will do well to focus on the investigation, but it is not a surprise that I don't think the investigation here was good. I don't know how I just don't know how we get to that. This is a acceptable form of a investigation. It's not. And nobody seems to feel one way about it or the other. Music to My Soul says it's absolutely unbelievable that this is the Commonwealth's witness. Yep. The Commonwealth can only do so much. So there's not much they can do to work around these witnesses. They are what they are. They did what they did. They said what they said. And the best that the Commonwealth can do is call them and try to let them explain on redirect. But I imagine there's not a lot of explaining that can be done. We should go back to our regular lights because your questions aren't fuckery. We should get back to our non-DEFCON red. We're going to have to see if we get to DEFCON red tomorrow. Nitty Lynn said, was the blood taken at to the hospital or to the police? We're talking about the evidence from earlier today. Oh, no, we're not talking about Karen Reed's blood draw. We've moved on to what was recovered in the snow, it was taken to the police department and put in the evidence refrigerator. So not the evidence locker, but the evidence refrigerator, not to the hospital. Erica, I think we will see the Commonwealth's theory on this more, but I know there's a lot who haven't seen the case yet. We have some statements from Karen Reed in the video clips played that John O'Keefe had, I think, the glass that she took from the bar, but we're not there yet. So there's more to come. There's just more to come. Mama Sue's said, so if she did say she hit him, why did nobody ask what? Wouldn't that be a question, or with what? Wouldn't that be a question because she is screaming, I hit him, supposedly, but they just thought it was supposedly a car and not a shovel or a what? It is and this is purely my supposition from the evidence we saw this trial and last trial and the way that everyone behaved, because everyone's behavior seems to indicate to me that no one took these statements very seriously, which indicates to me that in hindsight, everybody's saying that those are I hit him, period. I will never forget it statements. But at the time, they were taken as part of the litany of things Karen Reed was saying in distress. Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Help him. Oh my God, Jen, Carrie. Oh my God, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? I think that everyone that heard what Karen Reed was saying took it as statements made out of distress, because that's how everyone acted. That's how I interpreted it. Nobody acts like these statements are a confession until much, much later, which I think is a problem for the Commonwealth, that no one acted like they are a confession. Valley Girl said, when will this be dismissed for no evidence? Oh, nope, that's not going to happen. If it was going to happen, it would have already happened. But at the end of the prosecution's case, there will be a motion made. That motion will likely be denied. It was last time. But we are well not into all the rest of the evidence yet. But no, that is not going to happen. The only way that something similar could have happened is if prosecutors chose not to prosecute the case. They had the ability to make that decision. They did not make that decision. Lindsay, thank you for the super chat. Lindsay said, I really feel like this trial is worse than the first trial, and that's saying something. I think we've seen some new information that is not good. I think the prosecution has put their case in a stronger way. I think that the statements that the prosecution has used from Karen Reed helped bolster their case early on, but I think the actions of law enforcement will undermine that as we continue to get through the case. I also think as we get through what else is found at the scene, the jury has gotten to see the video of them trying to leaf blower stuff. They will get to decide whether or not they think that you would have or would not have seen additional evidence at that time in that location, because he very easily and clearly uncovered the glass. So if you can easily and clearly uncover the glass, is there more? Just is there more? And I think that's fair. Casey Katz said, motion for day drinking, please, any seconds. Not for me, because I still need to go pick things up for the evening, but I'm not going to tell y'all what to do as long as you aren't driving. Bethany said, how do people feel like this is going well for the Commonwealth? I think they have had some witnesses that have gone well for them. There are definitely some cross-examinations that have not gone well for them. This one is a big example of that. Yeah, it's not good. Again, which is why I feel like the strongest argument from the defense is not look at all these people that were involved. It's look at what this investigation didn't do, didn't ask, didn't uncover, didn't didn't question, didn't document. Look at all the things they did not do. I think it's a much stronger argument. So John Horn in the chat said, just caught up with the medic. Katie McLaughlin was infuriating and embarrassing. Knowing exactly what Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with is critical for his care. It would be. I would think so too. She was asked to go ask more questions to give everyone more information to treat him. And she was like, no, I didn't think it was my place. We're literally back in, you have one job. Like, you have one job, and it's to find out. Rebecca Wright said, as former law enforcement, the nonchalant manner in which he answers questions regarding so many lapses in chain of custody and lack of reports, documentation is disturbing on every level. How are we even here? I can't imagine a scenario in which a DA doesn't lose their mind on this. But they filed the case, and I still have difficulty at times wrapping my head around that. But again, we will see how the case comes in at this point. And I'm very interested to see what the new accident reconstructionist has to say. So it is a very interesting day. Tanya said John deserved so much better than this. Yep. It's Jojo said documenting evidence is the most elementary protocol law enforcement follow. Yeah. Yep. Y'all are in the same place I am. It's not even questions. It's just like, how? Like, how? Becca said, lawyer said he thinks that the judge will let them retry a third time in the instance of another hung jury. I mean, we're so far away from that. I would hope that they don't have a hung jury again. B, I would hope that the jury gets polled to see if they are hung on one count or all counts. But yes, they can retry a case a third time. We're just not to the end of the Commonwealth's case yet. But it wouldn't be the strangest thing to let them retry it a third time. But polling the jury becomes important information to see if it should be retried. And we would get through. But yes, if it hung again, they could retry it. I don't think the judge would step in on a third retrial. The propriety of that is hard for me to wrap my head around, but we'll see how their case comes in this time. I hope that a jury is able to reach some finality for everyone involved in this case. Just because it's a lot, this case. Lindsay said, EDB, thank you for doing God's work and getting us through this trial. I don't know if I'm getting y'all through, because there are things I definitely can't answer. There is information I can't help because I just can't wrap my mind around it. And then there's times I'm just sitting here as flabbergasted as y'all are. And hopefully that's helpful. You aren't alone. Daphne said, I can't drive. I'm out of red Solo cups. There's two parts of my thinking on the red Solo cups. One, I understand why they are trying to preserve something, but I also don't understand the thought process of, if we don't preserve this now, it's gone. I don't know how windy it was. I know he said he had an easy up. Could you put the easy up around it and wait for crime scene to come in so snow doesn't continue to fall on top of it? But he said that the crime scene tape was getting too blown around, so an easy up would just become a frisbee, possibly, if it's that windy. I don't know. I've never had to work with crime scenes in the snow because I didn't prosecute in an area where it snowed. So it wasn't really an issue. But is there nothing else that could have been done? I don't know. He seemed to think that there wasn't anything else that could have been done. They had to try to preserve it at any means. Yeah, I don't know. Tina, thank you for the gifted memberships. That is incredibly kind. Jagger says, reminds me of Reno 911. Should I go to Metallica in Columbus? Yes. Metallica here was not sold out, and like day of, there were some pretty inexpensive tickets to be found. So no, I would definitely look at some tickets and go. It was a great show, and it's a lot of fun. It was funny because there was weather coming through, and Nashville severe weather got very sassy where people like, are there storms rolling through? And it's like, if you're worried about a storm just rolling across real quick, like a shower, you shouldn't be at Metallica. And I was just like, damn. You're just like, you're not made of sugar. It's going to be fine. And it was fine. So I'm going to try to get to a few more questions. Kirby said, what about Jen's footprints? They talked about the civilian footprints from those that found John O'Keefe early on and said that there were footprints from civilians and law enforcement, but they can't preserve a crime scene. Well, they didn't think it was a crime scene, but they can't preserve a scene before they get there. So there's not much they can do about the footprints that were already there, which is fair. Hello Awesome said, EDB, most police vehicles here are SUVs. What about California and Tennessee? Tennessee, they have cruisers and a lot of SUVs and trucks. California, it was a lot of cruisers, but there are also trucks and SUVs for like detective vehicles, but they are generally putting people in the back of four-door cruisers, not SUVs. But that does vary by department. It does vary by department because like the lifeguards have all the SUVs because you can't put a surfboard easily in the back of a sedan. So there is that. Mary said all these iPhones and no pictures. He said they took pictures of the crime scene. They took that video. They did not have departmental photos. You were not supposed to use personal phones for that. I think they probably did use a personal phone for the video of the leaf blower. So at that point, the shit's out of the horse. Take pictures too. We'll see what comes in. Barclay says, why was there no discussion about taillight pieces being found at the scene? We're not to that part of cross-examination yet. I think that's probably going to be the end of cross-examination. And it was not asked about at direct examination. So, Stacy said, so they had to preserve the blood, but never tested it. Well, I think the way it was preserved probably informed the reason it was not tested. So Muir said, why was evidence without logs even allowed in? Because the jury gets to make that decision and the defense gets to cross-examine on it and determine its reliability, not admissibility. Those things were long fought over. Hey, it's me. Ask, can the prosecutor talk to Gallagher tonight? Not beyond what time you need to be here tomorrow. No. It would be, you can be here at this time. That's it. So let's see. Ophelia said, know what I don't recall hearing today, even one time, taillight. I think we will be hearing about taillight or lack thereof tomorrow. I think that's where we're going to get tomorrow. So it's going to be a long day, but Law Nerds, it is Dr. B's birthday. And so I need to go pick things up because we were out at Metallica all weekend. So it is time to go pick him up a cake. Law Nerds, otherwise I would hang out with you longer. Don't worry, I'll be here with you tomorrow. Court, I think we'll start around 8:15, 8:20, 8:25. It just depends on when court starts. And that's where we will pick it up tomorrow. Y'all are the best. I know I'm tired. I'm sure you're tired. Today was a lot of information. And we got through, how many witnesses did we get through? We finished up with Hannah Knowles, Ryan Nagel, Heather, Sarah, Katie, into 6 witnesses today. It's a lot of information. It's a lot of information that came in today. It's a lot. Did you already cover if Proctor is going to testify? Karen, I think Proctor has to testify. The big question for me is when. When is Proctor going to testify? And I'm wondering if the Commonwealth is laying the witnesses they absolutely need before they bring in the accident reconstructionist and leaving Proctor till after that. We'll see. I'm curious. But with that, thank you all for the well wishes for Dr. B. I will absolutely pass it along to him. Chat, I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. Get the app. Don't forget that there are a few, or there were earlier today, matte black tumblers left. The emo unicorn, oil slick vibes, there were tumblers left. This launch, or this final restock, because we found more, is US only, because navigating shipping out of the US right now is not easy. And we are like, we'll figure it out for next launch. But these are available for shipping in the US. You guys can hit the link down below. We posted them in the app and in the member spaces. So if you want to go check those out, you're welcome to. If you don't, you don't have to. Do not worry. But you do need to get the app so I can see you back here in court tomorrow. All right, you guys, have a good night. Bye. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.